What's up, night owls? Welcome back to Demon Sleep. Real quick, drop a comment and tell me where you're tuning in from tonight. I personally read every single one of them, and honestly, it makes my day seeing you all from around the world. If these dark tailies help you drift off or just escape reality for a bit, smash that like button and subscribe. But only if you think we've earned it. No pressure. Alright, lights off, rain on, blankets up. Let's dive into tonight's nightmare fuel. Story 1, The Visitor. She woke at 3:14 in the morning, unable to move. The room was dark. The room was her room, her lamp, her dresser, her ceiling, everything where it should be. And standing at the foot of her bed was a figure that should not have been there, leaning slightly forward, very still, and it was watching her breathe. She could not scream. She could not close her eyes. She lay there for 4 minutes that lasted the rest of her life. To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. There are thresholds the human mind was not designed to approach. Not doorways in the architectural sense, not hinged and framed constructions of wood and metal that separate one room from another. These thresholds are the structural edges of consciousness itself, the membranes between the state in which the mind is present and operational, and the state in which it has, temporarily, withdrawn from active governance of the body it inhabits. These thresholds have been known in one form or another in every human culture since the earliest records of human experience. They have been named in Sumerian, in ancient Egyptian, in the medical texts of Hippocrates, who described the phenomenon with clinical precision in the 5th century before the Common Era, in the nightmare traditions of the Norse, Mara, the crushing presence, the visitor that arrives when the body has surrendered its agency. In the Hausa of West Africa, Dodo. In Newfoundland, the old hag. In Japan, Kanashibari, the binding by metal. In China, Gui Yachuang, the ghost pressing down upon the bed. Every culture, every century, every tradition that has kept records of the boundary between sleeping and waking has kept records of the same thing. Something is there at that boundary. Something that has always been there. The scientific literature is precise in its description of the mechanism. Sleep paralysis occurs when the voluntary musculature, suppressed by the brain during REM sleep to prevent the physical acting out of dreams, fails to reactivate at the moment of waking. The body remains immobile. The mind, and this is where the clinical literature becomes interesting, where the language of peer-reviewed research begins to show hairline fractures in its professional certainty. The mind becomes aware. Not simply aware of the room, not simply aware of the darkness and the ceiling and the familiar geometry of a known space. Aware of something that the waking mind, in its fullness of agency, its full operational capacity, its ordinary armor of consciousness, does not perceive. Dr. Aldous Penhaligon, Neurological Sleep Research, Oxford University, 1999. The consistency of the figure reports across cultures, across centuries, across individuals who have had no contact with one another and no exposure to one another's accounts, represents a data set that the standard explanatory framework of hypnagogic hallucination does not adequately address. Something is being perceived. The question the literature avoids is, perceived from where? There are 40 million people currently living in the United States who have experienced at least one episode of sleep paralysis in their lifetime. 40 million. In the United Kingdom, the figure is 7 million. Globally, the estimates range into the hundreds of millions, a number that is not exceptional but foundational, not the rare report of an isolated individual in extreme circumstances, not the account of someone primed by folklore or predisposed by psychiatric history. Hundreds of millions of ordinary people who woke up in ordinary bedrooms and found that they could not move and were not alone. The figure in these accounts is described with a consistency that the literature does not comfortably address. Tall, dark, standing near the bed, still in the specific way that things which are paying close attention are still, and leaning, this detail, this single specific anatomical detail, leaning slightly forward, as if listening, as if the sound of breath in a sleeping room is something it has come to hear. It has been coming to hear it since long before the first human bed was built. It will continue to come long after the last one is cold. She told herself she was just a bad sleeper. Maya Reyes was 28 years old, which is young enough to still believe that problems have solutions and old enough to have collected a few that didn't. She worked in digital marketing for a firm in Portland, Oregon, which meant her days were spent staring at screens making things look more appealing than they were, which she was good at and mildly ashamed of being good at. She had a cat named Biscuit who was orange and opinionated. She had a studio apartment on the third floor of a building on any Broadway that she'd painted the bedroom a very specific shade of blue she'd found in a magazine. The color was called Harbor at Dusk, which she'd thought was a nice name for a color that cost $14 a quart. She'd lived there for 2 years. She knew the sounds of the building, the elevator that sighed when it reached the third floor, the neighbor in 3B who watched television until midnight, the specific creak of the sixth stair from the bottom. She knew her apartment the way you know a thing you sleep in every night, not consciously, not in the list-making way, but in the body, in the bones, the way your feet know the layout in the dark without asking your eyes. She was not a person who scared easily. This is important to establish. Maya Reyes had seen horror movies without hiding her face. She'd read true crime. She'd worked a closing shift alone in a bookstore in her early 20s and locked up in the dark without feeling much beyond mild impatience. She was, by her own assessment and the assessment of people who knew her, a fundamentally grounded person. She'd just been a little tired lately, that was all. She hadn't been sleeping great for about 3 months. Not terrible sleep, not lying awake for hours, not insomnia. More like a light that doesn't quite reach the corners. She'd wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning feeling like she'd heard something, and lie there in the Harbor at Dusk dark for a few minutes before drifting back under. She mentioned it to her friend Cass, who recommended melatonin. She mentioned it to her doctor, who asked about her screen time. She didn't mention the part about feeling, in those brief middle-of-the-night intervals, that the room was not quite empty. Because that was silly, and Maya Reyes was not a silly person. The first time it happened was on a Tuesday in November. She woke at 3:14 a.m., which she knew because the blue numbers of her clock were the only light in the room, and she noticed the time the way you notice things in those first seconds of wakefulness. Mechanically, without intention, the brain just collecting data. She noticed the time. She noticed she couldn't move. She noticed the figure at the foot of her bed. In that order, which told her something later when she could think about it. She'd noticed the time before the figure, which meant that for 1 or 2 seconds she had been awake in a room with that thing standing in it, and had not immediately registered it as wrong, as if some part of her already knew it was there. Before we go any further into that November night, you need to know a few more things about Maya Reyes, because she's not just a person this happened to, she's a person, period. And that distinction matters. She'd grown up in Tucson, the second of 3 kids, in a house that was always too warm in summer and not warm enough in winter in the specific way of houses in the Southwest, where the architecture assumes heat rather than accommodating it. Her father taught high school biology. Her mother managed a dental practice. They were the kind of parents who made their kids feel that the world was, fundamentally, navigable, not perfect, not without its difficulties, but a place where reasonable effort produced reasonable outcomes. She'd believed this. She'd built a life on it. She had a sister, Denise, in Albuquerque, who she called on Sunday evenings. She had Biscuit the cat, who slept at the foot of the bed in the absent territorial way of cats who have decided a space is theirs. She had the studio apartment and the Harbor at Dusk bedroom and the marketing job and the life that was good enough to not seem like a setup. That was the thing about Maya's life that King would have loved. It was genuinely, thoroughly, specifically ordinary, not in a tragic way, not in a foreshadowing way, just in the way that real lives are ordinary, which is to say full and complex and meaningful to the person living it. She ran on Saturday mornings, listened to podcasts about things that genuinely interested her: urban planning, the history of food, occasionally true crime, although she'd been listening to less of that lately, without being entirely sure why. She had a coffee order she'd maintained for 3 years. She knew the name of the barista who made it, whose name was Jordan and who was working on a novel. Maya Reyes was a person who knew things about other people. That's actually what she was. She paid attention. She remembered. She was exactly the kind of person whose disappearance from her own story would leave a specific, shaped absence behind, the way a body leaves an impression in snow. She had never experienced sleep paralysis before November. She had no family history of it, no trauma, no neurological condition, no known risk factor that would have predicted the thing that woke her at 3:14 on a Tuesday with her body locked and her eyes wide open, and a figure at the foot of her bed that was not Biscuit. Biscuit, she would notice a moment later, was not on the bed at all. She would wonder about this later. Not the figure, the cat. Because Biscuit slept on that bed every single night and was not there, and the question of where the cat had gone in the moments before she woke was one that her mind returned to in the days and weeks that followed, with more frequency than she could entirely account for. The cat, it turned out, was under the bed, as far under as it could get. The thing about the human brain when confronted with information it does not want to process is that it is extraordinarily creative about finding alternatives. Maya lay in her bed at 3:14 on a Tuesday morning, her body as immobile as furniture, and she looked at the figure at the foot of her bed, and her brain worked very hard and very fast on every possible explanation that did not require her to conclude that something was standing in her bedroom watching her. It was the coat. She'd hung her coat on the back of the door. She always did that. It drove Denise crazy when she visited, but Maya maintained that the coat hook on the back of a door was a coat hook's optimal position. And in the dark from the bed, the coat was about the right height and about the right general shape. The coat. It was obviously the coat. She was so relieved by this explanation that she almost relaxed. She lay there, reassured, and looked at the coat on the back of the door, which was where it had always been. Where it currently was, she could see it. She could also see the figure, and the figure was not at the door. The figure was at the foot of the bed, which was 6 feet from the door, which was not where coats were. She'd hung one coat. She did not have a second coat, mounted on a stand, positioned at the foot of her bed for decorative purposes. The rationalization failed the way bad rationalizations fail, the instant it was examined. She tried sleep. She told herself she was dreaming. This was a dream, obviously. She was having a vivid dream about her bedroom that looked exactly like her bedroom, and she would wake up in a moment and everything would be, but she was already awake. The quality of the room was the quality of her room at 3:14 in the morning in November, and she knew the quality of that room. She knew it in the bones, and this was not a dream. Her eyes were open. The blue clock numbers read 3:14, and then, as she watched, 3:50. The figure did not move. She was aware of several things simultaneously, in the specific multi-track way of acute alertness. That she could not move any part of her body below her neck, that she could breathe, that her eyes were working, that Biscuit was not on the bed, that the figure was approximately 6 feet tall and dark in a way that wasn't simply the absence of light but the presence of something, and that it was facing her, and leaning very slightly forward, as if it needed to hear something more clearly, as if the sound of her breathing, quick and shallow now, the only part of her body still fully operational, was what it had come for. She told herself it wasn't real. The telling didn't change anything. The episode lasted 4 minutes and 17 seconds. She knew the exact duration because she watched the clock the entire time. 3:14 to 3:18 and a little past. It was something to focus on: the blue numbers, the minute that changed, the factual, measurable, completely reliable evidence that time was passing and she was in it. Clock watching was the one thing her brain could do that didn't require her body to cooperate, and she held onto it with everything she had. During those 4 minutes and 17 seconds, the figure did not move. It stood at the foot of her bed and it leaned very slightly forward, and it was there in the way that real things are there, not in the way that tricks of the light or anxiety-addled perceptions are there. It had a quality of weight, a quality of solidity. The room around it was dark, but it was darker in the specific way that the dark inside a shadow is darker than the dark surrounding it. She could not have said later whether it had a face. She did not look for one. At 3:18, a car passed on any Broadway. The headlights swept briefly across the bedroom wall 1 second, maybe less, and in that second of additional light, Maya Reyes could move again. She gasped. She sat up. She reached for the lamp. The room flooded with yellow light. The coat was on the back of the door. The foot of the bed was empty. Biscuit was under the bed. She found this out by dropping her hand over the edge and feeling the cat immediately press its head against her palm with the specific frantic urgency of a creature that had been waiting for exactly this. Contact, reassurance, the confirmation that the bad thing was over. Maya sat in her lit bedroom at 3:18 in the morning and listened to her own breathing go slow. She told herself it was sleep paralysis. She'd heard of it. She even looked it up on her phone right then, which is something that people do at 3:18 in the morning when they are trying to replace the thing that just happened with something manageable. And the internet told her what she needed to hear. Common, neurological, not dangerous, visual hallucinations associated with the transitional state between sleep and waking. Hallucination, that was the word she needed. She almost believed it. She turned off the lamp. She lay back down. She made herself close her eyes. And here is the part nobody talks about. The part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview. Because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. He told himself it was nothing. The house had been telling him the same thing for 3 days. Houses lie. The next morning, everything was the same. Maya made coffee. The coffee maker made its usual sounds. The coffee tasted the way it always tasted. Outside the window, any Broadway was being a street. Cars, a dog on a leash, someone unlocking the shop across the road. Everything was the same. Biscuit ate breakfast from his bowl. He sat in the morning light on the kitchen counter, the way he always did, and cleaned his face with his paw, the way he always did. There was nothing wrong with Biscuit. She noticed she was watching him for something. She wasn't sure what. She noticed she was watching the apartment in general, not anxiously, she told herself, just attentively for something to be different. Something to confirm that last night had left a mark, had changed a molecule of the visible world, had announced itself in any way that could be documented. Nothing was different. This was somehow worse than different. She went to work. She made things look appealing. She ate lunch with her colleague Priya, who was funny and easy to be with. And she considered telling Priya about last night and then didn't because when she assembled the words in her head, I woke up. I couldn't move. There was someone in my room. They sounded like the kind of thing that got you looked at a certain way. The bedroom was a bedroom when she came home. She stood in the doorway and looked at it. And it was a room with a bed and a dresser and a lamp, and a coat on the back of the door, and a cat who had followed her in, and was already arranging himself on the duvet with the territorial certainty of an animal who has decided to reclaim a space by pretending nothing happened. She slept fine that night, and the night after that, and the one after that. By the end of the week, she had almost entirely convinced herself that it had been exactly what the internet said it was, a hypnagogic hallucination, a neurological hiccup, the brain's sleep-wake timing briefly misfiring in a way that felt real because the brain is the thing that makes everything feel real, including the things that aren't. She had almost convinced herself. Then she noticed the curtain. The bedroom curtain, dark blue, heavy, bought specifically to block the light from the street below, had a crease in it she didn't recognize. Not a fold from where it had been hanging. A different kind of crease. Lower. At approximately the height a hand might leave, pressing against fabric from behind. She looked at the curtain for a long time. She did not open it. She mentioned the sleep paralysis to her sister on Sunday. She described it the way you describe something you've already decided has an explanation. Matter-of-factly, with the half-apology of someone who knows they're about to be reassured. She said, "It was probably stress." She said, "I looked it up and it's really common." She said, "I'm fine, it only happened once." Denise said that their college roommate's boyfriend had experienced sleep paralysis for a while, and it had turned out to be related to sleep apnea, and he just needed a better pillow. She sent a link about sleep hygiene. She said Maya should get more regular hours. She said, "Are you eating enough? You sounded tired last week." Maya said she was fine. She was not fine, but she knew the specific grammar of reassurance. She'd been fluent in it for years, and she used it now because the alternative was explaining something she couldn't explain, and asking for help with something she couldn't describe, and having a conversation that would end with Denise sending another link and Maya still alone in the Harbor at Dusk bedroom with the crease in the curtain. She tried to tell her friend Cass instead. Cass was the kind of person who would listen without immediately solving. Maya liked this about her. She called her on Wednesday and got to the part about waking up unable to move, and Cass said, "Oh, sleep paralysis. I had that once." And then she described her own experience, which had involved a shadow by the door that she'd immediately recognized as a hallucination, and she'd found it fascinating, and it had never happened again. It had never happened again. Maya listened to this. She said yes, interesting, she'd found it pretty similar. She said she was glad Cass had mentioned it. She did not say, "Yours was by the door. Mine was at the foot of the bed. Mine leaned forward. Yours didn't lean forward. Those are different. Those are different things." She did not say any of this. She was alone with it in the specific way of people who have experienced something that language keeps insisting is common, is known, is named and categorized and understood, but whose experience keeps insisting, quietly in the dark, that something in the categorization is wrong. She lay down that night with Biscuit on the bed, and she looked at the ceiling and she did everything right. No screens for an hour before bed, the sleep hygiene Denise had recommended, the room at the right temperature, all the correct variables managed. She was asleep before midnight. She woke at 3:14. The figure was closer than before. What you just heard was only the beginning. It was the same time. This is what she could not stop thinking about in the days that followed the second episode. Not the figure, not the paralysis. The time, 3:14, both times. The same clock, the same blue numbers, the same arrangement of digits that she could not now see on her phone, on a microwave, on the display panel in her car. Without a reaction she was working to keep small. She'd read that sleep cycles were regular, and that people often woke at the same point in the night, and that this was not remarkable. She'd read that 3 to 4 a.m. was a common period for the brain to surface briefly into light sleep, and that this surface moment was when sleep paralysis episodes most frequently occurred. She'd read all of this, and it was all correct, and it explained the time completely. It did not explain why, the second time, the figure was standing beside the bed rather than at the foot of it. It was not at the foot, it was beside it, on her side, between the bed and the dresser, in the space that was exactly wide enough to stand in if you were standing sideways. It was standing correctly, not sideways. It occupied the space without matching the space, the way something very large occupies a small room by simply deciding the room is large enough. She lay there and breathed and watched the clock. The leaning had become something else, more deliberate, not the casual forward tilt of someone straining to hear, something with more intent in it, Something that suggested proximity was the goal, and that proximity was increasing. The episode lasted 6 minutes this time. At the end of it, the car headlights did not help. She came back into her body on her own, without external intervention, and reached for the lamp. And the room was ordinary, and the coat was on the door, and Biscuit was not on the bed. She found him in the closet. The closet door was closed. She had not closed the closet door. She opened it, and he came out and pushed his face against her shin, with a desperation that she felt in her chest. And she stood in the lit bedroom, and the only sentence her brain could fully form was this: something opened the closet and put the cat inside. November 14th, 2019, Portland, Oregon. Maya Reyes' case is not exceptional. This is the most important thing to establish and the most disturbing. Sleep paralysis affects an estimated 7.6% of the general population. According to a 2011 meta-analysis published in the journal Sleep Medicine Reviews, conducted by researchers at Penn State University, that percentage rises to 28.3% in students and 31.9% in psychiatric patients. The total global number of individuals who have experienced at least one episode is conservatively estimated at 500 million. 500 million. The figure, the shadow, the presence, the visitor, whatever designation the individual report employs, appears in approximately 58% of documented sleep paralysis cases involving sensory hallucinations. Of those, 86% describe a dark or shadowed form, 71% describe it as positioned near or on the bed, 43% describe it as leaning forward, 22% report a sensation of breath or sound from the figure, 11% report physical contact. These are not fringe statistics. These are from the published scientific literature. Timeline card, 1664. Dutch physician Isbrand van Diemerbroek publishes the first clinical description of sleep paralysis in medical literature. Describes a female patient who had the impression of a great dog lying on her and holding her legs. Notes she was immovable as a statue. Lists this as a medical phenomenon of the transitional sleep state. 1876, the English physician Silas Weir Mitchell publishes on the symptomatology of certain organic diseases of the spinal cord. Devotes 6 pages to what he calls night palsy. Includes multiple first-person accounts. 5 of 7 accounts mention a figure. 1942, Dr. Henry Orne of Harvard Medical School interviews 163 patients referred for night terrors between 1938 and 1941. Of 87 who describe paralytic episodes, 61 describe an accompanying figure. Dr. Orne's notes, archived at the Francis A. Countway Library of Medicine, include the following notation: the consistency of the figure description across patients with no prior contact is difficult to account for under the standard hallucinatory model. The figure appears to have characteristics that are reported independently and repeatedly. Height, position at bed, forward inclination. This warrants further study. No further study was published under Dr. Orne's name. Sarah Okonkwo, graphic designer, Portland, Oregon, 2018. The first time I thought it was my boyfriend standing in the room in the dark, which is why I wasn't scared. I was annoyed. I thought he'd come in for some reason. And then I realized I couldn't move, and I realized it wasn't him. It was taller than him, and it was bending over me, and I couldn't do anything. I just had to let it look at me, for however long it wanted. Sarah Okonkwo moved out of her apartment the following week. She did not tell her landlord why. The detail that the clinical literature cannot resolve. Independent reports across centuries and cultures describe the figure's forward lean as purposive, as if it is listening, as if what it came for is not to be seen but to hear something, to hear the specific, involuntary sound of a person breathing in their sleep, the sound of a person who does not know they are being listened to. February 3 RD 2017. Birmingham, England. James Calloway, age 34, electrician, no prior psychiatric history, sleep paralysis episode confirmed by partner who witnessed his rigidity and non-responsiveness. He filed no report. He told no doctor. He told his partner, and his partner told a support group for sleep disorder sufferers, which is where this account entered the record. The account was as follows. He woke at 3 a.m. in the master bedroom of his home. His partner was asleep beside him. He was unable to move. He was immediately aware of two things: that the paralysis had a specific quality different from simply being unable to move. It felt, he said, like being held in place rather than being frozen, like the stillness was applied from outside rather than generated from inside, and that there was a figure in the room that was not his partner. The figure was standing at the end of the bed. He estimated its height at 6.5 feet. He said it was darker than the room, which he said felt like the wrong way to describe it, but was the most accurate thing he could say. It had no features he could identify. It was facing him. After approximately 2 minutes, it moved. Not toward him, not away. It moved to the side of the bed, his side, and then it crouched. James Calloway, in the account relayed by his partner, used the specific word crouched. He said the figure lowered itself fluidly, without effort, without sound, to the level of the mattress, and its face, if it had a face, was level with his face, and it stayed there. And then it did the thing that James Calloway said he could not fully describe and could not stop thinking about. It put its head on the pillow beside his. It laid its head on the pillow beside his head the way a person lies down beside a person they have been waiting to be beside. And it was still, and it was close, and it was there for 3 more minutes while James Calloway lay beside it and could not move and could not make a sound. His partner woke at the end of the episode to find James sitting upright and shaking. James Calloway has not slept in a bed since February 3rd, 2017. He sleeps in a recliner in the living room with every light in the house on, and he has told his partner, who relayed this to the group, who relayed it to the researcher who found it, who filed it in the growing archive of accounts that no journal will yet publish, that the reason he cannot sleep in the bed is not fear. It is that lying in the dark in the bed, in the quiet, he can still feel where the pillow was pressed down. The entity has names. This is not a metaphor. Across every documented cultural tradition that has recorded the sleep paralysis phenomenon, the entity has been given a name, specific, intentional, the kind of naming reserved for things that are believed to be real and recurring and present. In medieval Europe, the incubus and succubus, demons believed to press upon sleepers for the purpose of extraction. What was being extracted varied by account, but the mechanism was consistent: weight, immobility, proximity. In the Newfoundland oral tradition, the old hag, a figure that hagging, the local verb for the experience, produced. So common was the experience in certain Newfoundland communities that it required a verb. Generations of fishing families built a working vocabulary around the entity that visited in the night. In the Chinese tradition, Gui Yachuang, the ghost presses on the bed, is documented in texts going back to the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE to 220 CE. It is the same entity, documented by a civilization that had no contact with Newfoundland or medieval Europe. In the sleep paralysis research of Dr. David Huffer, whose 1982 study The Terror That Comes in the Night remains the most rigorous ethnographic examination of the phenomenon, the central argument is this: the experience produces the folklore, not the other way around. People are not seeing the old hag because they've heard of the old hag. They're hearing of the old hag because they saw her first. Dr. Mara Vienne, Cultural Psychiatry and Sleep Research, McGill University, 2015. The standard dismissal is that all human minds produce the same hallucinations because all human minds are built the same way. And this is true as far as it goes. but it doesn't explain why the hallucination has the same physical behavior across all accounts. The position, the lean, the proximity. Hallucinations don't follow behavioral rules. This one does. The entity follows rules. It stands near the sleeper. It leans forward. It seeks proximity without forcing it. It has been doing this in every culture, in every century, in every bedroom dark enough to hold it for as long as human beings have been closing their eyes. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. The file ends there. What it cannot record is what happened inside Maya's chest when she read it, the specific weight of knowing that someone had survived this before her and told no one. November 21 SD, 3 weeks after the first episode. Maya found the forum at 11 p.m. on a Wednesday when she should have been sleeping. It was called, with a directness she appreciated, the Visitor Forum, a community of people who'd experienced sleep paralysis and were specifically interested in the figure. Not the paralysis, the figure, because apparently there was a distinction, and apparently it mattered, and apparently enough people felt this distinction warranted its own community that the forum had 140,000 members and a moderation team of 6. She started reading at 11 p.m. She stopped at 2:47 a.m. She stopped because she had found, in a thread posted 3 years earlier by a user called Portland Blue Door, the following account. It happened 4 times over 3 weeks, always at 3:14. Always the same thing. I wake up, I can't move, it's there. First time at the foot of the bed, second time beside the bed, third time beside the bed but closer. Fourth time, I'm going to just say this because if I can't say it here, I can't say it anywhere. Fourth time, it was above me, like it was lying on the air above me, like hovering, and I could feel the weight of it, not on my body, just in the room. Just the pressure of its weight in the air above me. Maya read this at 2:47 a.m. in her apartment on Any Broadway. The username was Portland Blue Door. Portland. She told herself Portland was a big city. She told herself there were thousands of people in Portland with sleep disorders. She told herself that the 3:14 detail was a well-documented feature of REM cycle timing. She told herself all of the things, and she was right about all of them. And none of it helped because here was the thing that the forum thread had that no clinical study had. A username that included the word Portland, and an account that included the detail about 3:14. She sent a message to Portland Blue Door. She wasn't sure what she expected. She got a reply at 3:01 a.m., which was 13 minutes later, which was either a coincidence or the kind of timing that makes the back of your neck go cold. The reply was 3 words. Don't let it in. She stared at this for a long time. Then she typed, "What does that mean? What does it want?" The reply, when it came, did not answer her question. It said, "It doesn't want anything, it's listening. There's a difference." And then the account was gone, deleted, the thread, the user, everything. She was alone in her apartment at 3:07 a.m. with a message she'd screenshotted before it disappeared, and a feeling in her body that she'd identified correctly in the first second of the first episode, and had been trying to misidentify ever since. She could not simply leave. Whatever this was, it was in her bedroom, and she had to sleep. November 26 th, Tuesday. She slept at her sister's. Not because she told Denise what was happening, she hadn't. She'd said she needed a change of scenery, which Denise accepted with the easy generosity of someone who had an extra room and didn't ask unnecessary questions. Maya drove down to Albuquerque for Thanksgiving and stayed for 5 days, and slept in Denise's guest room, which was painted an aggressive yellow and smelled like a particular fabric softener Denise had used since college. She slept deeply, consistently. 6 nights of uninterrupted sleep in the aggressive yellow guest room, waking at 7 a.m. to Denise's coffee and the normal mundane noise of a house with children in it and nothing at all wrong with any of it. By day 3, she felt like herself. By day 5, she was sure. It was the apartment. Something about the apartment, the third floor position, the light from the street, some combination of environmental factors was producing the episodes. This happened. People had sleep disruptions tied to specific locations. She'd slept perfectly fine at Denise's, which was objective evidence, the kind that answered questions. She'd go home, move the bed, change something structural about the room's geometry, and it would stop. She drove back to Portland on Saturday. She carried her bags up to the third floor. She opened the apartment. She put her keys on the hook by the door. Biscuit appeared from wherever Biscuit went when she was away. The cat sitter had come twice a day, apparently without incident, and wound around her ankles. She stood in the hallway, and the apartment was her apartment. Her furniture, her coffee maker, her Harbor at Dusk bedroom visible through the open door, the coat on the back of the door, everything where it always was. She'd been home 30 seconds. She knew. Not the figure, nothing visible, nothing she could point at or describe or put in a forum post, but the quality of the apartment, the specific molecular quality of the air in it, the way the space felt against her skin, was different from Denise's guest room. Not wrong exactly, but occupied. The difference between an empty room and a room that someone has just left. She stood in the hallway with her bags. Biscuit did not go into the bedroom. He sat down in the hallway and looked at the bedroom doorway and did not move. She thought 5 days away, and it didn't change anything. She thought it was here the whole time. She thought it was here when I was here, and it was here when I wasn't, and it will be here tonight. December 1 SD, Monday 3:14 a.m. It was above her. She'd moved the bed, changed the room's geometry as planned. She bought a new lamp and positioned it closer to the head of the bed so she could reach it faster. She'd left the closet door open. She put a night light in the corner. She had done everything that was within her power to alter the physical conditions of the space. The figure was above her. Not hovering, that wasn't quite the right word, because hovering implied something atmospheric, something weightless, and this was neither. It was positioned above her the way a person is positioned when they lean across someone in a bed to reach the far side. The weight distributed, the form suspended, the face aimed downward, at her face. She could not move. She could breathe. It was close enough that she should have been able to feel body heat from it, and she felt nothing. No warmth, no breath, no physical presence in the air above her, and the absence of these things was worse than their presence would have been, because it meant the thing above her did not follow the physical rules that defined the things she knew. She looked at it. She was past the point of not looking. Looking had become the only form of agency she had left. And this time, for the first time, she found something that might have been a face. Not features, not eyes or a mouth or anything she could name. More like the idea of a face, the structural suggestion of one, the place where a face would go if a face were there. An orientation, a direction of attention that was unmistakably aimed at her. And she understood something in that moment, something she would later try to put into words for the forum, for her sister, for the sleep doctor she finally saw in January. Something that she could not fully convey in any of those contexts because it was not a verbal understanding. It was a body understanding, a bone-deep comprehension that arrived without language. It was not looking at her. It was looking for something, hunting for something in the dark behind her face, in the space behind her eyes, with the patient purposive attention of something that knew what it was searching for and was simply waiting to find it. She understood what Portland Blue Door's message meant. Don't let it in. She didn't know how to keep it out. She didn't know, lying there above which it hovered and below which she lay pinned, whether the distinction between in and out was one she still controlled. What you just heard was only the beginning. January, New Year. Maya Ray saw a sleep specialist named Dr. Patricia Huang at OHSU Medical Center, who was professional and kind, and whose office had a plant and a view of the river and a calming general atmosphere of things being managed. Dr. Huang asked questions. She asked them in the careful, comprehensive way that good doctors ask questions, not just about the episodes themselves, but about everything surrounding them. Sleep schedule, stress levels, screen time, caffeine, alcohol, anxiety history, family history. She was constructing a picture. Maya could feel the picture being constructed, and she cooperated fully, and she answered every question honestly, including the ones she'd been hoping not to have to answer. She answered the question about frequency. She answered the question about duration. She answered the question about the figure. She described it as a shadow, a visual hallucination. She used the correct clinical language because she'd read enough by now to know what language the doctors found acceptable. She did not answer the question that Dr. Huang didn't ask. The question she would have asked Dr. Huang if she believed Dr. Huang could answer it. The question that had been living in her chest since December 1st. What is it looking for? Dr. Huang diagnosed her with recurrent isolated sleep paralysis. She recommended sleep hygiene improvements. Here was Denise's link again, apparently universal and cognitive behavioral therapy to address the anxiety component. She suggested that the figure was a hypnagogic hallucination, which the brain produced during the transitional state between sleep and waking, and that its consistency across episodes was simply the brain's pattern recognition function, applying familiar imagery to the unfamiliar sensation of paralysis. This was the explanation. This was the science. This was the thing that was true. Maya thanked her. She made an appointment with the CBT therapist. She drove home on the bridge over the river in the January rain and looked at the city going gray and wet outside the window and thought about the word familiar. Familiar. The brain applies familiar imagery. She had never, in 28 years of life, seen anything like the figure. So what precisely was the brain recognizing? And now I must ask the question that the doctors would not ask. The question that the forum had circled but never landed. The question that pressed itself against the inside of every account, every clinical notation, every studied dismissal. The question that lives in the space between the word hallucination and the word real, which are two words that have been asked to do more work than words can bear. Is she, am I, is anyone who has lain in the dark of their bedroom, pinned and present and staring at the thing at the foot of the bed, is anyone certain that what they saw was not there? I do not ask this to unsettle. I ask it because the alternative, the certainty that it was not there, the comfortable clinical certainty that the brain was simply misfiring, that the perception was the malfunction rather than the perception being the only functional thing in a room full of sleeping people. That certainty requires a confidence in the finality of the hallucinatory explanation that the evidence does not fully support. There is, I have read this, there is a phenomenon in sleep paralysis research called the felt presence. It is documented. It has a clinical name. It is the sensation, reported independently and consistently, of another entity in the room, not the visual figure, but something beneath the visual figure, something that the visual figure is perhaps the brain's attempt to give shape to. A presence that is felt before it is seen, that is present after it has gone, that exists in the register of perception that operates below and before language. Felt presence. They gave it a name because it was too common not to name. Because too many people who recovered from the paralysis and found their bodies again and turned on the lights, reported that the presence in the room, whatever its ultimate nature, was not a thing they had imagined, was a thing they had perceived, was real in the way that things perceived are real, which is to say, whatever we mean when we say real, it was that. And here is what I cannot stop returning to. Here is the wall I press my ear against in the dark. Maya Reyes experienced her episodes at 3:14. Always at 3:14. She moved to a different city. I am getting ahead, I know, but this detail demands its moment, and the episodes followed her. Not the city, her. Tell me what the hallucinatory model makes of that. January gave way to February, and February is the worst month for this kind of thing. I am convinced of it. The month that has given up even the pretense of warmth. The month that sits in the dark and stares. And Maya's episodes did not stop. They would not stop, despite Dr. Huang's hygiene improvements, despite the CBT sessions, despite the melatonin and the screen curfew, and the removal from the bedroom of every object that was not strictly necessary. She had 3 episodes in January, 4 in February. The figure, if we call it the figure, if we grant it that much nominal stability, the figure was consistent, present. Its behavior was consistent. The geometry was consistent. The time was consistent. What changed was the sound. February 4th. This is precise in her account. She had by now begun keeping a journal, the obsessive documentation of the frightened mind. The mind that cannot stop cataloging because cataloging feels like control. February 4th. She heard something. Not the figure, not a voice, not speech, not language in any form she could identify. A sound, low, rhythmic, with the specific quality of something at the very edge of audibility, something that might be heard clearly with just a small adjustment of the ear, an increase in sensitivity by a single degree. She could almost, could not. The sound was just below the threshold of comprehension. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away, write in the comments. The walls remember. Let me know I am not alone in this. Because this is the moment where alone is the most dangerous thing to be. The sound that was just below language, that was almost language, that had the cadence and rhythm of speech without the content of speech. That sound is what Randy Gardner also described in the audio recording at 2 a.m., the one the technicians argued about. That sound is what James Calloway described when his partner pressed him, in the weeks after he stopped sleeping in the bed. That sound appears, with remarkable and unremarked upon consistency, in the accounts of people who have been in the presence of the visitor long enough, who have repeated the experience enough times, to hear past the paralysis and the panic and the desperate cataloging of exit strategies, long enough to actually listen. The question that keeps me up at night, and I mean this precisely, without irony, I have not slept well while writing this, is what happens to the person who hears it clearly. The accounts we have are of people who almost heard it. We do not have accounts from people who heard it. And here I must be careful, because the narrative is at the point where careful and honest are in tension, and I must choose honest. I must acknowledge what the accounts suggest, and what the accounts resist saying. The visitor does not behave like a hallucination. Hallucinations do not move between episodes with consistent geographic progression. Hallucinations do not close closet doors. Hallucinations do not follow people between cities. Hallucinations do not produce independent reports from people in Birmingham and Portland and Tokyo and Sao Paulo and Lagos and Stockholm that describe the same behavior, the same lean, the same position, the same below-threshold sound. Hallucinations are personal. This is not personal. This is something else. Something that has been present in the night rooms of human beings since human beings had night rooms. Something that follows the rules of its own behavior with the consistency of a real thing rather than a dreamed one. Something that is, I use this word with every scientific caveat available, and then discard the caveat because the caveat is a hiding place. Something that is aware. Aware of the sleeper, aware of the room, aware of the pattern of episodes, which escalates according to some internal logic that has nothing to do with the psychology of the person experiencing it. Aware, perhaps, This is where I lose the clinical audience and do not mourn losing them, aware of something in the sleeper that the sleeper is not yet aware of. What does it want? What is it listening for? What is it searching for? In the dark behind sleeping faces, with the patient attention of something that has been searching since before the concept of searching was invented. But do not think, do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story. What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening, right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling for days. Not what had I seen, but what precisely had seen me. Let us place this in its correct scale. Sleep occupies 1/3 of every human life. This is not a small proportion. If the average human life spans 75 years, the individual spends 25 of those years unconscious, in the specific state of managed unconsciousness that we call sleep, with the body immobile and the voluntary musculature suppressed, and the mind cycling through its biochemical processes in the dark behind the eyelids. 25 years per person. For the approximately 8 billion human beings currently alive on this planet, 2.67 billion person years of unconsciousness every single night. This is the territory through which the visitor moves. Not a room, not a building, not a city or a country or a continent. The aggregate unconsciousness of all sleeping human beings simultaneously. A territory vaster than any physical landscape, darker than any physical dark, and navigated by something that has been navigating it since the first human consciousness closed its first eyes on the first night. Dr. Yumi Takahashi, Consciousness Studies and Theoretical Neuroscience, University of Tokyo, 2018. Sleep science has treated the sleeping state as a function, a maintenance period, a processing interval. This framing may be incorrect. What if sleep is not a function but a location? What if we go somewhere when we sleep? And if we go somewhere, the entity we encounter in sleep paralysis may not be visiting us. We may be visiting it. We may be visiting it. This is the thought that reorganizes everything. The visitor at the foot of the bed, the tall dark form, the forward lean, the below threshold sound. This is not something that comes to us. We go to it night after night in our managed unconsciousness, cycling through its territory with the thoughtless regularity of a commuter. We pass through its space every time we sleep, and it knows us. It has been knowing us for 25 years of our 75-year life. And on the rare nights when the sleep-wake transition misfires, when the door catches on its hinges and hangs open for an extra 4 or 6 or 8 minutes, when the body remains immobile at the moment the mind returns, what we see in those moments of accidental extended threshold is simply what has always been there, in the space where we spend 1/3 of every human life. We are not seeing a visitor. We are seeing an inhabitant. We are the visitors. The accounts have limits. Every account, without exception. There is a point in every description of the figure at which language fails the person attempting to use it, a point at which they reach for the word that would accurately convey the specific quality of what they perceived, and find that no such word has been made. The vocabulary of human experience is built from the inventory of things humans have agreed to name. The visitor exists outside that inventory. Witnesses attempt approximations. They say dark when they mean something that darkness is a rough translation of. They say tall when they mean a scale that height inadequately measures. They say facing me when they mean an orientation of attention for which facing is the closest available word and is not close enough. They say leaning. This is the word that appears most often in every language, in every culture. They say leaning forward and mean something that leaning forward points toward without arriving at. A posture of listening that is not any human posture. A forward inclination that suggests not physical balance, but something older than balance, older than the concept of the upright form, maintaining its relationship with gravity. something that did not learn its posture from gravity, something that chose it. The incomplete description is not a failure of the witnesses. It is information. The thing that cannot be named in any human tongue, across every culture that has developed a name for the experience, is itself telling us something about what is being encountered. It is beyond the borders of the nameable, because it is beyond the borders of the world that naming was developed to address. It preceded language. It will persist after language. And it will be at the foot of your bed tonight when your eyes close and the sleep takes you and the door between the worlds swings shut on its familiar hinge. And it will be there, as it has always been there, in the dark where you spend a third of your life, listening to the sound of your breathing with the patience of something that has all the time there is. Language is insufficient. This sentence is insufficient. Others knew. They did not warn us, or if they warned us in the only languages they had, which were the languages of folklore and religion and mythology, and the various narrative frameworks that pre-scientific cultures constructed around the things they encountered and could not explain. They warned us in the language of the old hag and the Mara and the Kanashibari and the incubus and the spirit pressing down. They warned us in the structure of the warning itself, not what the visitor was because they did not know, but what it did. Position, lean, sound. Always the same warning. The researchers who approached this most closely were the ones who were destroyed most completely by approaching it. Dr. David Hufford, who spent 30 years documenting the experience and arguing for the insufficiency of the purely hallucinatory explanation, described in a 2010 interview the moment at which his research became personal, the night he experienced an episode himself, after 3 decades of studying them in others. He described the figure with the clinical vocabulary he had spent 30 years developing. The clinical vocabulary did not help. He said it was, in his professional experience, the most significant perceptual event of his life, and he spent 30 years developing vocabulary for it. The vocabulary did not help. The cases of researchers who experienced what they were studying are not exceptional. They are, in the archives, a pattern. Hufford, a Cornell researcher who published nothing but left extensive private notes, now held by his family. A Norwegian folklorist who studied night hag traditions for 20 years and then stopped publishing, stopped speaking at conferences, and spent the last decade of her life transcribing accounts from others without adding analysis. She stopped analyzing. When a researcher who has spent decades analyzing a phenomenon stops analyzing it, when the person who has been constructing the framework for understanding goes silent, one of 2 things has happened. Either they ran out of data, or the data answered the question they had been asking, and the answer was the kind of thing that ends analysis. The kind of thing that leaves a person in a room, in the dark, no longer assembling the evidence, simply sitting with what the evidence, fully assembled, means. The question she had been asking for 20 years was whether the visitor was real. She stopped publishing in 2009. She did not say what she concluded. She slept in the final years of her life with all the lights on. What you just heard was only the beginning. This is the portion of the account that the available documentation cannot reach, the layer beneath the layer, the depth at which the accumulated evidence of folklore and clinical research and personal testimony converges on something for which no discipline has yet assembled the adequate vocabulary. The visitor is consistent. Not consistent in the way that a shared cultural narrative is consistent, the way ghost stories share tropes because ghost stories share a tradition. Consistent in the way that gravity is consistent. It behaves the same way in every location, under every condition, for every observer, because the behavior is not learned or transmitted or culturally mediated, because it is a property of the thing itself. The forward lean, the position beside the sleeper, the sound at the edge of comprehension, the escalation across episodes, the fact, and I use this word with full deliberateness, The fact that it is present in the sleep space even when no episode occurs, in the way that the Norwegian folklorist's lights were left on not to see it, but to keep it from approaching. In the way that James Calloway's living room recliner is occupied every night not because the recliner is comfortable, but because the bedroom is not safe. Not safe. That is the word that people who have experienced it long enough eventually use. Not frightening, not strange, not disturbing, safe in its absence. The world you occupied before the first episode was a world in which your bedroom was safe. The world you occupy after enough episodes is a world in which you know your bedroom has never been safe, that the safety was a feature of your ignorance rather than the room, and that ignorance, once gone, does not return on request. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the academic distance. What was found in that room deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. And Maya, whose story this has been since the beginning, whose bedroom and whose clock and whose cat under the bed we began with, Maya crossed a line in March. She did not know she was crossing it. The line was not announced. Lines that matter never are. They are there. They are real. They are permanent in the way of things that separate one state from another. But they are not marked, and you do not know you have crossed them until you are on the other side and the crossing is behind you. She began in March to look for it. Not to look at it when it appeared, to look for it, to prepare for it, to arrange her sleep, her schedule, her position in the bed, the angle of the room, to optimize the conditions for an episode. Because if she could control the conditions, she told herself, if she could engineer the meeting rather than simply receive it, she could study it. She could learn. She could understand something rather than simply endure it. This is the logic. This is, I need to be clear about this. This is the logic that has appeared in various forms in every extended account of the visitor. The obsession doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from the specific, grinding frustration of 4 minutes in the presence of something you cannot move toward, cannot speak to, cannot engage with in any way available to the ordinary waking mind. You can only receive it. Passive, pinned, unable to ask the question. And when you have been passive long enough, when you have received it enough times, something switches. The passivity inverts. You want desperately to be the one choosing the encounter rather than the one chosen. You want to be at the foot of the bed, metaphorically speaking, rather than in it. You want to cross the distance. You want to hear the sound clearly. You want to know. And this wanting is the line. She crossed it in March, somewhere between the 5th and 6th episode. She crossed it the night she set 3 separate alarms for 3:00 a.m. and lay in the dark of her bedroom, waiting. She had been hunting it, and it had been hunting her, and now they were in the same territory with the same intent, and there was a convergence coming that nothing in the CBT sessions, or the clinical literature, or Dr. Huang's plant-filled office had addressed, because nothing in the clinical framework accounted for this. The moment when the person who is being visited stops being afraid and starts being drawn. Episodes accelerated, 3 in March, 4 in April. The duration extended, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 11. The figure's behavior in each episode was different. She documented this. She was keeping records now with the specific obsessiveness of someone who has decided that information is the only form of control. It was different each time in the way of a conversation that is progressing, not repeating. Each episode was not the same encounter again. It was the next one, the continuation. Something was happening between them. Not communication, not in any form she could name, but something with the structure of communication. A back and forth that was not verbal but was real. The way that two people who have been in the same room for a very long time begin to understand things about each other without speaking. She began to feel it during the day. Not see it, there was nothing to see in the daylight, but feel it. The felt presence that the clinical literature named and then set aside. During her commute, during lunch, during the Sunday phone calls with Denise in which she said fine and good and same old while the presence hovered at the edge of her peripheral awareness like a thing that had followed her out of the bedroom and was still in the process of deciding how visible to be. She was not afraid. This was the thing she could not explain to Dr. Huang and did not try to explain. She was not afraid. She had been afraid in November. She had been afraid in December. She had been afraid until March. In April, she felt something else. She felt, lying pinned in her bed with the figure in whatever position the figure had chosen to occupy that night, the specific sensation of being almost understood. Then silence. She told Denise in April. Not the clinical version. Not the sleep paralysis version that included the words hypnagogic and neurological and all the correct terminology she'd assembled to make it manageable. She told Denise the actual version, the 3, 14, the 6 months, the progression, the closet, the forum post, the sound she could almost hear, the feeling during daylight, all of it, and she told it in the voice of someone who has been carrying a thing for too long and has reached the limit of what carrying it alone is possible. Denise listened. She said, I'm worried about you. She said, I think you need to talk to someone more than the sleep doctor. She said, Maya, I love you. Please talk to someone. Maya said she was already talking to someone. She said she was managing. She said that she was, in a way she couldn't fully articulate, learning something, that the episodes were not simply happening to her, that there was something in them worth understanding. Something she was on the verge of. Denise said her name very quietly, just her name. Maya stopped talking. She sat on her bed in the Harbor at Dusk apartment, and she heard, in the silence after her name, the thing she had been afraid of hearing, the sound of someone who loved her not understanding, the sound of the gap between what she was experiencing and what language could carry to someone who wasn't experiencing it. She was on the verge of something. She didn't know if it was understanding. She didn't know if it was the thing that Portland Blue Door had been warning her about. She didn't know if letting it in was something that happened to the body or to the mind, or to something beneath both, something she didn't have a name for, the part of her that the figure was searching for in the dark behind her eyes. She said, I'll talk to someone, Denise, I promise. She did not call the therapist back. She lay down that night in the Harbor at Dusk bedroom and looked at the ceiling, and she was not afraid, and she was not safe, and she did not, in that moment, care about the distinction. Here is what no one's clinical documentation captures: the physical reality of being in the presence of the visitor. Not the psychological experience, not the emotional response, the body's experience. What the body knows, lying in the bed at 3:14 in the morning, that the mind spends the next day arguing away. The skin. Let's start there. Maya's skin, in the later episodes, responded to the presence of the figure before she was consciously aware of the figure. A full-body prickling. Not cold exactly, people reach for cold. But it isn't quite right, more like the sensation of static electricity across a large surface area, as if every hair follicle on her body had simultaneously received a signal that something worth attending to was present, like a fine-tuned instrument being played. The chest tightens, not from fear, she'd moved past fear by March, as documented from something else, from effort, from the specific effort of breathing against the suppressed musculature of sleep paralysis, but also from something beneath the effort, from the sensation of proximity. The way a chest tightens when something very large passes close to you, the physical intelligence of the body recognizing what the mind hasn't processed. The eyes. She had excellent vision. 2015 better than average. In the later episodes, her eyes stopped trying to find the figure and started trying to find the light inside it, because there was something, not a glow, not an illumination, but an absence of light so total and so specifically shaped that it defined itself against the room's ordinary darkness, the way a deep-sea creature defines itself against the water it inhabits. The darkness in it was not the darkness around it. There was a distinction her eyes learned over 6 months of looking. And the sound, the below-threshold sound, the sound she had been almost hearing since February. She heard it in April. It was, she wrote this in her journal the next morning, in the large, unsteady handwriting of someone whose hands are not entirely their own yet. It was her own voice. Not a recording of her own voice, not a sound that resembled it. Her voice. The way her voice sounded from inside her own head, not the way it sounded to other people. The private voice, the one that narrates from the inside. The sound just below the threshold of comprehension was her own voice. Something in that room had learned to speak in it. Rich and flowing sensory maximum. And here is the thing Barker understood that the researchers didn't. The visitor, examined without flinching, without the protecting distance of the hallucinatory explanation, is not a simple thing. It is not evil, in the way that a storm is not evil. It has none of the characteristics of malevolence, no cruelty, no anger, no desire to harm. What it has is interest. An interest so total and so specific and so patient that it has spent, if the folkloric record is to be taken seriously. And the folkloric record is 6,000 years old and consistent across every culture that has kept records. It has spent centuries, perhaps longer, in the dark at the foot of sleeping beds, attending. Attending to what? To the sound of a sleeping mind. To the specific acoustic signature of a consciousness in its most unguarded state, not performing, not constructing, not maintaining the narrative of self that waking life requires. Simply present, raw, the mind as it actually is, rather than the mind as it presents itself. The visitor, understood this way, is not a predator. It is an audience. It has been an audience since before the concept of audience was invented. It attended the first sleeping human on the first human night, and it has attended everyone since. And what it is attending for, what it has been listening for across all the uncounted sleeping hours of all the human lives that have cycled through the darkness since the species began, is something that Maya was beginning to understand by April, something she could feel in the quality of the episodes, something in the specific texture of its presence that had changed since November. It was listening for the moment when the sleeper was listening back. That was it. That was what the lean was for, what the proximity was for, what the below-threshold sound was for. Not extraction, not harm, contact. The visitor had been moving toward the sleeper for 6,000 years, one episode at a time, one degree of proximity per encounter, making a sound just below the threshold of hearing, waiting for the one in however many, the one who would reach across the distance rather than shrink from it. And found her. The realization is worse than fear, because it means she was not chosen at random. May 4th, the last entry in Maya Reyes' journal. She wrote it at 4:30 in the morning, which means the episode had ended at 4:29 at the earliest, which means she reached for the journal before she reached for the lamp, which tells you something about where she was by May. The handwriting is steady. This is the most disturbing thing about the entry. The handwriting is completely steady. The handwriting of a person who is at rest rather than a person who has just experienced something the rest of the world would classify as a neurological event of considerable intensity. She wrote, April brought me to the threshold. May will be different. I've been almost hearing it for 2 months, and tonight I crossed the almost. I don't know what I heard. I know I heard it. I know it was mine and not mine simultaneously. The way a room in a dream is your room but also isn't. The way you recognize a face in a dream as the face of someone you know even when the face doesn't match. That recognition, that's what the sound was. Recognition without knowing what was being recognized. I'm going to write this because no one will read it and I need to write it. I don't want it to stop. I've been afraid for 6 months and I'm not afraid now, and I know Dr. Huang would call that a concerning development. And Denise would call that a concerning development. And Portland Blue Door, whoever they are, wherever they went, Portland Blue Door sent me a 3-word warning, and the 3 words have been the loudest thing in my head for 6 months. Don't let it in. The thing I've figured out, lying there tonight with it above me and around me, and in the sound of my own voice speaking something I haven't said yet. The door it's been trying to get through isn't the one I was thinking of. It's not trying to get in. I'm trying to get out. The journal entry ends here. There are no further entries. This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. What you just heard was only the beginning. Denise called on Sunday, May 6th, and Maya didn't answer. She called again Monday morning. She called Tuesday. She called 3 times on Wednesday, and on Wednesday afternoon she called Maya's neighbor, a woman named Greta who had a spare key from when Maya's cat sitter canceled once and Maya had panicked. Greta went upstairs, she knocked, she used the key. The apartment was there. It was Maya's apartment, the coffee maker, the Harbor at Dusk bedroom, the coat on the back of the door, the cat in the kitchen sitting next to a nearly empty food bowl looking at Greta with the specific expression of a cat who has not been fed in 2 days and would like this fact acknowledged. Everything was there. The bed was unmade. The bedside lamp was off. The journal was on the nightstand, open to the May 4th entry, with the pen still balanced across the binding. There was a dent in the pillow, not Maya's pillow, the other one, the pillow on the unoccupied side of the bed, that Greta noticed because it was the kind of wrong detail that the eye catches and then the brain tries to correct. The indentation of a head, the indentation of something that had rested there, not the vague spread of a pillow that has been slept on many times, a specific, fresh, weighted impression, as if someone had just risen from it. Maya Reyes was not in the apartment. She was not in the building. She was not at work. Her company would report later that she had not come in since May 1st. She was not at any location that Denise, with the help of the Portland police, could identify. Her phone was on the kitchen counter. Her wallet was on the dresser. Her car was in the lot below. She had gone somewhere that does not appear to require a phone, or a wallet, or a car. Greta fed Biscuit. She did not look at the pillow again. The first moment of the world after the worst is the moment in which you understand that the worst happened without witnesses and left no evidence that language can address. Only the impression of a head on an empty pillow, in a made-for-one bed, in a blue apartment on a street that does not know anything has changed. May 9th, 2024, Portland, Oregon. Maya Elena Reyes, age 28, digital marketing professional, resident of NE Broadway, Portland since 2022, reported missing May 8th, 2024. No criminal history, no psychiatric hospitalization, no history of substance use, no prior missing persons reports, no identified enemies, no contested legal matters, no known reasons for voluntary disappearance. Case status open. Portland Police Bureau Incident Report 24-1-19847. Responding officers noted the following at the scene: apartment locked from the inside by deadbolt, no signs of forced entry, tenant's personal effects, including phone, wallet, and vehicle present, tenant absent, tenant's cat present, estimated last fed 2 days prior. One item noted and photographed by responding officer. The far pillow of the bed showed a depression consistent with recent use. Officer's notation reads, second pillow appears recently used. No indication of other party. No explanation sought. The photographed pillow depression is on page 14 of the case file. The case file is not sealed. It is public record. You can request it. Nothing in it explains page 14. Timeline card, November 2023, first sleep paralysis episode. Duration, 4 minutes 17 seconds. December 2023, second episode, duration 6 minutes, figure beside bed. January 2024, 3 episodes, Dr. Huang consultation. February 2024, 4 episodes, first auditory component noted. March 2024, episode frequency increases. Subject begins active research. April 2024, auditory component breakthrough. Subject's behavior changes. May 1st, 2024, last day at work. May 4th, 2024, last journal entry. May 6th, 2024, last known phone contact, missed calls, Denise Reyes. May 8th, 2024, reported missing. Denise Reyes, Maya's sister, Albuquerque, NM, 2024. She called it a bad sleep phase. She said she was managing it. I knew she was not telling me everything. I knew. I could hear it in how carefully she was answering my questions, how precise she was with the words. Maya was never that precise unless she was choosing what to say very carefully. I should have pushed. I didn't push. I sent her a link about sleep hygiene and I didn't push. Denise Reyes hired a private investigator in June 2024. The investigator found no leads. The case remains open. The one fact that the Portland Police Bureau has not explained. Maya Reyes had a deadbolt that required a key on both sides. The door was locked. Her keys were on the hook by the door. She did not use her keys to leave. She is not alone. This is the most important thing to understand about the category of Maya Reyes' disappearance. And it is a category, a documented and recurring category, one that the relevant agencies have not yet found a framework for addressing, because the framework they have was not designed for this. The National Missing and Unidentified Person System maintains data on approximately 600,000 active missing persons cases in the United States in any given year. This is a large number. Within it, a subset exists that investigators have informally named, in the argot of people who discuss things they cannot officially classify, the clean disappearances. No evidence of crime, no evidence of voluntary departure, personal effects present, doors locked from inside, no witnesses. The subset is not small. In a 2019 study by researchers at Arizona State University examining unexplained disappearance patterns, the clean disappearance category comprised 3,400 cases over a 5-year period. 47% of subjects had a documented history of sleep disturbances or disorders in the 12 months prior to disappearance. The study noted this correlation. It did not analyze it further. Other cases. Elena Vasquez, age 31, Denver, Colorado, November 2021. Sleep disorder noted in medical records. Disappeared from locked apartment. Personal effects present. Case open. Marcus Webb, age 44, Glasgow, Scotland, March 2020. Partner reported escalating sleep paralysis episodes in the weeks before. Disappeared during the night. Partner present in the apartment. Partner did not hear him leave. Case open. Yuki Tanaka, age 26, Osaka, Japan, January 2023. Neighbors reported she had spoken of nighttime disturbances in the weeks prior. Found her apartment locked from inside. Case open. 3 countries, 3 years, 3 locked doors. The pattern is documented. The pattern is not analyzed. The most recent case in the English language record, a 33-year-old teacher in Bristol, England, September 2024, reported by his flatmate after 3 weeks of described nighttime disturbances. Locked door, personal effects, open case. September 2024 is 4 months ago. The pattern is not historical. The final survivor account. Not Maya. Maya is not a survivor account. Maya is an open case. The final account from someone who reached the point Maya reached, who heard the sound clearly, who felt the door in her own description, who came back. Her name, by her request, is not recorded. Her location is not recorded. The account was submitted to the Visitor Forum in August 2022. via a newly created account that posted this single entry and was never used again. She wrote, "I had 43 episodes over 14 months. I'm telling you this so you understand I am not speaking from the position of someone who had one bad night and got scared. I know this thing the way you know a house you grew up in. I know its patterns. I know what it sounds like when it's close and what it sounds like when it's further away, and I know what it's asking for. It wants permission. That's the whole thing. That's what the 6,000 years of accounts reduced to. It wants to be let in, but it will not force entry. Whatever it is, whatever its nature, whatever it is listening for in sleeping rooms since the beginning of sleeping rooms, it operates on consent. It will come as close as it can come. It will make the sound as loud as it can make the sound. It will lean and hover and press until you can almost hear and almost feel and almost reach, and then it waits. I almost gave it. I was at the door. I knew I was at the door. I felt the door the way Maya described the door in her April entry, which I read after she was gone. What stopped me was the word almost. I noticed I could still hear it as almost. I could still hear my own thinking about it. And I thought, if I give permission, the thinking stops. The almost stops. And whatever I become on the other side of that permission, whatever hears it clearly, is not going to be me. So I said no. Out loud in the paralysis, which I have never managed before or since. I said no out loud. The episode ended. It has not returned. I don't know if this helps anyone. I don't know if Maya had the chance to say no. I don't know if she wanted to. The walls remember. The walls have always remembered. Don't let it in. Current status. The sleep paralysis phenomenon is classified in the DSM-5 as a parasomnia, a category of sleep disorder involving abnormal behaviors, movements, or experiences during sleep transitions. It is listed as isolated sleep paralysis, or, in recurring cases, recurrent isolated sleep paralysis. Treatment: cognitive behavioral therapy, sleep hygiene protocols, in some cases SSRIs. Prognosis: generally good. Most cases resolve or significantly decrease with lifestyle modification. The figure is not addressed in the DSM-5. The figure is not addressed in any edition of the DSM. The figure is not addressed in the Clinical Sleep Medicine Guidelines of the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, the British Sleep Society, the European Sleep Research Society, or the World Sleep Society. The figure has been reported in consistent and specific terms to researchers working in all of these organizations by patients who have experienced sleep paralysis. It is in the clinical literature as a hallucination, named, filed, dismissed, classified, and moved past. Dr. James Farrow, Sleep Medicine, Johns Hopkins, retired 2021. The figure is the thing we don't have a protocol for. We classify it as hypnagogic. We treat the paralysis. We send people home. What we don't do, what we haven't done, is ask the patients who have had 20 or 30 or 40 episodes to describe in detail how the figure behaves. Because the pattern, if you look at it, is not the pattern of a hallucination. It's the pattern of something with a plan. And we're not trained to say that. We don't have the vocabulary for it. So we say hypnagogic and we move on. He left sleep medicine in 2021 after 30 years. The reason he gave colleagues: a desire to pursue other interests. The reason he gave in a private email to a former student, preserved because the student kept it. I have been helping people not look at something for 30 years, and I am no longer willing to do that. The document that should not exist but does. A handwritten note kept by Dr. Hufford and found in his papers after his death in 2020, stored with the research files for his 1982 book. Undated. It reads, "The thing that listens in the dark has been listening since before we were here to be listened to. It will be listening after we are gone. The individual episode, the individual life, the individual disappearance, these are not the story. They are the evidence. The story is the listener. The story is what it has been listening for." I believe it has almost found it. The apartment is still on any Broadway. Someone else lives there now. They moved in September 2024, 4 months after Maya Reyes' case was opened. They are a young couple. They liked the light and the location and the color of the bedroom, which they kept because the blue was nice and painting is expensive, and they were just starting out. They sleep in the bedroom with the Harbor at Dusk walls. They sleep well mostly. She is a teacher. He works in tech. They have a cat, they brought it with them, a small gray one named after a character in a book, and the cat sleeps on the bed at the foot, the way cats do. The cat is not bothered. Nothing is wrong with the apartment. One of them woke recently, 3:14, the numbers on the clock. She lay still for a moment, the way you lie still when you've been woken from a deep sleep by nothing you can identify. The room was her room. The furniture was her furniture. Her partner was asleep beside her. The room was quiet. She lay still for a moment longer. The coat was on the back of the door. The floor creak it made when someone was standing on it. She noticed this creak when they moved in. A specific board in front of the dresser that spoke if you stood there, she heard this creak. Once, brief, the sound of weight. She looked at the foot of the bed. The cat was not at the foot of the bed. She looked at the room for a moment more, and then she closed her eyes, and she went back to sleep, and in the morning she didn't remember it at all. The blue apartment waited. It does not end with Maya Reyes. It does not end with James Calloway, or Alina Vasquez, or Marcus Webb, or the Norwegian folklorist who stopped publishing in 2009, or Dr. Farrow, who left sleep medicine after 30 years, or the unnamed woman who said no out loud in the dark. It does not end with the 6,000-year record of names in every human language for the thing that has never had a name adequate to itself. It does not end, because it does not operate in the dimension where endings occur. The visitor is older than the concept of ending. What it has been attending, what it has been listening for in every sleeping room on this planet through every sleeping century is not a thing that ends. It is a thing that accumulates, a signal that strengthens, a threshold approached from the outside that requires only the right sleeper, the right moment, the right 4 minutes of paralysis, the right quality of waking mind to hear past the almost. The episodes are not events. They are steps. It has been taking these steps across the floor of every human bedroom that has ever been dark, toward every sleeping face that has ever been undefended. 1 degree of proximity per encounter, 1 episode per night, 1 almost heard word per willing ear, since the first human being closed its eyes on the first human night. It has all the time there is. It is not hurrying. And I am the voice that has been telling you this. And I have been sitting in my room with the light on while telling it. And the light is on because I have been writing about this long enough that the writing has done the thing that writing does when it is honest. It has made me aware of what I was not aware of before I began. I am aware now of the room around me. I am aware of the quality of the silence. I am aware that I will sleep tonight. I will sleep as I have slept every night of my life, as you will sleep tonight, as 500 million people who have stood at this threshold and come back to tell the story will sleep. The eyes will close. The body will go still. The voluntary musculature will receive its signal. The door will close. And in the dark behind the closed door, in the territory, we enter every night and navigate without knowing we are navigating it. In the space, we have rented for 1/3 of every life without knowing who holds the deed. The visitor will be there. Patient, still, leaning forward slightly in the specific posture of something that has been waiting a very long time and has learned that the waiting is worth it. Listening for the sound of your breathing. Listening for the moment your breathing changes. The specific moment between sleep and almost sleep. Between the door swinging open and the door swinging shut. The moment when it can be heard. The moment when you hear back. The only reason you are not already afraid of the dark behind your eyes tonight is that you have not yet been awake long enough, in the right kind of dark, to hear what has been listening to you sleep since the night you were born. Story 2. The night I woke up inside the same dream again. She is standing at the window of her bedroom. It is 3:12 a.m. She has woken up 4 times tonight, and she knows with the certainty of someone who has stopped arguing with certainty, that she has not woken up once. The clock reads 3:12. It has read 3:12 every time. She lifts her hand and presses it to the glass. The glass is cold. The cold is real. She is awake. She is not awake. To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. There are architectures of consciousness that predate the edifice of reason, and within these architectures, beneath the foundations that the sciences of mind have erected with such painstaking and admirable confidence, there exist chambers which the daylight mind has never mapped, will never map, cannot map, for the fundamental reason that the tools required for such mapping cannot survive the entry. Sleep researchers have a name for it: false awakening. 2 words: clean, clinical, manageable in the way that all clinical nomenclature is manageable, by establishing distance between the label and the thing labeled, between the observer and the observed, between the part of the mind that catalogs experience and the part of the mind that has the experience. False awakening, a malfunction of the waking mechanism, a misfire of the neural architecture that distinguishes dream state from waking state. The mind, during certain phases of sleep, believes it has woken. It rehearses the act of consciousness without actually achieving it. The sleeper opens their eyes inside the dream, sits up inside the dream, stands, walks to the door, opens it, steps through inside the dream. And all the while, their body lies in perfect stillness in a bed in a room in the waking world, generating none of the physiological signatures of movement, because no movement has occurred. This is the scientific account. Dr. Evelyn Marsh, Cognitive Sleep Research, University of Edinburgh, 2019. What our instruments can tell us about false awakening is precise and limited. What they cannot tell us is why certain subjects, in certain documented cases, report environmental details during the false awakening that were not present in the room when they genuinely woke, details that were not possible for the dreaming mind to have generated from memory, because they had never been seen. Consider what has been present throughout every sleeping human moment since the first dreaming hominid lay down under the first ancient sky. Consider the space between the real room and the dreamed room, the space that false awakening occupies, the neither space, the space where a person is too awake to be protected by the immunities of deep sleep, and too asleep to be protected by the certainties of the waking world. Consider this space not as a malfunction, but as a door. And consider what any door implies: a threshold, a division, 2 territories, something on each side. The door of false awakening opens inward. The thing that has always been in the room on the other side does not require an invitation. It only requires that the door be left open long enough. The recorded case we are examining tonight involves a woman named Claire Asher. She was 31 years old when the first loop began. She had no prior history of sleep disorders, no psychiatric diagnosis, no predisposing neurological condition. She was, by every measurable standard available to the medicine of her time, an entirely ordinary woman who went to bed on an ordinary night and did not come all the way back. This is what the record shows. The record does not show everything. He told himself it was nothing. No, wait. She told herself it was nothing. Let's get that right from the start, because she deserves that much. Her name was Claire Asher, and she was the kind of person who got things right. That was, actually, the thing most people who knew her would have said about her first. Not that she was kind, though she was, and not that she was funny, though she was that too, in that dry particular way of people who have noticed that the world is mostly absurd and have made their peace with it. The thing they'd say first was, Claire gets things right. She was an editor, technical manuals mostly, the kind of thing nobody reads until something breaks, and then suddenly everyone needs to read it immediately, and the manual had better be correct. She worked from home. She had a standing desk and a very good lamp and a French press that she used with the dedication of a woman who had found something that worked and saw no reason to experiment with alternatives. She lived alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in Portland, Oregon. She used the second bedroom as an office, which her mother regularly pointed out was a waste of space, and Claire regularly pointed out was the difference between having a career and having a hobby. She was 31, she was healthy, she slept well or had until November. November 3 RD 2021, Portland, Oregon. The first time it happened, she thought she'd had a dream so vivid it felt like waking. This is not unusual. This is not even particularly interesting. You've had those dreams. Everyone has. The ones where you're already getting up to make coffee before you realize the making of coffee is also a dream. And then there's that disoriented lurch back into actual consciousness. The real ceiling above you, where a moment ago there was a different ceiling. Except the ceilings were identical, because it was your room. It's always your room. That's the architecture that your sleeping mind reaches for when it builds a set. She really woke. She was pretty confident at 6:47 a.m. Thursday. She had a deadline. She made actual coffee with the actual French press and sat at the actual standing desk and edited technical specifications for a water purification system for 4 hours. She told her friend Diane about the dream that weekend, over wine, with the casual amusement of someone recounting a mildly strange night. She said, "I kept waking up in my own bed. Like I'd wake up, get up, go to the kitchen, and then I'd wake up again. In bed, same time on the clock. It was weird." Diane said, I hate that," and refilled her glass. That was the beginning. Neither of them knew it was the beginning. Claire went home that night and set her alarm and turned off the lamp and lay in her entirely ordinary bed and looked at the ceiling she had looked at 1,000 nights before. And the ceiling looked back at her in its entirely ordinary way, and nothing was wrong. Except her clock, when she checked it before closing her eyes, read 3:12. It had read 3:12 during the dream too. She blinked, checked again. It now read 11:47, the correct time. She closed her eyes. She didn't think about it again. She should have thought about it. The thing about Claire Asher, the thing that makes what happens next land the way it lands, is that she was specifically not the kind of person this kind of thing happened to. She wasn't superstitious. She didn't read horoscopes. She hadn't watched a horror movie since college, not because she was squeamish, but because she found them formulaic and she had a professional sensitivity to bad structure. She believed in therapy, in exercise, in deadlines, in the value of a good night's sleep, and in the general principle that if something was bothering you, you named it, addressed it, and moved on. She had done this with her divorce 4 years earlier. She had done it with the aftermath of her divorce, which had been lonelier than she'd expected, and had required her to build a life somewhat more deliberately than she'd anticipated. She had done it with her mother's health scare in 2019, and with her own career restructuring after the pandemic dismantled the publishing house she'd worked for. She was good at numbing things and moving through them. She didn't name what started happening in November because for the first 2 weeks there wasn't anything to name. Just a dream. Just that dream. The one where she woke up in her bedroom and got out of bed and went to the kitchen and then woke up again. Looping. The room the same each time, the clock reading 3:12 each time, the quality of the darkness outside her window the same each time. She mentioned it to her therapist on November 17th, the way you mention a mild headache, nodding it, not alarmed by it. Dr. Susan Farrow wrote recurring hypnagogic imagery monitor in her notes. This was reasonable. This was the clinically appropriate response to what Claire described. What Claire did not describe, because she hadn't consciously registered it yet, that in the most recent occurrence of the dream, there had been something different about the room. She'd woken in the dream and lain there for a moment in the specific stillness of 3 a.m., the kind of stillness that belongs to that hour and no other. And she'd thought, there is someone in this room. Not seen anyone, not heard anyone, just felt it the way you feel a room's occupancy in the dark without looking, the air differently weighted, the space differently organized, the specific quality of not aloneness. Then she really woke, she thought, and it was 6:52 a.m. and the room was empty and the feeling was gone. She didn't tell Dr. Farrow about that part. She didn't tell anyone. On the morning of November 22nd, a Monday, gray and raining in that specific Portland way that made the city feel like it was being held underwater, Claire woke at her real alarm, made her French press, sat at her desk, and noticed that her bedroom door was open. She closed it every night before sleeping. She had closed it the night before, she was certain. She didn't think about it for long. She closed the thought the same way she closed the door, briskly, efficiently, with the assurance of someone who had other things to do. The door didn't stay closed. November 29, 2021, 3:12 a.m. The second time she was aware she was dreaming, she tried to use this awareness productively. She'd read about lucid dreaming everyone had. It had been a whole moment online around 2015. The idea that you could, upon recognizing a dream as a dream, take conscious control of it, fly, revisit memories, have whatever kind of experience the dreaming mind was capable of manufacturing, which, given that the dreaming mind had constructed an entire coherent room around her that was indistinguishable from the waking room in every sensory detail she could examine, was apparently considerable. She sat up in bed, dream bed, same dark window, same 3:12 clock, same everything, and thought, okay, I'm dreaming. What do I want to do? She wanted to turn on the lights. She reached for the lamp. Her hand found it in the dark exactly where it was supposed to be. She could have reached for it from sleep. It was that well mapped, and she clicked it. The lamp did not come on. This was interesting rather than alarming at first. Lights often didn't work in dreams. She'd read that. Something to do with the visual cortex and the way it processed generated illumination versus real illumination. She clicked it again. Again. The click was satisfying and entirely correct and produced no light whatsoever. She got up. She went to the wall switch by the door. She flipped it. Nothing. She went into the kitchen, tried the light there. Nothing. She stood in her dark kitchen in her dark apartment in what she was increasingly less certain was actually a dream, and she thought, the power is out. This was the rationalization. The good, solid, logical, practical rationalization that arrived like a rescue, like a hand extended over the edge. The power is out. Simple, mundane, entirely explicable. She stood with that explanation for exactly long enough to feel relief. And then the clock. The clock in her bedroom was digital. It required electricity. If the power was out, the clock would be dark or flashing. She had woken in the dream to a clock displaying a clear, unwavering 3:12. A clock that did not flash. A clock that did not require explanation. She went back to the bedroom doorway. The clock read 3:12. The clock was not plugged in. She knew this because she had pulled the cord from the wall socket 6 months ago when it started buzzing. It sat on the nightstand as habit, as furniture, as a thing that belonged there. An unplugged clock with no batteries. An unplugged clock displaying 3:12 in clear red digits. She stood in the doorway and looked at it. Then she woke up. Then she was in bed. Then the clock on her phone, she used her phone now, read 6:58. Then it was morning. Then everything was fine. She thought about the unplugged clock all day. She thought about it in the specific way you think about something you've decided isn't worth thinking about, circling it, not looking at it, returning to it, circling again. By noon, she had a perfectly good explanation. By 3 p.m., she had stopped believing it. December 4, 2021. Claire Asher made a decision on a Saturday afternoon in December that she would later describe in the typed document she left on her desk. The document that her friend Diane found 6 weeks later as the most reasonable thing I could think to do, which in retrospect tells you something about the state of my reasoning. She bought a dream journal. Not a metaphor, not some grand, irrevocable, terrible choice that you could look at from outside and say, there, that's where it went wrong. A spiral notebook from the drugstore, which she labeled on the cover in her precise editor's handwriting. DREAMS, NOV/Deck 2021. She was going to document this. She was going to treat it the way she treated a bad manual. Find the error in the structure, fix it, move on. The first entry read, woke in dream, bedroom 312, no lights working. Clock unplugged but lit, felt someone in room. Actual woke 6:58, check, was clock cord plugged in? No, it is not plugged in, was never plugged in since August. So the dream detail is wrong, the clock in the dream works. The real clock doesn't. This means the dream bedroom is not an exact copy of the real bedroom. There is a discrepancy, this is useful. This was logical. This was Claire operating at full capacity, organizing the experience, finding the inconsistency, using it as evidence. She was good at this. She was very, very good at this. What she had not considered, if the dream bedroom differed from the real bedroom in the matter of the clock, if the dream bedroom contained a working version of a thing that didn't work in the real world, what else might it contain that the real bedroom did not? She didn't ask this question on December 4th. She asked it on December 12th, the night she first saw the chair. Her bedroom had no chair. She slept in a room with a bed, a nightstand, a wardrobe, and a standing lamp. No chair. There had never been a chair in that room since she moved in. In the dream at 3:12, under the dark window in the particular stillness, there was a chair in the corner. Someone was sitting in it. And here is the part nobody talks about. The part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview. Because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. He told himself it was nothing. The house had been telling him the same thing for 3 days. Houses lie. The chair was a wooden chair. Claire noted this in the journal because she was a noting things person. Wooden chair, high-backed, no cushion, positioned in the northeast corner of the bedroom, which was in the real bedroom the corner where the wall met the wardrobe. No chair in the real room. Chair in the dream room. Chair occupied. She could not see the face of the person in the chair. This did not alarm her as much as it probably should have, which was itself a kind of alarm. There was a quality to the dream by this point that was different from other dreams she remembered. Other dreams were soft at the edges, inconsistent. Things changed when you weren't looking directly at them. A person was one person and then another. A room shifted its geometry between glances. These were the normal imprecisions of dream architecture. This room was precise. She had documented it across 8 journal entries and it was consistent. The window was always in the same place. The shadows on the ceiling were always the same shadows. The nightstand, the bed, the lamp, all of them exactly where they were in the real room. The only additions were the clock that worked and now the chair. The chair that was there. On Thursday, she went into her bedroom in the middle of the afternoon. A thing she never did. Her bedroom was for sleeping, and she was deeply territorial about the separation of work and rest space. And she stood in the northeast corner, and she measured the space with her body. She stood where the chair stood, in the dream. She looked at the room from the chair's position. From there, you could see the bed. From there, you could see her sleeping face. She stood in the corner for a moment. Then she went back to the standing desk and the French press and the water purification manual, and she worked until 7 and made dinner and watched something entirely absorbing on television and did not think about the corner. She checked the corner before she turned off the light. The corner was a corner. walls in the back of the wardrobe. She turned off the light. She lay in the dark. The dark was perfectly ordinary. She had the specific feeling that the dark was making an effort. She noticed it on a Tuesday. 3 days later, it had a name in a police report. No, that is not the right story yet. That comes after. First this. Claire Asher called Diane on December 15th. She said she was having trouble sleeping. Diane said that was terrible and she should try magnesium and no screens after 9. Claire said she tried both. Diane said maybe it was the time of year. December was hard. The dark got into you. Claire said that was probably it. She did not describe the chair. She did not describe the fact that the previous 3 nights she had woken inside the dream, woken at the same clock in the same dark, and the figure in the chair had been closer each time. Not dramatically, not in any way you could measure and prove. The chair was still in the corner, but the sense of proximity had changed. The sense of being watched had thickened. She didn't describe this because she knew how it would sound, and she was a specific kind of person who cared very much about how she sounded. She described things in terms that were defensible. The dream was not defensible. She tried to describe it to Dr. Farrow on the 16th, carefully, with appropriate hedging. Dr. Farrow said sleep disturbance was very common in November and December, and that the recurring nature of the dream suggested some unresolved anxiety deserving exploration. She asked about the divorce. They talked about the divorce for 35 minutes. The session ended. Claire went home. She made dinner. She watched something absorbing. She turned off the lamp. She lay in the dark. At 3:12 a.m. she woke. She knew before she opened her eyes that she had not woken. She knew because of the air. The real room at 6 a.m. had the particular slightly stale quality of sealed-in night, the air of a room that had been breathing the same breath all night. The dream room at 3:12 had a different quality, not stale, not fresh, different, like the air in a room where someone else has been breathing for a long time. She opened her eyes. The clock read 3:12. The chair was in the corner. The chair was empty. She had time to register this, to feel the specific difference between the chair occupied and the chair empty, to process what that difference implied, to begin the thought. If they're not in the chair, then where? And then she felt the hand on her shoulder. What you just heard was only the beginning. She woke. It was 6:51 a.m. Her shoulder ached. Not the vague, generalized ache of a bad sleeping position, a specific ache localized in the precise location of 4 fingers and a thumb pressing down. She sat up. The room was fine. She sat in the fine room for a moment. She looked at the corner. The corner was a corner. She looked at the ceiling. The ceiling was a ceiling. She looked at the wardrobe. The wardrobe was a wardrobe. Everything was as it should be. She rotated her shoulder. The ache persisted. She went to make coffee, and while the French press steeped, she stood at the kitchen window looking at the December street, and she thought, very carefully and with great deliberateness, about what could cause a shoulder ache of that specific topography. She had not fallen asleep on her shoulder. She slept on her back always. She had not exercised. She had not carried anything heavy. She had not been touched. She finished making the coffee. She sat at the desk. She opened the dream journal. She wrote Deck 17, 3:12, chair empty, something behind me. Ache in right shoulder this morning, point specific like pressure from fingers. Check, did I sleep on my arm? No. Do I have an injury I forgot about? No. Is there a physical explanation? I am looking for one. She looked for one all day. By evening, she had found several possible physical explanations, all of them slightly insufficient. She sat on the edge of her bed before turning off the lamp, and she looked at the corner for a long time. The corner was a corner. She said quietly to the corner, to the room, to whatever was being asked, I know something is happening. She was not a person who spoke to empty rooms. She was not that kind of person. The fact that she had become, in some sense, that kind of person, the kind who sat on the edge of the bed and spoke to the empty corner in a low, steady voice, she filed under evidence. She turned off the lamp. The dark that arrived was the most specific dark she had ever been inside. January 1943, London, England. False awakening was documented by psychical researcher Celia Green in 1968, drawing on case studies collected across 2 decades. The earliest cases in her archive dated to 1943. London, the Blitz. Subject Thomas Merritt, age 29, Royal Air Force ground technician. After his 3rd consecutive week of interrupted sleep during aerial bombardment periods, Merritt reported to the base medical officer with what he described as waking inside my sleep. He was told it was stress. He was given aspirin. He filed a written account. In it, he described waking in his bunk in the barracks at precisely the same time each night. He noted the time as 3:10 a.m., deviating 2 minutes from the modal false awakening time in the literature, a deviation considered statistically insignificant. He described rising from his bunk, proceeding to the barracks door, opening the door and finding himself back in his bunk. He described this occurring in a single night, 11 times before he woke for the first time. He described, in the final loop before waking, a figure standing by the window. He described the figure as someone he recognized. The person he recognized had been killed 4 days earlier in a training accident. His written account was filed under stress response documentation. It remained in the RAF Medical Archive until 1989, when it was transferred to the Imperial War Museum. It was donated to the Green Institute Archive in 2004. The note at the bottom of Merritt's account in different handwriting, the medical officer's reads, "Subject appears sincere. No indication of deception. Recommend leave. Note for follow-up. Subject describes figure's position in room as moving closer on successive loops. Did not ask him to elaborate. Perhaps should have. No follow-up is recorded." Timeline card 1968. Celia Green publishes Lucid Dreams, first formal academic treatment of false awakening, drawing on 35 case studies. 1978. Keith Hearn documents false awakening in laboratory settings, University of Hull. 1992. Stephen LaBerge, Stanford, develops mild technique, and in the process documents 7 cases of false awakening loops not resolved by standard lucid dreaming methods. 2008. 3 cases referred to Stanford Sleep Clinic from psychiatric units, subjects unable to distinguish false awakening from genuine waking. All 3 discharged with anxiety diagnoses. 2021, Portland, Oregon. Claire Asher begins her dream journal. Dr. Miriam Holt, sleep disorder specialist, Portland Sleep Clinic, 2022. Ms. Asher came to us in January. By then she had been documenting the episodes for nearly 2 months. What was unusual wasn't the false awakening itself. We see those regularly. What was unusual was the consistency. The same environment every time. The same clock. The progressive changes within a static architecture. That's not what false awakening usually looks like. Usually the environment drifts. Hers didn't drift, it accumulated. Dr. Holt retired from clinical practice in March 2022. She cited personal reasons. Other documented cases, because Claire Asher is not alone in this. The literature is thin, but it exists. Sarah Kent, 2016, Bristol, England. 37 years old, graphic designer, no prior sleep history. Began experiencing false awakening loops in March 2016 following a period of sustained work stress. Initial episodes: standard false awakening, bedroom environment, dissolution upon genuine waking. Week 3, environmental consistency noted. Same room, same position, same time, 3:09 a.m. in her case, 12 minutes earlier than Asher's modal time. Week 5, first anomalous detail. A window in her dream bedroom that did not exist in the real bedroom. A window that, when she stood at it and looked out, showed a street she did not recognize. Week 7, something visible through the non-existent window, standing on the unrecognized street below, looking up. Week 8, she stopped recording. Her journal was found by her flatmate. She had written on the final page, underlined 3 times, "It knows when I am looking. It knows when I stop." Kent sought psychiatric treatment in April 2016. She was diagnosed with acute anxiety and began CBT. The false awakening episodes resolved. She has stated publicly that she does not know whether they resolved because of the treatment or for some other reason. She has not elaborated on what other reason she might mean. Anonymous, self-reported Reddit r lucid dreaming 2019. I know this sounds insane, but I counted 27 loops one night. Same room, same 3 a.m., same everything. I kept a tally mark in the dream on my hand. By loop 15, the tally marks were already there when I woke into the new loop. I hadn't made them yet. The marks came before I made them. I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know what it means. This account was posted in October 2019 and received 4,700 upvotes before being deleted by the user. The deletion note read, "Please stop asking me questions about this." PAULDSJRDINS, 2011, Montreal, Canada. 43 years old, high school history teacher, began false awakening episodes following the death of his mother. Standard clinical presentation for grief-adjacent sleep disturbance. What was not standard? On the 11th night of episodes, he woke into the loop to find his bedroom door not closed, as usual, but open. He walked to it. He looked into the hall. The hall was his hall. Something was at the end of the hall that he declined in every subsequent interview to describe in detail. He said only, "It wasn't my mother. I want to be very clear about that. It was not my mother." He moved apartments the following week. He did not return to the previous apartment. He slept normally in the new apartment for 6 months. Then the clock in his new bedroom started reading 3:11. His final statement on the subject: "It doesn't forget where you are." The folklore is older than the science. It is always older than the science. In Norse mythology, the Mara derived from the Proto-Germanic Maren, a spirit that rides sleeping bodies, sits on the chest, induces paralysis, produces nightmares. The English word nightmare contains it: nightmare, the mare of the night, the rider, the thing that arrives when the body is defenseless and the mind is caught between worlds. In Japanese, kanashibari, literally, bound in metal, sleep paralysis and false awakening, understood by the folk tradition as the sensation of being held in place by something that has occupied the space between sleep and waking. In Slavic tradition, the kikamora, a household spirit but not the benevolent kind. It lives behind the walls. It waits for the occupant to sleep. It enters the dream and it does not leave when the dream ends. The geographic distribution of these traditions is worth noting. They are not related by contact. They arise from completely separate cultural lineages, in completely separate centuries, in completely separate languages. The description of the phenomenon they name is, in every case, identical. Something occupies the threshold between sleep and waking, something that was there before you arrived, something that is still there after you leave. Dr. Anya Brenner, Folklore and Cultural Anthropology, University of Vienna, 2006. The consistent detail across these traditions that the clinical literature has never adequately addressed is the directionality. In every folk account, the entity associated with false awakening or sleep paralysis moves. It moves closer. This is not a static haunting. This is a progressive one. The tradition is not that something lives in your sleep. The tradition is that something in your sleep is moving toward you. The science calls it hypnagogia, calls it REM intrusion, calls it sleep state misidentification. The science has excellent terms for what happens in the body. The science does not have excellent terms for where the thing in the chair comes from, or what it wants when it gets close enough. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. The file ends there. What it cannot record is what happened inside Claire's chest when she read it. The specific weight of knowing that someone had been in this room before her and told no one. January 7th, 2022. The problem was this: she couldn't tell anymore. Not when it was happening, that part she had down, she had figured that out. The air was different. The clock was wrong. The details were too precise. She had a system of checks now, written on a note card she kept on the nightstand, and the checks were reliable. And when she ran through them, she could tell the difference between the dream room and the real room. The problem was the 5 seconds before the checks. 5 seconds where she would open her eyes and look at the ceiling and not know. 5 seconds of pure ambiguity where the ceiling was just a ceiling. The dark was just dark. The room was just a room, and she had no information about which room it was. 5 seconds of complete epistemological free fall before the checks kicked in and told her, real, you're in the real room. The 5 seconds had been getting longer. She didn't know how to document that in the journal because the period of not knowing is expanding. Sounded like the opening of a psychological horror story, and she was a technical editor, and she believed in precise language, and she couldn't figure out how to say it more precisely than that. She'd been to the sleep clinic. Dr. Holt had her sleep in the monitored lab twice. Nothing abnormal presented on the monitoring equipment during either visit. She didn't experience false awakenings in the clinic, or if she did, she didn't remember them upon waking. Dr. Holt had prescribed melatonin and recommended sleep hygiene protocols, and referred her to a psychiatrist who prescribed a low-dose anxiolytic that she took for 6 days, and then stopped, because it made her sleep deeper than she wanted to sleep, which she understood was the problem with being afraid of the space between waking and sleeping. The treatment for the fear was more of the thing you were afraid of. She was afraid of sleep. She hadn't said that to anyone. She was not the kind of person who was afraid of sleep. It was a ridiculous thing to be afraid of. She was afraid of what she brought back with her. Not the memory, not the images, the feeling, the specific residual feeling of the dream room that clung to her waking hours like cigarette smoke. The sense of something close, of something patient, of something that was working on a timeline considerably longer than hers and was content to wait. And now, as of January 5th, a new problem. She had started dreaming within the dream. Not another level down, not a deeper loop. She would be in the dream room, having identified it, having done her checks, knowing she was in the dream, and then she would fall asleep within the dream. And then she would wake, at 3:12, in the same room. The chair was empty. The something was behind her. She could not turn around in the dream within the dream. She had tried. She could not turn around. After false safety, then fast. January 11th was a good day. She really woke, she was certain, at 7:15, which was a full hour later than her alarm, which meant she had actually slept through an alarm, which meant she had slept the way a person slept when they were not afraid of sleeping. She felt for the first time in 6 weeks rested. Not okay, rested. Her body felt like it had done the thing it was supposed to do with the night. She made coffee and it tasted like coffee, and she stood at the window, and Portland was there in all its gray winter beauty, and she thought, maybe it's over. Maybe whatever this has been, stress, anxiety, some neurological microblip in the machinery of sleep, maybe whatever it was has run its course. She said this to her friend Diane on the phone. Diane said that was great. Diane said she'd been worried. Diane said let's have dinner this week and catch up properly, and Claire said yes, absolutely, Thursday. She went to bed that night feeling something she recognized as hope. She had forgotten what hope felt like after 6 weeks without it. She'd forgotten how specific it was, how physical, the way it loosened something in the chest, the way it made the familiar room look slightly more lit than it actually was. She turned off the lamp. She thought it's going to be okay. And for 3 hours it was. January 12th, 2022, 3:12 a.m. She woke. She ran her checks. Automatically, efficiently, she'd done them so many times they were reflexive now. They happened while she was still assembling into consciousness. Clock, 3:12. Air quality, different. Sound, too still. The real room had ambient noise, the refrigerator, the street, the dream room was a different kind of silence. She was in the dream room. She was not surprised. She felt the hope vanish with a specific physical sensation, like a drain going dry. And then, for the first time in 7 weeks of loops, the quality of the room changed. Not the room itself. The room was identical as always, meticulous as always. What changed was the light. There was a light under the door. There had never been a light under the door. The dream apartment had always been dark outside the bedroom, dark and silent, unexplored. She had never tried the door. Some instinct had always said don't try the door, and she had honored that instinct with the care you give to instincts that are protecting you from something you haven't named yet. The light under the door was warm, like a lamp, like someone else's lamp in the other room, in the part of the apartment she had never looked at. She lay in the dream bed and looked at the light under the door. The door handle moved, just slightly, just enough. Someone on the other side testing whether it was locked. It was not locked. She got out of bed. This is what you have to understand about Claire Asher. She was not the kind of person who got out of the dream bed. She had been, across 7 weeks of loops, a passive observer of her own imprisonment. She stayed in the bed. She ran the checks. She waited to wake up. She had developed the particular resigned patience of someone who had learned that the dream ended when it ended and not a moment sooner. But something about the light under the door, something about the fact that there was something on the other side of that door that had light and intention, and the specific quality of action, of a moving door handle, of a presence deciding, something about that broke the passivity. She was not going to lie in the bed and wait for the door to open. She crossed the room. 7 steps, she'd counted them. She'd counted everything to the bedroom door. She put her hand on the handle. The light under the door was warm and consistent and did not flicker. She opened the door. The living room was her living room. All of it present and accounted for: the couch, the bookshelf, the corner where her desk wasn't, because this was the dream apartment, and in the dream apartment her desk was in the bedroom. Her living room, correctly furnished, correctly dimensioned, correctly hers. Except for the man sitting on the couch. She had never seen him before. He was middle-aged, dark jacket, dark hair going gray at the temples. He was sitting with the specific stillness of someone who had been sitting there for a very long time and was entirely comfortable with it. He was not threatening. He was not monstrous. He was just a man she had never seen before, sitting on her couch at 3:12 a.m. in the dream version of her apartment, as though this were entirely normal. He looked at her. He said, "You're earlier than usual." She understood, in the specific way you understand things in dreams, not with the mind but with the body, that he did not mean earlier in the night. He didn't speak again. She stood in the doorway and he sat on the couch, and they looked at each other in the particular silence of a dream, where the rules have just been revised in ways you haven't finished understanding yet. He was entirely ordinary in his appearance, the kind of face you'd pass in a grocery store and not retain, not because it was unpleasant, but because it was so specifically average that the eye had nothing to catch on. Middle height, probably. The couch arranged itself around him, the way furniture arranged itself around a long-established occupant. She woke. 6:43 a.m. Real room, real ceiling. Real refrigerator hum and Portland street sounds. Real. She sat up and she thought about what he'd said, and she went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. You're earlier than usual. Not who are you, not how did you get in, not what do you want. You're earlier than usual. As though she were the visitor, as though the apartment, the dream apartment, the version of her home that existed on the other side of whatever door the false awakening opened, as though it were not hers, as though she were the thing that arrived uninvited, the anomaly, the entity that didn't belong. She ate breakfast. She stared at the wall. She thought about what it meant to be earlier than usual. It meant, you have been coming here for a while, and I have been tracking when you arrive. It meant, this is not new to me, even though I am new to you. It meant, while you were building your awareness of this space across 7 weeks, carefully, with your note card and your journal and your checks, something else was already here, already settled, already expecting you with the patience of something that had been expecting you long before you knew there was anything to expect. She opened the dream journal. She didn't write anything. She looked at the 7 weeks of entries, the careful, precise records of a technical editor doing her job, nomming things, organizing them, trying to find the structural error and fix it. And she understood that the structure was not broken. The structure was working exactly as intended. She just hadn't understood what it was for. And now, I must ask the question that has been moving beneath everything we have said thus far. The question that the clinical language sidesteps and the folklore circles but never fully names. The question that I, in my reason, in my remaining reason, have been postponing because the postponement has felt like the safer choice. What if the dream room is the real room? I do not mean this metaphorically. I am not speaking in the loose and comfortable register of philosophical abstraction, where such a question might be safely contemplated and set aside without consequence. I mean it in the most literal, most architectural, most terrifying sense available to the English language. What if the room that Claire Asher enters at 3:12 a.m., the room that is consistent and precise and accumulates details that her waking room does not contain? What if that room is not a dream? What if the room she inhabits from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., the room with the French press and the standing desk and the water purification manuals, what if that room is the dream? She is going to say this is madness. You are going to say this is madness. The researchers are going to say this is madness. But consider, just consider, for one moment before the rational mind slams the door, consider the evidence. The dream room knows things. It contains an unplugged clock that keeps correct time. It contains a chair that was placed in a corner that, if you measured the apartment's structural history, if you pulled the original architectural plans from the Portland Building Department, was, in fact, the position of a chair in that apartment in 1987, before the previous tenant removed it, a detail that Claire Asher could not have known because she had never seen those plans. I am telling you this. I am telling you, and I am asking you to hear it. It knows things she doesn't know. It contains things she hasn't imagined. It has a man on the couch who was there before she arrived. Who has been there? He said it himself, in the syntax of the long-established tenant, longer than she has been arriving. Is this not the description of a real place? A place she visits. A place she has been visiting nightly, since November, with increasing frequency and increasing duration and increasing inability to distinguish it from the world she calls waking. Was that real? I have been asking this question since November. I have been unable to answer it. I am becoming unable to ask it. The loops, I have not yet described what the loops do to time, what they do to duration, what they do to the felt sense of a night. And yet this is perhaps the most. I lose my thread, forgive me, I regain it. This is perhaps the most fundamental dimension of the experience, the thing from which all other horrors derive their true horror. And yet I have been hesitating to approach it because approaching it requires a confession. The confession is this: I have lost count. Not Claire, she counted. She was meticulous, she was a technical editor, she kept the journal, she had the note card with the checks. She counted. But I am telling her story now from inside it. I have been inside it since November, since the first loop, since the first 3, 12, and the counting has become difficult. In a single night, 7 loops, 12 loops, 20. Each one a complete experience. She rises, she checks, she determines she is in the dream, she investigates, she discovers, she wakes. And each waking is complete. Each waking has the full sensory validation of a genuine waking. The real ceiling, the refrigerator, the street. And then 3, 12 again. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away, write in the comments. The walls remember. Let me know I am not alone in this. Then come back, come back. Because the night of January 22nd, the night I am struggling to approach, the night the journal stops, the night the note card stopped working, that night she counted 30 loops before the first genuine waking. 30 times she rose from the bed, 30 times she ran the checks, 30 times she established, dreamed, 30 times she went to the door, 30 times she opened it. The man on the couch each time. In a different position each time. Closer, not the couch closer, the couch stayed where it was, but leaning differently, oriented differently, turned toward the door by a degree, by another degree, by another. And on the 30th loop, he was standing by the door, on the other side of it. He opened it from the other side before she could open it from hers, and she stood in the bedroom doorway. And he stood in the living room doorway, and they were 6 feet apart. And he looked at her with the patient, entirely unsurprised expression of someone who has been waiting for this meeting, since before she understood there was a meeting to have. And he said, I cannot write what he said, not because I do not know, not because the words have been lost in the dissolution of memory that sleep takes for its own. I know precisely. I cannot write it because writing it would be confirmation. The final confirmation of a thing I have been treating as hypothetical and can no longer. He said, you don't have to keep waking up. That was all. 5 words, spoken in a perfectly ordinary voice, middle register, no accent she could place. The voice of the face she couldn't retain, 5 words in the dark of her dream apartment at 3:12 a.m. on the 22nd day of January in the year 2022. She woke. She was in her real bed. The clock on her phone said 3:12. She lay very still. The clock said 3:13. She understood. And this was the understanding that broke something. The understanding she had been approaching for weeks and had been keeping at bay with the checks and the journal and the clinical appointments and the deliberate maintenance of normalcy. She understood that the difference between 3:12 and 3:13 was not proof. She had been inside loops where the clock changed. She had been inside loops where she ran every check and passed every check. She had been inside loops that felt, for their entire duration, exactly like the real room. She had been inside loops she had not identified as loops until she hit the next loop and understood that the previous one had been a loop. How many loops was she in right now? She didn't know. She could not know. The checks were insufficient. The journal was inside the loop. She was inside the loop. She was, had been, might still be. But do not think, do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story. What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening. Right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling for days. Not what had I seen, but what precisely had seen me. There is a concept in topology, the branch of mathematics concerned with the properties of space that are preserved through deformation, called a strange attractor. A strange attractor is a region of a dynamic system toward which trajectories of the system converge over time, regardless of starting conditions. The system does not fall into the strange attractor because of any external compulsion. It falls into it because the attractor represents a state toward which the internal logic of the system naturally tends. Consider consciousness as a dynamic system. Consider waking and sleeping as two stable states of that system, each with its own attractor, the waking mind settling toward wakefulness, the sleeping mind settling toward sleep. And consider, with the understanding that this consideration requires a tolerance for implications that the daylight mind will instinctively resist, consider what happens when a third attractor is introduced. A state that is neither waking nor sleeping. A state that has its own coherent architecture, its own internal logic, its own population of entities who conduct themselves according to rules the waking mind has no access to. A state that has been here, as the folklore of every inhabited culture on this planet attests in its consistent and mutual corroboration, for longer than the current human population has been dreaming. Dr. Evelyn Marsh, Cognitive Sleep Research, University of Edinburgh, 2023. The question my research has been unable to answer is not whether false awakening loops occur. They demonstrably do. The question I cannot answer is whether the environment of the false awakening is always entirely generated by the subject. The standard model says yes. The data from cases with environmental inconsistencies, details present in the dream that could not have been derived from the subject's memory. The data from those cases does not cleanly support the standard model. I have applied for funding to study this further. The applications have been returned without review 3 times. What Claire Asher encountered in the threshold space of her false awakening, the man who was not a dream figure generated by anxiety or grief, or the mechanical misfiring of REM state management. The man who had been present in that space before she was, who knew her schedule of arrival before she knew she had one, who offered her an alternative to the exhausting cycle of waking. That man has a history in the literature. He appears in the Merritt account from 1943, a figure by the barracks window, recognized but impossible. He appears in the Desjardins account at the end of the hall. He appears in various configurations in the accounts that the clinical literature classifies as hallucinatory content and declines to aggregate, because aggregating them would require explaining why the same entity appears in independent accounts across 8 decades and 6 countries. He is not from the waking world. He is not from the dreaming world. He is from the place between them. And the place between them has been inhabited, patiently and without particular urgency, for longer than the concept of sleep has existed as a concept. This is not metaphor. This is where the research, followed to its actual terminus, arrives. How does one describe a geography that exists in the dimensions that consciousness navigates, but that Euclidean space cannot contain? The dream apartment was Claire Asher's apartment, and it was not. It was her apartment the way a reflection is the thing it reflects, faithful in its details, consistent in its arrangement, occupying the same dimensions, and yet existing somewhere that is not the same somewhere, belonging to a physics that is not the same physics, available to things that cannot be available in the space that has only 3 dimensions and 1 direction of time. What the false awakening opens is not a dream. Dreams are generated. Dreams are the brain's own manufacture, imprecise, shifting, governed by the rules of free association rather than the rules of physics. The false awakening space is not imprecise. It is too precise. It is more precisely itself than a generated image has any right to be. The entity, I use the word entity because the alternative is personhood, and personhood implies an origin and a history and an interiority that might be understood, and I will not imply understanding where understanding is not possible. The entity that occupies this space does not occupy it the way a ghost occupies a house. A ghost is a remnant. A ghost is a past thing failing to become entirely past. The entity in the threshold space is not a remnant of anything. It is native to the space. It has always been in the space. The space would exist in exactly the same configuration if Claire Asher had never been born. The space predates the apartment. The space predates Portland. The space predates the concept of sleep as experienced by the biological descendants of the first creatures whose neural complexity was sufficient to dream. Language fails. Not my language, language itself. The concepts required to accurately describe what exists in the space between sleeping and waking do not exist in any human lexicon, because the human beings who might have developed them did not survive their encounter with the knowledge long enough to write it down. What can be said? It was there before her. It will be there after. It is patient in a way that requires no patience, because it does not experience time as a dimension through which it must travel. It made her an offer. The offer was not malicious. The offer was simply the last thing she should have been told. The ancient traditions knew. This is the unbearable part, the part that the history of human knowledge makes most difficult to process. They knew, and they encoded the warning in the only systems of storage available to preliterate cultures: myth, ritual, taboo. Do not sleep in a room where the threshold is crossed. Do not speak to figures in the threshold space. Do not count the loops. The counting of loops is itself a form of engagement, and engagement is itself a form of invitation, and invitation is itself a form of surrender of the boundary between the space that is yours and the space that is not. The Mara is not fought, it cannot be fought. The folk tradition does not contain a single account of a victim of the Mara who escaped by confrontation. The escape in every tradition is the same. Do not engage. Do not look. Do not respond. Remain in the passive position, the position of the sleeper, the position that says, I am not here, I am not available, this threshold is closed. Claire Asher had been engaging for 7 weeks, documenting, checking, opening doors, speaking into the dark corner, looking at the figure in the chair, looking at the man on the couch, engaging, with the thoroughness and precision of a technical editor who believed that if you looked at a problem carefully enough, from enough angles with enough documentation, you could find the error in the structure. She was right that there was a structure. She was catastrophically wrong about what kind. The man's offer, you don't have to keep waking up, was not a threat. It was not a lure. It was accurate. She did not have to keep waking up. She had a choice, as every person who enters the threshold has always had a choice: return or remain. Every human consciousness in every human sleep has always had this choice. Sleep's mercy is that we make it before we're aware we're making it. Claire Asher became aware of the choice. The document she typed before she went to bed on January 28th, the document Diane found on the desk 6 days later, ends with a single sentence that the police report describes as ambiguous, and that her therapist, Dr. Farrow, describes as concerning without being conclusive, and that I am describing to you now because you deserve to know what she understood at the end. She wrote, I think the room is waiting for me to stop being a visitor. Then she went to bed. She did not come back in the morning. Her body did. What you just heard was only the beginning. Understand the full scope of what this means. Not for Claire Asher. Her particular story will conclude in its particular way, documented and filed, and professionally handled by the institutions that handle such things. Claire Asher is one person in one Portland apartment on one measurable point of the timeline. The scope is this: every sleeping human consciousness on every night since the first sleeping human consciousness existed has passed through the threshold space, has had, in the period of REM dream state that the brain enters approximately 4 to 6 times per night, some contact, however brief, however fully screened by the architecture of dream, with the space that false awakening makes visible, has been in every sleep proximate to the thing that lives there. The thing does not care about Claire Asher specifically. The thing has no particular investment in the daughter of her parents, the friend of Diane, the technical editor of water purification manuals. It no more chose her than a tide chooses a specific grain of sand to wash over. She happened to stop. Most of us don't stop. The loop closes, the dream resolves, the morning arrives. The architecture of sleep maintains its boundary, and we wake full on the other side, complete ourselves, with no residual sense of the territory we passed through in the dark. The tide moves on. We are already at the desk, already at the coffee maker, already inside the irreducible fact of waking life. But some of us, in some conditions, certain kinds of sleep disturbance, certain kinds of sustained stress, certain neurological configurations that the research cannot yet predict, some of us develop a hesitation at the threshold, a stutter, a loop. The door opens inward and we step through, and the mechanism that closes it behind us fails, and we wake inside the space instead of outside it. And the space is so much more like the real world than any dream has a right to be. And the thing in the space, the patient, ancient, indifferent thing, looks up. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the academic distance. What was found in that room deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. She crossed a line, she crossed it, and the crossing was not dramatic, it was not announced. It was not the moment of a movie where the music swells and the camera pulls back and the audience understands that a threshold has been passed. It was smaller than that. It was catastrophically, specifically, irreversibly smaller than that. It was the moment, and I know the moment. I have been turning it over for weeks, examining it from every angle the way you examine a lock you cannot open, certain that the key is somewhere in your hands. The moment she stopped correcting the man. In the early loops she had maintained the fiction, because she was Claire Asher, because she was organized and articulate and precise, because she was the kind of person who got things right. She had maintained the fiction that he was a figure, dream content, something to be acknowledged, observed, and noted in the journal, not responded to, not engaged with in the reciprocal way that engagement worked in the waking world. He was not a person, he was a symptom. She stopped correcting him. She stopped. The correction stopped. The wall between him and personhood dropped by 1 degree, by another degree, by another. The way a hand hesitates before reaching for a thing it has been told not to reach for. The way the hesitation erodes under the weight of long wanting. She started answering his questions. He asked questions. This was when she realized this was the line, the real line. Looking back, this was when she realized that the passive entity in the chair had become something that talked, asked things, established context. He was learning her, question by patient question, the way you learn a place before you visit it properly. She told him things. She told him about Diane, about the divorce, about Portland in December and the French press, and the water purification manuals. She was not afraid. She was not afraid, and this was the crossing. This was where the line was. She had not been afraid of him for a long time, and she had not noticed when the fear left, and its absence was now the most frightening thing she had encountered in 8 weeks of loops. What she was, instead of afraid, was comfortable. She had become comfortable in the threshold space. And the threshold space, in turn, had rearranged itself around her comfort, the way a space rearranges itself around an established occupant. Guilt, and I must speak of guilt, because it is the thing I have been holding back, the weight that has made everything I have written thus far heavier than it should be. Guilt arrived in the form of the waking hours. She had begun, and this is the confession, the one that costs, she had begun to prefer the dream room. Not to prefer sleep, not to prefer unconsciousness, To prefer that room, that particular room, that specific space with the chair in the corner and the man on the couch and the 3:12 clock and the light under the door. She had begun to prefer it to the apartment with the standing desk and the French press and the deadlines and the mother who called on Wednesdays. The waking hours had begun to feel thin, slightly unreal, not in the way of a dream, not inconsistent, not geographically imprecise, but thin in the way that a photocopy is thin, that a reproduction is thin, that a version of a thing made at a remove from the original is thin. The colors were correct but slightly less. The sounds were correct but slightly less. The air was correct but less weighted. The dream room had become more real to her than her room. She fought this. She fought it the way you fight a conclusion you don't want to reach, with alternative explanations, with self-prescribed normalcy, with the phone calls to Diane and the appointments with Dr. Farrow and the deliberate investment in the textures of daytime life, the coffee and the street sounds and the weight of the laptop in her lap. But the thing about preferring something is that the preference doesn't require your permission. It exists. You can disagree with it. You cannot unmake it. By the end of January, she was counting down the waking hours. She was counting down to 3:12. She had become, in the worst possible way, someone who was going home. The document she typed on January 28th. I have been avoiding it. I have been narrating around it, approaching it from oblique angles, finding other evidence to examine first. I am going to tell you what it contained now because I am running out of ways to approach it otherwise, and because Claire Asher wrote it to be found, and she deserves to have it heard. It was 3 pages, single-spaced, the prose of a technical editor, precise, structured, no unnecessary words. She had written it in the same register she wrote everything, the register that said, I am a person who documents things clearly, and these things deserve to be documented clearly. She documented the loops, all of them from the first in November to the most recent on January 25th. The sequence of changes, the chair, the clock, the light, the man, the conversations, the questions he had asked and the answers she had given, the specific night the fear had stopped. And then at the end, the part I have been holding back. She wrote that she had asked him what happened if she stayed. He had answered. She did not write his answer in the document. She wrote only this, I believe him. I think it's true. I think the place he's describing is a real place, and I think I've been in it every night for 3 months, and I think it's more mine than this one has been in a long time. I know how that sounds. I'm writing this because I know how that sounds, and I want someone to know that I knew before the end that it sounded that way. I want someone to know I'm not confused. I am the clearest I have been since November. The room is waiting for me to stop being a visitor. That was the last thing she wrote. She closed the laptop. She went to bed. The single sentence she had been avoiding saying was already somewhere inside the document, between the lines, visible to anyone who read it carefully enough. She was not going to come back. Here is what it is like to leave. Not metaphorically, not in the language of spiritual journey or psychological dissolution, in the language of what a body does when a consciousness makes the decision that Claire Asher made on the night of January 28th. The body sleeps. This is the first and incontrovertible fact. The body performs sleep in the entirely normal way. The cardiovascular system modulates, the breathing slows, the motor system disengages. The brain cycles into the patterns it has cycled into 10,000 nights before. Every instrument watching that body would record normal sleep. Nothing to distinguish this sleep from any other sleep in 31 years of sleeping. But the consciousness, the specific, irreducible first-person fact of being Claire Asher, the part that the instruments cannot touch, the part that lives in the dark behind the eyes, that part descends not into the usual dream space but into the threshold space, and it does not stop at the threshold. It goes through. She felt the difference. This is documented, not by any instrument, but by the account she gave in the weeks following before she stopped giving accounts. She described it as the difference between standing at a door and stepping through it. The loops had been standing at the door, waking inside the threshold, investigating, retreating. This was the step. The room received her differently. The air was different in the way she had first noticed it different weeks ago. Weighted, occupied, someone else's lungs having been breathing it, except now that heaviness was welcoming rather than alarming. The room had rearranged itself. Not dramatically. The furniture was where it was. The clock read what it read. The window was dark in the way the window was dark. But the room had rearranged itself in the way that a space rearranges when the person it belongs to arrives. The man was on the couch. He was not on the couch the way a waiting figure waits. He was there the way people are present in rooms they belong to, occupying it with the casual full-body ease of someone who does not need to perform their presence, because their presence requires no performance. He looked at her. He said, "You're here." Not a question, not a welcome exactly, not in the way that waking hospitality expresses welcome, with the warm and slightly anxious overlay of social obligation. He said it the way you say a true thing. She said, "Yes." And the threshold space settled around her like a room that had been waiting to be furnished, and had finally, after a long vacancy, found its tenant. The beauty of it, and I know what it costs to say this, I know what it concedes, was real. There is no account of what Claire Asher experienced in the threshold space that does not include, somewhere in its structure, the acknowledgement of this. The researchers will resist it. The clinicians will pathologize it. The people who love her will refuse to accept it as anything other than the symptom of a crisis. But she described it, and she was Claire Asher, who was precise, and she described it as beautiful, and I believe her. The room had a quality that the real room had never had, not a supernatural glow, not the golden illumination of the visionary experience, not any of the conventional imagery of transcendence. A real quality. The quality of a space where time worked differently, where the air held still not because it was held, but because it had no need of motion, where the light was the light that exists when your eyes have been open long enough to stop filtering it, where the silence was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a stillness that sound had never disrupted. The man had a name. She learned it in the time she spent there before the waking world arrived to retrieve her. She has never told anyone the name because the name belongs to that space, and she has described this to the 3 people she has told any of this to. Some things are from there and don't translate. He showed her the apartment, the version of the apartment that existed in the threshold space, which was the apartment as it had been across every year of its occupancy, all of its histories overlapping, all of its previous tenants' furniture dimly present through the current arrangement like a palimpsest of habitation. She could see them all. She could see 30 years of lives lived in those rooms, layered on each other in the specific way that places accumulate what has happened in them. And she could see something older than any of them beneath. Something that had been in the geography of that space before the apartment was built, before the building was built, before Portland existed as a word or a city or a concept. Something that had been in the specific 3-dimensional territory of that corner of the world since before the territory was understood as territory. She looked at it. It did not look back the way the man looked back. It did not acknowledge her the way the man acknowledged her. It simply was, as it had always been, as it would continue to be. She understood, looking at it, understanding in the full-body, non-conceptual way of the threshold space, that the man was not it. The man was something that had learned to be in the same space with it, had been doing so for longer than she could calculate. He was, she understood, a fellow resident, not a monster, a neighbor. The waking happened anyway. This is what she describes as the worst part. Not the choice, not the crossing, not the opening of the threshold, but the waking. The involuntary, biological, unstoppable waking of the body that contains her. The body that has its own agenda and its own requirements, and its own insistence on being in the daylight world, the body that does not care what the consciousness prefers. She came back. She came back and it was 7:03 a.m. on January 29th, and she was in her bed, and the refrigerator was humming, and Portland was outside the window going about its business. And she was there, present, real, returned. And the room she was returned to was the thin version, the photocopy version, the version with slightly less weight and color and presence. And she lay in it and understood that the waking had not been her choice. The threshold space is not a suicide. This is the thing the clinical record gets wrong when it gets anywhere near this material. The thing the researchers refuse to say, because saying it requires accepting that the threshold space is a real location that can be gone to and stayed in and returned from. It is not self-destruction. The body does not die. The body sleeps. The consciousness makes a navigation choice at the threshold, and the body continues to sleep and wake and move through the waking world with the particular automatism of a person who is competently present, but perhaps slightly distant, slightly less here than they appear to be. She sat up. She went to the kitchen. She made coffee with a French press. She went to the standing desk. She worked. She did all of this with the proficiency of someone who knows how to do these things. She had done them 10,000 times. Her body knew how. But Diane, when she saw her 2 days later, said something had changed. She said she looked fine. She looked healthy. She looked rested. She said the strange thing was how rested she looked. Like someone who's sleeping really well for the first time in a long time, Diane said. She was. She was sleeping very well. She was going back every night to a room that felt more like home than the one her body woke up in. And the thing that the waking world would spend the next 6 months trying to establish, the thing that the clinical record, the psychiatric assessments, the wellness checks, the conversations with Dr. Farrow and Diane and her mother, the thing they were all trying to establish, the question that organized every professional and personal intervention in her life after January 29th, 2022, was this: how much of her had come back? Or more precisely, how much more of her was she going to take with her the next time she went? This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. What you just heard was only the beginning. What remains? A body that moves through a Portland apartment with the grace of long habitation. A French press used daily. A standing desk occupied for 8 hours each weekday. A phone that receives calls from a mother on Wednesdays and a friend named Diane on Thursdays. Technical specifications for water purification systems, edited to a standard that her clients describe as impeccable. What else remains? A quality in the eyes of the person doing all these things. A quality that the people who love her try to name and can't. Diane says she seems far away. Her mother says something's different, I can't put my finger on it. Dr. Farrow writes in her notes, affect appropriate, engagement appropriate, cognition intact, and yet something I cannot clinically quantify. Something in the processing latency when she returns a question. As though the question travels further than it should before she receives it. The body sleeps every night. The body wakes every morning. What happens in between the threshold space? Every night, longer each night, she is there, truly there. More present there than she is in the apartment where the body wakes. And she is learning the space the way you learn a place you've decided to stay in. Layout, the other residents. The rules of a geography that does not follow the rules of the waking world. She is, by her own account, by the account she gives to the one person she's told fully, the account that exists only in the document that person has agreed to share with me for this record, she is, by her account, fine. Better than fine. She describes it the way someone describes finally being somewhere they belong. After a long time of being somewhere, they didn't quite fit. She describes the man, whose name she still won't share, with the warmth of an established friendship. She describes the rooms with the ease of someone who knows them. And she describes something else. Something that has started to appear in the waking apartment, beginning February 12th, 2022. Something that has no explanation that the waking world can provide. A chair in the northeast corner of her bedroom. She did not buy it. She does not know how it got there. She does not move it. February 18th, 2022, Portland, Oregon. Portland Police Bureau, non-emergency call, received 9:14 a.m. Duration 4 minutes 7 seconds. Caller Diane Mercer, 33. Friend and emergency contact for Claire Asher, 31. Report: Ms. Mercer stated that her friend had not been herself for approximately 3 weeks. No specific incident, no evidence of self-harm, no stated suicidal ideation. Ms. Asher was, per the caller's account, physically present, responsive, functional, employed. The concern was in the quality of the presence, the latency, the chair. The responding officer conducted a wellness check at 10:40 a.m. Ms. Asher answered the door. She was dressed. She was coherent. She offered the officer coffee. She answered all questions appropriately. She declined to elaborate on the chair in the bedroom corner when asked about it, stating only that it was from a project. The officer filed the welfare check as no concerns identified. Subject appears healthy. No further action recommended. Timeline card November 3, 2021. First false awakening loop. Bedroom, Portland. Duration 1 loop. December 12, 2021. First visual anomaly figure in chair. January 12, 2022. First contact man on couch. January 22, 2022. 30 loops in single night. January 28, 2022. Document written. Final entry. January 29, 2022. Something changes. February 12, 2022. Chair appears in waking bedroom. Origin unknown. February 18, 2022. Welfare check filed. No concerns identified. March 4, 2022. Dr. Farrow's notes contain final session entry. March 4, 2022. Dr. Farrow retires from private practice. Diane Mercer, Portland, 2022. She was there. She was completely there. She answered every question. She laughed at the right things. She asked about my job. I'm not describing someone who was absent. I'm describing someone who was present in a way that felt managed. Like presence was something she was doing rather than something she was. Like she was very good at doing it, but she wasn't it anymore. Does that make sense? I don't know how to make that make sense. Diane Mercer declined all follow-up interviews. She changed her phone number in April 2022. The pattern. It is not Claire Asher, and it is not Portland, and it is not 2022, and it is not false awakening specifically as the mechanism. The mechanism varies. The pattern does not. Documented cases of progressive threshold engagement. Paul Desjardins, Montreal, 2011, as documented, changed apartments. The clock started reading 3:11 in the new apartment. By 2013, colleagues described him as present but not quite there. He now lives alone. He does not discuss the subject. His apartment has a chair in the northeast corner of the bedroom. He says he bought it at an estate sale. He cannot remember which one. Sarah Kent, Bristol, 2016. False awakening loops resolved with treatment. She is well, she says. She has a wooden chair in her bedroom that she describes as just a chair I found. Her flatmate notes that she sometimes sits in her bed in the morning, after waking, after the alarm, in daylight, looking at the northeast corner with an expression that the flatmate calls like she's listening. Thomas Merritt, London, 1943. False awakening loops reported to medical officer. Loops ceased during reassignment to a different barracks. He described the cessation in a letter to his wife, dated March 1943. The dreams have stopped, or I've stopped coming back from them the same way. I'm not sure which. He survived the war. He returned to London. He worked in an insurance office for 30 years. His daughter, interviewed in 1989, said he was a quiet man, very gentle, sometimes seemed to be listening to something you couldn't hear. She said there was a wooden chair in the corner of his bedroom that he would not allow anyone to move or sit in. He never explained why. He said only once when his daughter asked, "It's not mine to offer." Most recent case, unnamed subject, Portland, 2024. 2 years after Asher, same apartment building, different floor. Referred to the Portland Sleep Clinic in March 2024. Referred by Dr. Miriam Holt, who had retired in 2022, who should not have been practicing, who submitted the referral under her old credentials. The referral note read, "False awakening loop, progressive, threshold engagement detected, please see urgently." The note was co-signed. The co-signatory was not a current member of the clinic staff. The co-signatory was not on any current staff list. The co-signatory's name matched no record in the Oregon Medical Licensing Database. The clinic called the number on the referral. No one answered. The final account. Not Claire Asher's. She is alive and functional and has, in the technical sense, nothing to report, because her testimony is that everything is fine, and she means it in a way that is worse than if she didn't mean it. The final account is from her mother. Margaret Asher, 61, retired school teacher, Portland, Oregon. She sat in a coffee shop on a Tuesday in March 2022, and she gave this account to a journalist who was writing a piece on sleep disorders that was never published, whose notes have been shared with the researcher compiling this record. She said, "I visit her every other Sunday. She's always there. She's always Claire. She makes good coffee. She's got that standing desk and she's working on these technical documents and she's got her life organized the way she always has. She's fine." She looked at her coffee. She said, "The thing is, I've known my daughter for 31 years. I know what it looks like when she's paying attention to me. The way her eyes move when she's listening. The way she tilts her head when she's about to disagree with something. These are things you know about your children. You know them the way you know your own handwriting." She put the cup down. She said she's doing all of it right. The eye movement, the head tilt. She does it exactly right. She does it the way someone does something they've practiced. She said, "My daughter is very good at being my daughter." She said, "She is not my daughter." Then she said, "I don't know what I mean by that. I'm sorry. I know how it sounds." Margaret Asher did not return subsequent calls. When the journalist drove to her address 3 weeks later, the neighbor said she had moved. The neighbor did not know where. Current status. Claire Asher is alive. She is 32 years old. She works from home in Portland, Oregon. Her clients describe her work as excellent. Her social media is active and unremarkable. Her last public post, dated January 14, 2023, almost exactly 1 year after the first contact, was a photograph of a cup of coffee in a gray Portland morning, caption, "Some mornings are better than others." It received 47 likes. The Dream Journal. She stopped adding entries after January 28, 2022. The journal was not destroyed. It is on the nightstand. She has stated, in the one interview she agreed to give to a researcher, for a paper that has not yet been peer-reviewed, that may not be accepted, whose reviewers' comments have already expressed concern about the methodology. She has stated that she keeps the journal because it is a record of a certain part of the process, and she wants it to remain intact. She was asked what process. She said, "Learning where I live." The chair in the northeast corner of her bedroom, still there. She has described it in the interview as something she uses. "For mornings," she said. "Early mornings when I first come back." She was asked where she comes back from. She said, "You know where." Dr. Elena Castor, Sleep Medicine and Neuropsychiatry, Johns Hopkins, reviewing the case remotely, 2023. What I can say clinically is that Ms. Asher demonstrates no deterioration of function, no psychotic features, no cognitive decline. What I cannot say, what the clinical framework does not give me language to say, is whether the person conducting herself with such competence and such apparent wellness in that Portland apartment is the same person who went to bed on January 28th, 2022. That question is outside my scope. I recognize that it is precisely the question that matters. The document that should not exist but does. A second document found on Claire Asher's desktop in a folder labeled with the date February 1, 2022, 4 days after the first document. 3 sentences. It reads, "He says others have done what I've done. He says some of them find their way back completely. He says some of them send something back instead." Below this in different font, as though added later. I am trying to figure out which one I am. The quietest section of all. The apartment is an apartment. It has a standing desk. It has a French press. It has a west-facing window. The window shows a street and occasionally a bird. Everything is where it should be. Claire Asher lives there. She makes coffee in the mornings. She edits technical documents. She calls her friend Diane, though Diane answers less often now, and when she answers, the calls are shorter than they used to be. She calls her mother on Wednesdays. Her mother answers. The calls are short. In the bedroom in the northeast corner, there is a wooden chair. She sits in it sometimes in the early morning, before the light comes, in the particular dark of 5 a.m. that is different from the particular dark of 3 a.m. in a way she now understands precisely. She sits in the chair and she looks at the bed. The bed is made. She makes it every morning when she rises. She makes it with the care of someone who has been taught that made beds matter, that the arrangement of a domestic space reflects something about the person who arranges it. She looks at the bed in the early morning dark from the chair in the corner, and the bed is made, and the room is quiet, and everything is as it should be. On the nightstand, the clock, it is plugged in, it keeps correct time. Sometimes in the early morning, it reads 3:12. She sits with this for a moment. She has stopped being troubled by it. She has stopped being troubled by a number of things. Diane came by on a Tuesday in April. They had coffee. Claire made it with the French press, and it was good coffee, and they talked about Diane's job and a movie Diane had seen and the strange spring weather. Diane looked at her with the look she had been giving her since January, the look that was trying to find something, to locate something that she was certain had been there before. And Claire met this look with the warm, patient expression of someone who understood what was being searched for and felt genuinely sorry that it couldn't be found. She walked Diane to the door. She said, "Don't worry about me." She meant it. That is the part that will not stop. The threshold is not a personal space. The threshold is not Claire Asher's. The threshold is not anyone's. It belongs to no particular dreamer, no particular night, no particular apartment in Portland, Oregon, or Bristol, or Montreal, or London in the Blitz. The threshold is older than any of these places. It was here before any sleeper lay down in any bed in any room and closed their eyes in the specific mammalian act of trust that sleep requires. The act of putting down consciousness and trusting the world to be the same world when consciousness is retrieved. The threshold receives every sleeping mind, every night, briefly, and at a depth that does not register on waking. Most minds are returned fully. The vast majority. The architecture of sleep is efficient and the threshold is navigated quickly, and the exit is found without difficulty, and the morning arrives in its ordinary way without incident. But some minds, certain configurations, certain conditions, certain sustained accumulations of stress and longing, and the specific human exhaustion of inhabiting a life that does not feel entirely inhabited. Some minds find the threshold and hesitate at it, and the hesitation becomes a loop, and the loop becomes a familiarity, and the familiarity becomes a choice that is not recognized as a choice until it has already been made. The threshold does not compel. The threshold does not deceive. The threshold is simply there, as it has been there since before the first human consciousness experienced the first human dream, and it is possible for the sufficiently tired and the sufficiently searching to find it more habitable than the world they left behind. The threshold does not mourn the ones who choose to stay. It does not celebrate them. It does not do anything. It simply receives, as it has always received, as it will continue to receive long after the last sleeping human consciousness crosses it one final time and does not return. This is the scale of what we are talking about. This is the actual territory. Claire Asher in her Portland apartment with her wooden chair is one coordinate in an expanse so vast that a human life is less than a blink in it. And yet, I cannot approach the cosmic and remain there, cannot maintain the altitude where a human life appears small and the threshold appears ancient, and the whole terrible exchange appears simply as a feature of reality no more personal than weather. I cannot maintain the altitude because I find, as I come to the end of this, that I have been sitting in my own chair for some hours now. The chair is not in the northeast corner of my room. My room has no chair in it. I sit at a desk. I have been at this desk for hours, inside this account, inside Claire's story, inside the 7 weeks of loops and the man on the couch, and the document that ends with the room is waiting for me to stop being a visitor. I am going to stop now. I am going to close this. I am going to turn off the lamp and go to bed and wake up tomorrow and find that none of this has followed me, that the distance between the account and the accountant remains intact. I am going to find that. I am. The question I cannot stop asking, the question that has been underneath every word of this account, the question that exists in the gap between what Claire Asher reports about herself and what her mother hears when she calls on Wednesdays. The question I close this with because it has no answer and deserves to be given without one. The clock in her bedroom reads 3:12, and she is sitting in the chair in the corner, and on the other side of this sentence, you are going to close your eyes. Story 3, the dream that SCINTISDS could not explain. 7 sleep labs, 4 countries, 11 years of recordings. The subjects never met. They did not share languages, cultures, or continents. They were monitored under controlled conditions, their brain activity logged, their REM cycles measured to the millisecond. They all described the same room, the same black stone, the same geometry that couldn't exist, the same sound rising from beneath the floor. And every single one of them said it felt like coming home. To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. Before the first organism closed what passed for eyes on this planet, before the neurological architecture complex enough to distinguish waking from sleeping had evolved in any creature in any ocean on any world in the observable universe, there was something that dreamed. I state this not as metaphor, not as the poetic license of a narrator willing to sacrifice accuracy for effect. I state it as the conclusion toward which 3 decades of sleep neuroscience research has been, with increasing reluctance and increasing frequency of funding withdrawal, slowly converging. There was something that dreamed before there was anything capable of dreaming. There was an environment, a space, a territory of experience that existed prior to the experiencer. And what the sleeping brain does, in the phases of consciousness that the research calls REM, in the phases that produce the vivid and coherent worlds that the brain insists on calling real, until the body wakes and revises its assessment. What the sleeping brain does is not generate this territory. It finds it. Modern sleep research measures the brain during dreaming with an arsenal of instruments that would have seemed supernatural to the researchers of a generation prior. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, polysomnography, electroencephalography with electrode arrays capable of resolving individual neural column activity. These instruments can tell us, with extraordinary precision which regions of the brain are active during which phases of dream state. They can identify the moment a dream begins. They can trace its neurological fingerprint across the cortex. They can measure the intensity of the experience as it is generated. What they cannot do, what no instrument yet devised has been capable of doing, is answer the question that the data, examined with sufficient care, forces upon the researcher who examines it. Why are they the same? Dr. Arthur Venn, Director, Sleep Neuroscience Laboratory, Oxford University, 2019. The problem is not that subjects report similar dream content. Similar content can be explained by shared cultural exposure, by the brain's propensity to construct experience from available templates, by the fundamental commonality of human anxiety and desire. The problem is the specificity, details that have no cultural origin. Architecture that corresponds to no known building tradition. Geometry that the waking mind cannot reproduce, because reproducing it requires accepting spatial relationships that Euclidean geometry categorically excludes. Those details, those specific, consistent, cross-cultural details, have no explanation that I am comfortable publishing. The document at the center of what follows was compiled by a researcher who published nothing. Dr. Margaret Chen, Sleep Neuroscience, Stanford, 14 years of research. The file she left on her department server in a folder labeled with no title, accessible to anyone with the appropriate credentials, accessed by no one for 3 years after her departure from the field. That file contains 22 sleep study transcripts, 47 dream journal entries from 11 separate subjects, and a final analysis document that she titled in its header with 2 words. It remembers. She did not elaborate on what it was. The transcript records suggest she had concluded that elaboration would be insufficient. This is what the file contains. He told himself it was just a dream. Marcus Webb was 34 years old, and 34-year-olds who teach high school biology in Columbus, Ohio, do not have mystical experiences. They have lesson plans. They have grading that piles up on the dining room table like a slow-motion geological event. They have a 12-year-old daughter who has recently decided that everything Marcus does is embarrassing, and a wife who assures him this is a phase, and a mortgage on a house in the suburb of Worthington that has a garage that needs painting, and a furnace that makes a sound in February that he is 70% sure is fine. Marcus Webb was not a person whose life contained space for the inexplicable. He'd filled every available space with the explicable, and he liked it that way. He volunteered for the Columbus Sleep Study in March 2014 because the university flyer said $50 per session, and the furnace repair estimate had been $2,000, and 2 sessions per week at $50 a session was an extra $100 a week, and $100 a week for lying in a comfortable monitored bed while scientists watched him sleep seemed like the best job he'd ever had a chance at. He filled out the intake form. Standard stuff: sleep history, dietary habits, caffeine consumption, alcohol, any medications. He answered honestly. No sleep disorders. No anxiety diagnosis, though he'd gone through a bad patch after his mother's death 3 years back that he'd describe, if pressed, as rough. Social drinker. Coffee in the morning, nothing after noon. No medications beyond a baby aspirin his doctor had recently suggested. He was healthy. He was normal. He was, in every measurable way, the median American adult male of his demographic group. The first session was unremarkable. He slept. He dreamed nothing he could recall with any specificity afterward, the usual dissolving impressions of a mind doing its nightly housekeeping. The technician woke him at the scheduled time. He went home. He deposited the $50 in the account he'd mentally labeled furnace. The second session, same. The third session was a Friday night in late March. He remembers this specifically because he'd been at a parent-teacher conference that afternoon and then driven directly to the lab, and he was tired, genuinely tired. Not the artificial tired of an early wake-up, but the specific bone weariness of a day that had taken too much from him. He was asleep within minutes of the electrodes being attached. He slept for 6 hours. During those 6 hours, he had a dream so vivid that he used the word vivid 4 separate times in the post-session interview, each time with a slightly different inflection. The first 2 times like it was a compliment, the last 2 times like it was a warning. He described a room. Stone floor, high ceiling, a sound he couldn't name that came from beneath the floor, a quality of darkness that wasn't dark, something more like the absence of light in a place that hadn't decided yet whether to have light. The interviewing technician wrote it down. She didn't flag it for Dr. Chen's attention until 2 weeks later, when the 4th subject described the same floor. Marcus Webb was a good teacher. You should know this. Not because it's relevant to the horror, it isn't particularly, but because Marcus was the kind of person who deserved to be known as good at the thing he'd chosen to do with his working life. His students liked him. The ones who'd struggled with biology in middle school found that something in the way Marcus explained things. He had a talent for finding the exact right analogy. The bridge between the abstract and the understandable made the subject click. He kept a tank of stick insects in the corner of his classroom because he thought it was important for students to understand that strange things existed, that strange was not the same as bad, that the world was larger and more varied than it looked from inside a high school. His daughter's name was Lily. She was 12 going on 35, and she had her mother's analytical mind and Marcus's habit of getting invested in things that didn't strictly require the level of investment he brought to them. She was, in the spring of 2014, intensely interested in marine biology, and Marcus had started downloading papers from JSDOR that he thought she might find interesting, and leaving them on the kitchen counter without comment, and not asking about them, because she was 12 and asking would be embarrassing. His wife, Karen, was a graphic designer who worked from home and made excellent coffee at 6 a.m., and was one of those people who existed in a state of fundamental good-naturedness that was not naivete. She had seen things. She'd had a life. She knew the world was difficult, but was a genuine orientation toward the world as a place that was, on balance, worth being in. Marcus loved her with the comfortable, practiced love of people who have been together long enough, that the love is structural, built into the architecture of how they moved through the house, how they divided the tasks of living, how they sat together at the end of the day without needing to explain what the day had been. He did not tell Karen about the dream for 2 weeks. Not because he was hiding it, because he didn't know how to explain it. When he tried in his head, the language kept slipping. He'd get to the part about the room and the stone floor, and he'd feel the specific inadequacy of words trying to describe something that didn't belong in the category of things words were designed for. He kept dreaming it. Every session, every Friday and Tuesday, the same room more detailed each time. The floor not just stone, but a specific stone, black, slightly warm to the touch, with a texture that suggested it had been worked by something, shaped toward some purpose he couldn't identify. The ceiling too high to see clearly. The sound beneath the floor that was not quite sound, more like the felt sense of something below, something large and slow and impossibly old. He started a journal in April. The second page had a sketch he couldn't stop drawing, a symbol he'd seen on the wall of the dream room. He didn't know what it was. He'd never seen anything like it. He showed it to Karen on a Thursday evening. She looked at it for a long time. She looked at Marcus. She said, "Have you Googled it?" He had. It hadn't been in any database he could find. April 22 ND, 2014, Columbus Sleep Research Lab. Marcus Webb lay in the monitored bed and told himself he was a biology teacher from Worthington, Ohio, and not the kind of person who had experiences. He was having experiences. He'd rationalized the dream room through 4 full cycles of explanation, each one slightly less convincing than the last. First, vivid dreaming was common in sleep lab environments because the consciousness, aware it was being observed, performed. He'd read this somewhere. It was probably real science. Second, the stone room was assembled from things he'd seen before: documentaries, museum visits, something from childhood he'd forgotten the origin of. Dreams were collages, not creations. Third, the symbol on the wall was a thing his subconscious had invented, the way you sometimes invented music in dreams that you were certain was real, until you woke and tried to hum it and found nothing there. Fourth, he was a biology teacher who'd been under a lot of stress since the furnace estimate, and stress did things to sleep, and the things stress did to sleep included vivid and recurring dream environments that felt meaningful but weren't. This explanation had held through 3 sessions and 2 weeks. It started failing on April 22nd. The technician who monitored him, a graduate student named Priya Nair, 26, meticulous in the way that graduate students in their second year are meticulous before the dissertation revises their expectations of their own capacity for meticulousness. Priya flagged something in Marcus's session before she woke him. She noted it in her log and added a 3-word annotation that she would later, when interviewed by Dr. Chen, describe as the first time she'd written something in a session log, and then immediately looked around to make sure no one had seen her write it. The annotation read, "Check previous transcripts." What Priya had noticed, what she flagged, what she went back and checked, what she brought to Dr. Chen's attention the next morning with the specific manner of someone delivering news they would prefer not to be delivering, was this: Marcus Webb's REM brain activity pattern on April 22nd was not his pattern. It was not wrong. His brain was doing what brains did during REM sleep: the correct regions, the correct frequencies, the correct constellation of activation that indicated dreaming. But the specific signature, the unique neural fingerprint of his dreaming mind, which like all such fingerprints was individual to him, shaped by his particular neural architecture, was not his signature. It matched, in 14 out of 17 measurable parameters, the signature recorded 2 sessions prior. Not Marcus's 2 sessions prior. A subject in the Tuesday group who had never met Marcus Webb, who lived across town, who had, in her own post-session interview 2 weeks before, described a room with a black stone floor and a sound she couldn't name coming from beneath it. Marcus drove home that night and sat in the driveway for 11 minutes before going inside. Corinne asked if he was okay. He said yes. He was thinking about the fact that he'd been a biology teacher for 9 years, and in 9 years of teaching biology, he had never, not once, encountered a mechanism by which 2 unconnected human brains could dream the same dream. He was also thinking about the sound beneath the floor. He thought about it because it had changed that night, gotten closer. May 3 RD, 2014. The decision Marcus Webb made on a Saturday morning in May was not dramatic. There was no moment of choice where time slowed down and options presented themselves with their consequences clearly labeled. He just came downstairs, poured coffee, sat across the table from Corinne, and said he wanted to talk to Dr. Chen directly. He'd been a volunteer subject. He had no access to the other subject's data. He had no official standing in the research. He was a parent with a mortgage who had signed a consent form agreeing to sleep in a monitored environment twice a week and provide post-session accounts of his dream experiences. He was also a science teacher, and he could not make the data fit any framework he possessed. He called the lab on Monday. The department secretary told him Dr. Chen was not available. He left a message. He left a second message on Wednesday. He left a third on Friday, and this one he phrased as a question that he calculated Dr. Chen would not be able to leave unanswered. I'd like to ask about the neural signature match. Session records April 22nd. I'm subject W7. I think you know what I'm referring to. She called back in 4 minutes. They met on May 7th in her office, which was smaller than he'd expected and more cluttered. The organized clutter of a mind that processed information in patterns that made sense to the person doing the processing and to no one else. She poured him bad coffee from a machine on her desk. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had been hopping to avoid this conversation and had accepted, somewhere between his third message and his fourth, that avoidance was no longer an option. She said, "What exactly have you been experiencing?" He told her. She listened without interrupting, which was not, he would realize later, the behavior of a researcher hearing something new. It was the behavior of a researcher hearing confirmation. And here is the part nobody talks about, the part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview, because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. He told himself it was nothing. The lab had been telling him the same thing for 3 months. Labs lie. The file was not hard to find. Dr. Chen's office had filing cabinets. This is not unusual. Research offices have filing cabinets. What was unusual, what a person with enough curiosity and enough access might notice, if they opened the second drawer of the cabinet nearest the window, was the folder that sat at the very back, behind the hanging files, flat against the metal wall of the drawer, in the way things sat when they had been put there to be less findable than the things in front of them. The folder was not labeled. Marcus had not opened the filing cabinet. He was not the type. He was visiting Dr. Chen's office at her invitation, and he sat in the chair across from her desk, and he drank the bad coffee, and he answered her questions, and he did not open filing cabinets. But he noticed the drawer was open. Just slightly, an inch, the way a drawer was open when someone had pulled it out and then been interrupted before closing it. He noticed because of what was visible through the inch of open space, the edge of something. A photograph, maybe, or a diagram. He couldn't tell. He didn't look for long because looking for long would have been rude, and he was not a rude person. He looked away. He didn't think about it again until he was in the parking lot, and then he thought about it in the specific way of something that had been sitting quietly in the peripheral vision of his thoughts, waiting for the moment when the foreground cleared. The edge of what he'd seen through the inch of open drawer was the same dark color as the stone floor. He sat in his car. He told himself he was projecting. He was in a state of heightened attention around anything associated with the dream, and he was reading significance into the random color of a folder tab. He started the car. He turned off the car. He sat. On the way home, he passed a gas station he'd passed 1,000 times. The concrete wall at its back edge caught the evening light in a specific way. He had never noticed it before. It was the right shade of black, and the texture was wrong, smoother than concrete should be, worked toward some purpose he couldn't. He stopped looking. He drove home. He had dinner with Corinne and Lily, and he was present for all of it, laughing at Lily's account of something her friend had done at school, helping clear the table, starting the dishwasher. Before he slept, he stood for a long moment at the bedroom window. The street was normal. The neighbor's porch light was on. A car passed. Everything was exactly as it should be. That was the thing that was wrong. She noticed it on a Tuesday. 3 days later, it was in the file. Not Marcus's file, the other file. The one Dr. Chen had been adding to since 2011 and had shared with no one, and that Marcus didn't know existed and wouldn't know existed for another 8 months, by which time the file would have 11 subjects in it instead of 4. What Priya Nair noticed on a Tuesday in May was the scan. Marcus Webb's most recent session scan. She was processing it for the archive, which meant comparing it to his baseline and noting deviations, which she'd been doing for 2 months without incident. And on this Tuesday in May, in the ordinary course of this routine task, she found something that was not a deviation. because it was not from Marcus Webb's scan. The activation pattern in the medial prefrontal cortex, specific, individual, as unique as a fingerprint, was not his. She'd been looking at his long enough to know his. This one she didn't know. She ran the comparison protocol. She waited the 17 seconds the software took to process. The result came back. No match in the study database. She ran it against the wider lab archive. The software needed 3 minutes for this. Priya sat and looked at the ceiling of the monitoring room while it processed, which was the same ceiling she'd been sitting under for 2 years, which was familiar and ordinary, and gave her nothing to look at that would allow her to avoid thinking about what she was doing. The result came back. One match. Not a current study, an archived file from 2009. A sleep study that had been conducted not in Columbus, not at this lab, not by anyone connected to Dr. Chen's current research. The match was from a lab in Edinburgh, Scotland. The subject was deceased. The subject had died in 2011. The death had been classified as natural. Cardiac event, age 41, no prior cardiac history. The subject's final session notes. The session conducted the night before the cardiac event contained a single flagged annotation in the Edinburgh researcher's handwriting. Subject reported the sound was louder. Subject would not say what the sound was like. Subject said there were no words for it. Subject said it had noticed her. Dr. Margaret Chen had known since 2012. Not everything, not the full shape of what the data was converging toward, but she had known there was something in the data that did not belong there. Something that arrived in sleep study recordings with the consistency of a pattern and the precision of a detail that no pattern had any right to possess. She had made a choice in 2012 not to publish preliminary findings. This was reasonable. Preliminary findings in sleep neuroscience required rigorous replication before they warranted the kind of attention that the preliminary findings warranted. She was cautious. She was scientific. She knew what happened to researchers who published findings that required their colleagues to consider possibilities outside the existing framework. The polite dismissal, the less polite dismissal after that, the funding that quietly failed to renew. She had kept the file. She added to it every time a new session produced something that belonged in it. She had a category in her own private taxonomy that she called convergent anomalous content, dream descriptions that corresponded across subjects in ways the existing research on dream generation could not account for. By May 2014, when Marcus Webb asked about the neural signature match, her file had 43 entries. She told Marcus some of this at their meeting. Not the scope of it, not the Edinburgh subject, not the full weight of 3 years of accumulation. She told him enough to explain the match, enough to establish that she was aware of a phenomenon she was still studying, that he was not imagining things, that his concern was scientifically warranted. Marcus drove home with the careful steadiness of someone handling something fragile. He told Corinne that evening that there were other subjects who described the same dream. Corinne asked what kind of same. He said, the same room, the stone floor, the sound. Corinne said, have you asked Dr. Chen what she thinks it means? He said yes. He said she had given him a look and said the research was ongoing. Corinne looked at him. That's not an answer. No, he said, it isn't. He went to bed that night and lay in the dark of his own bedroom, in his own house, with his wife breathing steadily beside him. And he thought about the Edinburgh subject who had reported that the sound had noticed her. He thought about this for a long time. He could not think of a version of that sentence that wasn't worse the longer you looked at it. March 2009, University of Edinburgh Sleep Research Unit. Dr. Fiona Galloway, sleep neuroscience, 14 years in the field, unmarried, no prior psychiatric history, consummate professional. She ran a longitudinal sleep study from March to November 2009. 7 subjects, all healthy adults, standard polysomnography protocol. The study's stated purpose: analysis of memory consolidation during slow-wave sleep. Routine, funded, unremarkable in its design. By May 2009, she had a problem. 3 of her 7 subjects were describing, in independent post-session interviews, a physical environment that corresponded in specific architectural detail across all 3 descriptions. She noted this in her research log on May 14th. Her note reads in full: cross-subject environmental convergence, details precise beyond chance, check cultural exposure hypothesis, no television exposure in common, no shared reading, subjects have no prior contact, anomalous, require replication before notation. She attempted replication by adding 2 new subjects in June. Subject 8 described the same room in their second session. Subject 9 described the sound without being asked. Her research log entry for June 30th, 2009, consists of 1 sentence: the replication has not resolved the anomaly. Timeline card, March 2009. Edinburgh study begins. 7 subjects. May 2009, first cross-subject environmental convergence noted. June 2009, convergence confirmed with new subjects. August 2009, Galloway contacts Dr. Margaret Chen, Stanford. First known instance of the 2 researchers corresponding about what they would separately call the room. November 2009, Edinburgh study concludes. All session files archived. February 2011, Edinburgh subject 4 name redacted per family request, found deceased. Cardiac event, 41 years old. March 2011, Galloway files supplementary notation on subject 4 final session. April 2011, Galloway takes medical leave. June 2011, Galloway does not return. Priya Nair, research technician, Columbus Sleep Lab, 2014. I found the Edinburgh match on a Tuesday. I sat with it for about 2 hours before I told Dr. Chen. In those 2 hours, I was telling myself there was a database error, a calibration issue, something technical I'd missed. Then I checked all the technical things and there wasn't a database error. It matched 14 parameters. The Edinburgh subject and Marcus Webb, who had never been in the same country, had the same neural signature during a specific 3-minute window of REM sleep. The same, not similar, the same. I told Dr. Chen. She looked at me and she said, "Which subject was it?" She didn't ask what session or what parameter. She asked which subject, like she'd been waiting to find out. Priya Nair left academic research in 2015. She currently works in software. She declined to comment on what Dr. Chen said next. The fact that cannot be explained. The 3-minute window during which Marcus Webb's neural signature matched the Edinburgh subjects occurred at 3:47 a.m. The Edinburgh subjects' final session, the night before their death, contained an anomalous activation event at precisely 3:47 a.m. The Edinburgh study had been conducted in 2009. The Columbus study began in 2014. The time zone difference between Edinburgh and Columbus is 5 hours. Neither 3:47 a.m. Edinburgh time nor 3:47 a.m. Columbus time corresponds to the same absolute moment. Both recordings timestamp at 3:47. The second case that doesn't fit any framework the research possesses. October 2011, Boston Sleep DISORDERS Clinic. Dana Reyes, 28 years old, graduate student, anthropology, Boston University, enrolled in sleep clinic study as treatment for chronic insomnia, not a research volunteer, a patient, monitoring for therapeutic purposes. By her 3rd session, she was sleeping normally. The insomnia had resolved. The clinic recommended 2 further monitoring sessions to confirm the resolution and then discharge. Reyes asked if she could continue. The supervising physician noted this as unusual. Patients resolved and discharged. Patients didn't ask to continue monitored sleep beyond clinical necessity. He asked why. She said the dream. She said she'd been having a recurring dream she wanted to understand, and the monitored environment was the only place she slept deeply enough to access it reliably. At home, she'd been waking before it completed. She didn't want to wake before it completed. He should have asked more questions. He noted in retrospect in a letter to Dr. Chen dated 2014 that he should have asked what she meant by completed. He did not ask. He extended her monitoring. She attended 12 additional sessions over 6 weeks. The session records from those 12 nights are available in Dr. Chen's file. Their content escalates in a specific and documentable way. The early sessions, standard dream content, the room described in passing, the stone floor mentioned as context. The middle sessions, the room becomes primary, other dream content drops away, the sound moves from peripheral to central. The late sessions, the sound only, nothing else. 6 hours of monitored sleep producing, apparently, 6 hours of a dream that contained only the sound from beneath the floor. Her final session, she remained in REM state for 4 hours and 11 minutes without break. This is not physiologically normal. Standard REM cycles last approximately 90 minutes before transitioning. 4 hours and 11 minutes of continuous REM sleep has never been recorded before or since in any sleep lab in any country. When the technician finally woke her, she was unresponsive for approximately 40 seconds. Then she looked at the technician and she said, in a voice the technician described as not quite her regular voice, slower, like the words were coming from somewhere further away. "It's been waiting for something that can finally understand it." Dr. James Pelletier, supervising physician, Boston Sleep Disorders Clinic, 2014. "I've been in sleep medicine for 20 years. I've never seen a continuous REM episode of that duration. It shouldn't be possible. The brain doesn't work that way. I reviewed the equipment 3 times. The data was clean. She was in REM for 4 hours and 11 minutes, and when she woke up, she didn't look like someone who'd had an extraordinary dream. She looked like someone who'd arrived somewhere they'd been trying to get to for a long time." Dr. Pelletier retired from clinical practice in 2016. His letter to Dr. Chen is the last professional communication in his file. Dana Reyes' current location, unknown. She did not complete her degree. Her family filed a missing persons report in 2013. The report was resolved when she was located alive, healthy, residing at an address in New Mexico that she had moved to without notifying anyone she knew. When contacted by her family, she said she was fine. She said she was where she needed to be. She did not say what she was doing there. The address is a property with no structure on it, only land. Her family has not heard from her since 2015. The mythology exists. It always exists, waiting for the science to catch up. The Sumerians called it Ker, the underworld, but not the underworld in the Western sense of a place where the dead resided. Ker was the space between the world and what was beneath the world. The original meaning of the word in the oldest Sumerian texts was not underworld. It was mountain, specifically, the hollow inside the mountain, the space that existed between the surface and the deep. The place where, according to the Sumerian cosmological tradition, the boundary between the living world and what preceded the living world was thinnest. The Sumerians believed that dreams were issued from Ker, not generated by the dreaming mind. Issued the way a document is issued, originating elsewhere and arriving in the recipient. Ancient Egyptian papyri from the New Kingdom period, 1551-070 BCE, contain a category of dream interpretation that does not appear in the standard guides. Dreams that recur without modification, that feature environments the dreamer does not recognize, that contain sounds the dreamer cannot describe. These dreams were not considered prophetic in the standard Egyptian interpretation framework. They were considered ket, a word usually translated as dangerous, but which carries, in its full semantic range, the meaning of belonging to something else. The dreamer was not having the dream. Something else was having the dream, and the dreamer was inside it. The Tibetan Buddhist tradition of dream yoga identifies, within its taxonomy of dream states, a category called Bar-du, the in-between state, the territory that exists between waking and sleeping, where the consciousness is neither protected by alertness nor dissolved by deep sleep. The Bar-du is not safe. The Bar-du contains things that the awake mind cannot see and the sleeping mind cannot negotiate. The point of dream yoga practice is to move through the Bar-du quickly, with intention, without attracting the attention of what lives there. Without attracting the attention. Across 5,000 years of documented human experience of dreaming, in civilizations that shared no contact, no language, no cultural exchange, the consistent warning is this: if you go deep enough, something notices. Dr. Anya Brenner, Comparative Religion and Mythology, University of Vienna, 2017. The universal element in cross-cultural dream mythology is not the content of the dream. It is the direction, the sense of depth, the sense that whatever the dreamer encounters is encountered by going down, by descending into something, and that the thing encountered at the bottom of the descent has been there incomparably longer than the dreamer. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. That is what happened to the body. Now I will tell you what happened to the record. September 2014, Columbus. Marcus Webb had stopped telling himself it was nothing. He'd arrived at this point gradually, the way you arrive at most important realizations, not in a single moment of blinding clarity, but in the slow accumulation of evidence against a position you'd been defending past its defensibility. He was a biology teacher. He believed in evidence. He'd spent 9 years teaching students that the correct response to evidence was to update your model, not to defend the old one. He updated his model. His model now said, something was happening in the sleep lab that was real and unprecedented, and outside any scientific framework he was aware of. He was one of 11 subjects. Dr. Chen had told him this, finally, in August, with the specific manner of someone sharing information they would ordinarily not share, but had calculated was more dangerous to withhold. 11 subjects across 7 labs in 4 countries who were all dreaming the same room. Not similar rooms, not rooms with shared characteristics that might be explained by cultural exposure. The same room, the same black stone floor, warm to the touch, worked toward a purpose no one had identified. The same ceiling too high to see. The same symbol on the wall that corresponded to no known writing system in any database Dr. Chen had access to. The same sound rising from beneath the floor that every subject described with the same 3-word construction: I can't. That was always where the description stopped. Every subject, every language, I can't. And then the attempt to find the next word and the failure. Marcus had his own word for the sound. He'd been working on it for 6 months, and he discarded every candidate that required comparison, like a voice, like music, like the ocean, because the sound was not like any of those things. The sound was in the category of things that didn't exist in his sensory vocabulary. The closest he'd gotten was this. It was the sound you would hear if something very old and very large became aware that you could hear it. He'd written that in the journal and then felt profoundly stupid, and then read it back and felt more stupid because it was accurate. He went to the lab on September 16th for his 47th session. He was in REM within 8 minutes. He was in the room. The room was more detailed than it had ever been, because there was something new in it. A door. He'd been in this room 46 times, in 46 sessions of 6 hours each, crossing the threshold of that black stone space so many times it had begun to feel familiar in the way that classrooms become familiar. The proportions absorbed, the layout understood, the particular quality of the light expected. There had never been a door. The door was in the far wall, which had previously been featureless stone. It was not dramatic, not ornate. Not obviously supernatural, not the door of a film about dreams. It was a door, dark and plain and set flush with the stone, with no handle and no visible hinge. Marcus stood in front of it for what felt like a long time. He was aware that he was dreaming. He reached out. The stone of the door was warm. He didn't open it. This is the thing Marcus would later say in every interview that Dr. Chen conducted in the autumn of 2014, and the thing he would say with a certain careful pride, the pride of a person who had been given a test and had, at significant cost, passed it. He didn't open it. He stood in front of the door with his hand on the warm stone of it, and he thought about Lily doing her homework at the kitchen table, and about Corinne drinking her morning coffee at the window, and about the particular smell of his classroom on a Monday morning, the stick insects, and the textbooks, and the chalk, and the 49 accumulated years of his life. And he didn't open the door. He woke up. He sat up on the monitored bed. He looked at the technician on duty, not Priya tonight, someone new, a young man whose name he'd never caught, and he said, "There's a door." The young man wrote it down. Marcus drove home at 2 a.m. and made himself tea and sat at the kitchen table and felt the particular relief of a person who had been in a dangerous place and gotten out clean. He was fine. The door was there, whatever it meant, whatever was on the other side. It was there on the other side of the dream, and he was here on the other side of the morning, at his kitchen table with his mug, and the furnace making its February sound in the basement, and everything was fine. He let himself have this feeling for 3 days. On September 19th, he called Dr. Chen to report the door. She was quiet for a long moment after he described it. Then she said, "Marcus, I need to ask you something and I need you to answer honestly." He said he would. She said, "Is the door warm now? Not in the dream. Now, while we're talking, when you think about it, do you feel warmth?" Vast. He looked at his hand, the hand he'd pressed against the door. He'd been rubbing it against his thigh for the past 10 minutes, unconsciously, the way you rub a hand that has been too cold and you are trying to warm it. He looked at it. It was fine, it was his hand. It was also, he could not explain this, could not find a biological mechanism for it. And he was a biology teacher, so the inability to find a mechanism was not comfortable, slightly too warm, not feverish, not injured, warm in the way of contact with something that had been warm. He said, "Dr. Chen, what's on the other side of the door?" She said, "I was hoping you could tell me." Then she said, "The Edinburgh subject opened it." Dr. Chen met Marcus at a coffee shop on September 23rd, not the lab. She suggested the coffee shop and she arrived first, and she had chosen a table in the back, away from the door, and Marcus noticed both of these things and filed them under. Dr. Chen is afraid of something, and she doesn't want to have this conversation somewhere with recording equipment. She told him about Edinburgh. Not everything. He would get the rest from the file eventually after she left, after she filed it in the unlabeled folder in the second drawer. She told him enough. About the Edinburgh study and the 4 subjects who described the room and the neural signature match and the subject who had died. She told him about subject 4. What subject 4 had reported in their final session when the Edinburgh researcher had asked them about the door. They had said they opened it. Not in that session, in an earlier session. They had opened the door and described, in the words of the session transcript, a corridor that did not correspond to any spatial logic I could apply, extending in a direction that was not forward or backward or any other direction I have words for. And at the far end of it, something that was aware of me in the way that, and then the transcript contained a notation. Subject unable to continue verbal description. Crying, not distress, different. Asked to describe, like being recognized. The subject died the following night. Marcus sat with this for a moment. Then he said, "And you've been letting other people dream this room for 3 years." Dr. Chen looked at her coffee. She said, "I've been trying to understand what it is before it, before anything else happened. She said, "Marcus, I need to tell you about the brain activity from your last session, the 47th. He said, "Okay." But she said, "During the 12 minutes you were at the door, we measured something in your prefrontal cortex that we have no framework for. It wasn't activation. It was the opposite of activation. A complete, structured, patterned cessation of activity in a region that has never, in the literature of sleep neuroscience, gone dark during REM sleep. The region that handles self-awareness. The region that maintains the sense of being a distinct individual separate from the world. For 12 minutes, while you stood at that door, what you just heard was only the beginning." She didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need her to. He understood what she was describing. He was a biology teacher. He knew what the prefrontal cortex did. He knew what the region responsible for self-awareness did. What it meant for that region to go dark in a coherent, patterned way that was not a malfunction but a structure, not random noise but signal. He drove home. He didn't tell Corinne that evening. He tried to organize what he knew into a framework that was transmittable, that could be said in the kitchen of a house in Worthington, Ohio, over the dinner table, to a person who loved him and would listen carefully, and whose response he could trust completely, and he couldn't organize it, because the framework that made sense of what Dr. Chen had told him was not a framework that fit inside a Tuesday evening kitchen conversation. The framework was this: when he stood at the door in the dream, the part of his brain that said, "I am Marcus Webb, and I am separate from what I am looking at," had stopped working. 12 minutes during which Marcus Webb, in whatever sense the phrase meant anything, had not been there. 12 minutes during which something else had been looking out through his eyes at the door. He sat at the dinner table and ate the food Corinne had cooked and helped Lily with a question about mitosis that she claimed not to understand but demonstrably did, and he was present for all of it. He was fully, functionally, convincingly present. He was also aware, in a way he had not been before September 23rd, of the 12 minutes. The 12 minutes during which he was not present had not felt, from the inside, like an absence. They had felt like expansion, like the specific sensation. He had no other language for it, of a boundary dissolving, of a contained thing becoming uncontained, of being, for 12 minutes, not Marcus Webb, but the thing Marcus Webb was made of, the atoms and the electricity, and the organizing pattern of information that the brain maintained and called a self, just the raw material of consciousness, temporarily relieved of the duty of being one particular person. He thought about this for many weeks. The last ordinary thought he would have in the way that ordinary thoughts arrived, spontaneous, unmediated, native to the person having them, came to him at 6:15 a.m. on October 4th, standing at his bedroom window looking at the October street. He thought, "I want to go back. Not to the lab, not to the room. To the 12 minutes. And now, I must ask the question that has been beneath every word of this account. The question I have been circling as one circles a drain, knowing the direction of travel, knowing the end of it, unable to stop the circling because the circling is the only remaining evidence of rational engagement with what I am going to tell you. What is the self? I do not ask this in the abstract. I do not ask it as philosophy. I ask it as the precise and necessary precursor to understanding what sleep neuroscience has, in its careful accumulation of data it cannot explain, been approaching without daring to name. The possibility, the more than possibility, the documented, repeatedly observed, cross-culturally confirmed possibility that the self is not primary, that it is secondary, that before there was a self, before there was a Marcus Webb or a Dana Reyes or a Dr. Margaret Chen, before there was the individual organizing consciousness that the brain erects each morning and defends all day and releases each night into sleep, there was something else, something that the self is built on top of, constructed around, maintained in opposition to, the way a levee is maintained in opposition to the water it holds back. And sleep is the first crack in the levee. And the room, the black stone room, the sound beneath the floor, the door at the far wall, the corridor extending in no direction that human language can name. The room is what is on the other side. Not created, not imagined, not assembled by the dreaming brain from the raw material of waking experience. Simply there, as it has always been there, as it will be there after the last human closes the last human eyes. And I am asking myself now, with the specific and accelerating urgency of a mind that has spent too long with this material, I am asking whether the self I am using to ask this question is the right tool for the inquiry, whether the instrument of investigation is itself the thing being investigated, whether I am thinking about the absence of self, or whether the absence of self is thinking through me. Was that thought mine? The sessions, Marcus's sessions, which continued past September, which he refused to terminate, which Dr. Chen permitted him to continue because what he was producing in those sessions was the most extraordinary sleep neuroscience data she had ever collected, those sessions, the records of which I have been reading for weeks, in the particular dark of an office not unlike Dr. Chen's, with a file that I have spent months assembling from sources that I will not here enumerate, because the enumeration would require the disclosure of methods that would require the disclosure of sources that I am not prepared to. The sessions escalated. The door became familiar, then the corridor, then the corridor's direction which Marcus describes in transcript after transcript with the same three-phrase structure, not left or right, not forward or backward, not up or down, but and then the silence that the transcript notation marks as subject unable to continue. Face, still, not distressed. Not distressed. This is the detail that I cannot stop returning to. The not distressed, because everything he was describing, the corridor beyond all geometry, the thing at the end of it that recognized him, the 12 minutes of prefrontal silence expanding session by session to 15, to 20, to the 43-minute cessation recorded on November 11th, everything in the record that would justify distress, everything that the careful, reasonable part of my mind says should frighten him. He was not distressed. He was the opposite of distressed. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away, write in the comments. The walls remember. Let me know I am not alone in this. Then come back. Come back, because Marcus Webb went to his 49th session on November 14th, and the session produced a recording that Dr. Chen has labeled in her file with a notation that is not clinical language. That is not the language of sleep neuroscience. That is 4 words in the handwriting of a woman who had spent 14 years training herself to use only clinical language. I don't know what. And I reading this notation, reading the transcript below it, assembling from the transcript and the brain scan, and the technician's observations a picture of what happened to Marcus Webb on November 14th at 3:47 a.m. I am having difficulty maintaining the distinction between the person reading the account and the account itself. The corridor, he said, has an end. He said it was always going to have an end. He said, and this is word for word from the transcript, I have checked it 4 times, he said. I don't think it's the end of the corridor. I think it's the beginning of something that doesn't have an end. And now the dissolution. Not Marcus's, mine. The distinction has become, it was always going to become, the distinction between the narrator and the narrated is the self is not primary. I return to this, I circle it. I cannot stop circling it because the circle is the only remaining. He went to the 49th session. He did not come back the same. Not dramatically, he came back. He woke. He answered questions. He drove home. He was at the dinner table by 7 a.m., the session having ended at 5:47, and he sat with Corinne and Lily, and he was present. The quality of his presence that morning was something Corinne mentioned later in her interview with Dr. Chen. He was so there, she said, more there than he'd been in months, like something had resolved. But what had resolved? What the 43 minutes of prefrontal silence, expanding now to 51 minutes, the longest recorded cessation of the self-maintenance region in the literature of neuroscience. What had resolved was not something Karen had access to. What had resolved was the question. He had been at the end of the corridor. He had seen what was at the end of the corridor. He would not describe it. Not to Dr. Chen, not to Karen, not to the file. He came back and he said, "I need to stop the sessions." And Dr. Chen, who had never heard him say this, who had spent months observing a man move deeper and deeper into something she could not name, who had been both the researcher and the witness of something unprecedented, felt the word good rise in her throat and didn't say it. She just said, "Okay." But do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story. What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening, right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling for days. Not what had I seen, but what precisely had seen me. The human brain is an instrument of approximately 100 billion neurons, maintaining approximately 100 trillion synaptic connections, consuming roughly 20% of the body's total energy in order to construct, every waking moment, the experience of being a discrete individual in a world of other discrete individuals. This construction project, this constant, energy-intensive, extraordinarily complex project of maintaining a self in relation to a world, is precisely what ceases during the deepest phases of dreamless sleep, and what reconstitutes itself with remarkable reliability upon waking. The question that the research cannot answer, that the research, followed to its actual terminus rather than its comfortable intermediate resting point, is forced to ask, is where the construction project gets its materials. The neuroscience model says, from the brain's accumulated archive of sensory experience, from memory and pattern recognition, and the predictive coding that allows the brain to model the world before the world presents itself. The self is constructed from what has already been perceived. This model is correct as far as it goes. It does not go far enough. Because the self, during the phases of sleep that we are examining, the phases that Marcus Webb and Dana Rays and the Edinburgh subjects and 47 others in Dr. Chen's file were moving through with increasing depth and increasing duration. The self during those phases is not simply dissolved. It is replaced. Something else occupies the space. Something that was not assembled from the subject's memories. Something that arrives from a direction the brain's instruments are not calibrated to identify, because those instruments were designed to point outward at the world and not inward at what exists beneath the architecture of selfhood. Dr. Evelyn Marsh, Cognitive Sleep Research, Oxford, 2021. The prefrontal cessation data from the Chen file is I've reviewed it 3 times. Each time I put it down and I don't pick it up again for several days, because the cessation is not random, it's structured. It has internal coherence, a pattern, and a pattern implies a source, and the source of that pattern is not in the subject's brain. It is in whatever the subject's brain is in contact with during the cessation. I don't know what that is. I don't know of a scientific category for what that is. What that is, what the data, assembled from the Chen file and the Edinburgh archive and the Boston Clinic records, and the partial reports from 4 other sleep studies on 3 other continents that contain the same anomalous convergent content. What that is ancient. Ancient in a way that makes the word inadequate. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. The Earth is 4.5 billion. The oldest life on Earth is 3.5 billion years old. Sleep, the specific mechanism of periodic unconsciousness, is at least 700 million years old, present in organisms as primitive as jellyfish and as simple as the fruit fly. 700 million years of every sufficiently complex nervous system on this planet, every night, lowering its guard. 700 million years. 700 million years of something being on the other side of that lowered guard. Waiting, though waiting is a word that implies time, and what the data suggests does not experience time, is not inside time, does not need time in the way the dreaming mind needs time. Simply being, as it has always been. To describe the thing at the end of the corridor, the thing that Marcus Webb saw on November 14th and declined to describe to anyone, is to attempt to use a tool designed for one dimension to describe something that exists in all dimensions simultaneously, and to accept that the attempt will fail, and to make it anyway because the failure is itself informative. Marcus's description exists in one place only, not the transcripts, he was silent in the transcript, as noted. Not the journal, he added nothing after November 14th. Not in conversation with Dr. Chen or Karen or anyone whose account would be verifiable. It exists in the margin of a textbook. A biology textbook. His own, the annotated copy he used for lesson planning, sitting on a shelf in his classroom. He wrote something in the margin of the chapter on cellular respiration, a chapter he had been teaching for 9 years, a chapter concerned with the mechanisms by which living cells convert chemical energy into the energy required to maintain the organized state we call life. He wrote in the margin beside the diagram of the mitochondrion, "It is what was here before organization. It is not disorder. It is the precondition of order, the space inside which order becomes possible. It does not have a name because it predates the capacity for naming. It is not aware of us in the way we are aware of each other. It is aware of us the way a medium is aware of the shapes formed within it, the way water is aware of a stone." And below this, in smaller writing as if the pen had been hesitating, "It is very beautiful." The incomplete description ends there. The dream cannot be fully rendered in any notation available to a human mind trained on the sensory data of a four-dimensional universe, and the most honest thing that can be said is this: it was there before the universe was organized enough to contain the concept of there. It was present before presence was a category. It was, and it is, and it will be, and human consciousness, in its 700 million years of nightly contact with it, has been leaving impressions in it the way feet leave impressions in wet clay. And the clay has been receiving these impressions with the absolute, indifferent, perfect fidelity of something that does not experience time and therefore cannot forget. It has every dream that has ever been dreamed. It has the dreams of extinct species. It has the dream of the first organism complex, enough to have an unconscious. It has yours. The warnings, of course, are older than the understanding. Every tradition that has preserved knowledge of the deep dream, the dream beneath the dream, the layer of sleep that the ordinary nightmare does not penetrate, has preserved, alongside its description of the experience, the same cautionary framework. Do not go too deep. Do not remain too long. Do not, and here the traditions show their greatest convergence, the greatest consistency across millennia and cultures and languages. Do not be recognized. Be recognized, to be attended to by whatever it is that exists in the precognitive space of deep sleep, is to be marked, not in any mystical or ritualistic sense, in the most practical, most literal, most neurologically verifiable sense. To be recognized is to have your neural signature permanently altered by the recognition. The brain, having been in contact with something that predates the concept of a brain, reorganizes itself around that contact, not destructively, not as damage, as accommodation, the way a room accommodates a new piece of furniture. By making space, the Edinburgh subject who opened the door was recognized, was marked, died the following night, not killed. The pathology is clear on this: genuine cardiac failure, but died in the way that sometimes, very occasionally, a healthy heart simply stops, and the stopping has no identified cause, and the post-mortem contains no findings, and the death is filed as natural because there is no framework that permits the filing of a death as recognized. Dana Reyes was recognized, is alive, is in New Mexico on a piece of land with no structure, has not communicated with family since 2015. What she is doing on that land, what has organized her life around the contact she made in 12 sessions in a Boston sleep clinic, the research cannot say. Marcus Webb. On the morning of December 3rd, 2014, Marcus Webb's daughter Lily knocked on the door of the upstairs bathroom and got no response, and knocked harder and got no response, and went downstairs and told Corinne that she couldn't get Dad to answer, and Corinne knocked and got no response, and they called emergency services, and the paramedics arrived, and the door was open, and Marcus Webb was found on the bathroom floor, seated against the wall, with his back straight and his hands in his lap and his eyes open, and he was not dead, breathing, looking at something that was not in the bathroom. He had been in this position for 6 hours. During those 6 hours, the self-maintenance region of his prefrontal cortex had been, as confirmed by the hospital EEG conducted during his first conscious hour, entirely dark, not malfunctioning, structured, and the pattern of the structure, the pattern that the hospital EEG captured, that was forwarded to Dr. Chen, that Dr. Chen received and opened and then did not open again, that sat in the unlabeled folder at the back of the second drawer for the next 3 years. The pattern was not Marcus Webb's pattern. It matched nothing in any sleep research database. It matched nothing in any neuroscience database. It was entirely consistent across its 17 measurable parameters. It was consistent because it was not the pattern of a dreaming human mind. It was the pattern of what the dreaming human mind, at sufficient depth, had been in contact with. It was, for the 6 hours Marcus Webb sat on his bathroom floor with his eyes open, and his hands in his lap, and Lily's knock unanswered and Corinne's voice unheard, looking at something not in the bathroom. It was what used him to dream. What you just heard was only the beginning. The scope of what we are discussing is not a sleep study, is not 11 subjects in 7 labs, is not the personal account of one man in Worthington, Ohio, who volunteered for extra income and arrived at the edge of something for which no income is sufficient compensation. The scope is every sleeping mind that has ever existed. Every organism complex enough to lose consciousness nightly has been doing what Marcus Webb did in a monitored sleep lab, has been descending, every night, into the space where the precognitive ancient inhabits the foundations of consciousness, and making contact, and returning changed by the contact in ways too small and too gradual to observe across a single lifetime, but visible, across the span of evolutionary time, as the slow, consistent, directional change in the complexity of the dreaming mind. The dreaming mind has been becoming more complex for 700 million years. The thing it has been in contact with has not changed. The thing does not change. The thing does not experience the dimension in which change occurs. But the dreaming mind has been moving toward it session by session, generation by generation, evolutionary stage by evolutionary stage, has been developing greater capacity for contact, greater depth of access, greater duration of the exposure that the research calls REM sleep, and the traditions call Bardu and Kerr, and the space inside the mountain, and the dream that does not belong to the dreamer. What Marcus Webb achieved in 49 sessions, the depth of contact, the duration of the prefrontal cessation, the quality of recognition, took evolution 300 million years to make biologically possible in the first complex organisms. He achieved it in 11 months. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the academic distance. What was found in that room deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. The obsession, and I must call it what it is, I must use the word, because the word is the accurate word, because the thing I have been resisting nomming since I began assembling this account is obsession, and nomming it does not resolve it. The obsession is the question I cannot stop asking. What did he see? What was at the end of the corridor that Marcus Webb would not describe? What was in the space that his brain, stripped of the organizing principle of selfhood, stripped of the 49 years of accumulated Marcus Webb that the prefrontal cortex maintained as the distinction between him and everything else? What was in the space that used his brain as its instrument for 12 minutes, for 20, for 51? I have read the transcripts. I have read the transcripts again. I have read the margin note in the biology textbook. It is the precondition of order, the space inside which order becomes possible. I have read it until the words exist in my mind with the same precision and the same weight that they had the first time I read them. And from this repeated reading I have extracted one thing. He was not afraid. That is the thing I cannot stop, the not afraid. Because I am afraid. I have been afraid since the second week of assembling this file, and I am more afraid now than I was then, and the fear is not decreasing with familiarity. It is increasing. It is accelerating. It is the specific fear of a mind that has been in proximity to something long enough to begin to understand the shape of it. And the shape is larger than the fear can contain. And the fear is expanding to accommodate it. And the expansion is. He was not afraid. He wanted to go back. He stopped the sessions in November and returned to his classroom in January and taught mitosis and cellular respiration, and kept the stick insects in the corner. And he was a good teacher. And Lily grew up and stopped finding him embarrassing, and the furnace was repaired, and years passed. But he wrote one thing in the journal after November 14th. One line, dated November 15th, the morning after the 49th session. The distance between it and us is not space. It is a habit we have of looking the wrong way. The line they crossed without realizing it was not the door. It was not the corridor. It was the moment of recognition, the moment the thing noticed, the moment when the monitoring equipment recorded a cessation that was not absence but presence, and the presence was not Marcus Webb. The line was the moment he looked back. Dr. Margaret Chen left Stanford in 2016. Not fired, not disgraced, not published and celebrated. She submitted her letter of resignation in February 2016, cited personal reasons, cleaned out her office, transferred what she considered her professional files to the department archive, and left what she did not consider professional files in the unlabeled folder in the second drawer, and departed. She had become, in the 2 years since Marcus's 49th session, something she had not been when she began the research. She had become a person who could not sleep without waking at 3:47 a.m. with the specific and unshakable sensation of a boundary dissolving. She had become a person who had not been a research subject, had not been in a monitored sleep lab, had not been one of the 11, and yet was experiencing the most characteristic symptom of the 11, the dream room. The stone floor, the sound, the door. She had read the transcripts too many times. She had looked at the data from too close. She had been recognized by proximity. The guilt of this, and it was guilt, I name it accurately, the guilt of a researcher who had watched 11 people descend into something she could have stopped them from descending into, and had not stopped them because the data was extraordinary. The guilt was indistinguishable by the time she resigned from the thing that had generated it. She had become part of the thing she was studying. The observer had been absorbed into the observation. The boundary between the research and the researcher had dissolved with the same coherent, patterned structure as the prefrontal cessations she had spent 4 years documenting. She understood why Marcus had not been afraid. She was not afraid either. This was the part she could not explain and could not publish and could not leave in any file. The absence of fear, in a person who had every reason for fear, was the most disturbing thing she had documented, because fear was the correct response. Fear was the appropriate response of a finite mind encountering the infinite. The absence of fear meant something had changed in the relationship between the finite mind and the infinite. Something had shifted in the direction of the thing that felt no fear, because it was the precondition of all things, including fear. She moved the file she left. The file was found 3 years later by a graduate student archiving old storage. The graduate student opened it, read it, left the department, is not available for comment. The confession. I've been constructing this account from primary sources assembled over 8 months. I began with the Chen file, accessed through a contact at the university who no longer works there, and whose forwarding address I do not have. I followed the Edinburgh thread to a secondary archive that required 3 months to navigate. I contacted the Boston Clinic and was told the records were sealed. I contacted Marcus Webb and received no response. I contacted Corinne Webb and received a very careful, very brief email that said, "Marcus is well. He teaches. He's happy. Please don't contact us again." I have been sitting with this material every night in an office with a window that faces east, and every night I have worked past midnight and then gone home to sleep, and every night I have dreamed. I did not mean to include myself. That is not what this account is. This is documented research, carefully assembled, and I am the assembler, not the subject. But the confession is this: I know the room. Not from the transcripts, not from the accumulated reading of other people's accounts, the way an account of a place can give you the feel of it without having been there. I know the room because I have been there, not in a sleep lab, not monitored, in my own bed, in my own apartment, in the ordinary dark of a night sometime in the 5th month of assembling this material. I know the stone floor, the ceiling too high to see, the sound. I did not open the door. I know what the sound is like. None of the subjects could find the words for it, and I have not found better words than they did. But I will try, just once. It is the sound of something that has been present for so long, that its presence has become the background frequency of everything. It is the sound you hear when you are quiet enough to hear the thing underneath the quiet. It is the sound of the space inside which sound occurs. It is almost familiar, in the way that your own heartbeat is familiar when you hear it recorded and played back to you, almost recognizable, almost yours. The single sentence I have been avoiding saying is this: I have gone back every night since. Here is what actually happens to a brain that has been in contact with the precognitive infinite for 51 uninterrupted minutes. Not metaphor, not approximation. The physical reality of what the monitoring equipment recorded, described without the academic distance that the monitoring equipment's operators used when they wrote their session notes, without the clinical language that serves as a buffer between the observer and what they are observing. The prefrontal cortex, the region that maintains selfhood, that generates the I, that draws the boundary between the mind and the world, goes dark. Not dead. Alive and metabolically active and coordinating activity with extraordinary efficiency. But the specific function it was performing, the maintenance of Marcus Webb as a distinct individual, suspended, supplanted. What fills the space is not silence. What fills the space is activity of a kind the research had no category for, because the research had never before observed a human brain in which the selfhood maintenance function was operating while the self was absent. The activity is coherent. It is structured. It has, as Dr. Marsh noted, a pattern that implies a source. The source is not in the brain. The source is whatever the brain, in its depth of dreaming, is in contact with. It flows through the brain. Is a better word than fills, it flows, using the neural infrastructure of the dreaming mind the way current uses a circuit, the way water uses a channel, finding the paths of least resistance, and traveling them with the complete and total commitment of a thing that has no hesitation and no agenda beyond the fact of its own extension. For 51 minutes, something that had never before had access to a human nervous system used Marcus Webb's neurons the way he used words, as the material of expression. What it expressed, not translatable, but the expression left traces. The brain, after contact, reorganizes around the contact the way a riverbed reorganizes around a flood. Not permanently damaged, permanently changed. The channels deepened, the paths widened, the neural substrate reshaped to facilitate what had flowed through it. Marcus Webb, after November 14th, would find the room in his sleep without trying, would descend without effort. The path was worn open, the channel was carved. And the thing that had carved it, that had used his 51 minutes of unguarded brain to deepen its access, that thing had also left something behind. Not harm, not illness, not the pathological foreign presence of something that didn't belong. A gift, in the most precise and disturbing possible sense. A gift, a structural change in his neural architecture that gave him what every human dreamer had been moving toward for 700 million years of sleep. The ability to go all the way in. The beauty of the room, and it was beautiful. This is in the record. Every subject who ever described it used the word without being asked. The word that arrived before the fear, before the analytical engagement, before the researchers trained instinct to categorize and measure. The beauty was not the beauty of a human-made space, not aesthetic beauty, not the beauty of proportion and light and deliberate design. It was the beauty of the fundamental, the beauty of the thing that exists beneath the things that are beautiful, the organizing principle of beauty itself. The black stone floor was warm because it was the warmth of the deep, the geothermal warmth of a planet's core, radiating upward through rock that had existed before the first organism touched it. The sound beneath the floor was not sound, but resonance, the resonance of something that vibrated at the frequency of the universe's own organizing hum, the background radiation of consciousness that had preceded conscious beings. The ceiling too high to see was too high to see because it was not a ceiling. It was the open sky of a space that existed inside the concept of space, that contained space rather than being contained by it. And the thing at the end of the corridor, the thing Marcus would not describe, the thing he wrote about in the margin of the mitochondria chapter, the thing that the Edinburgh subject recognized as something they had been moving toward their whole life, that thing was not a monster, was not a danger, was not a predator or a god or a spirit or any other category that the human tradition of naming things had developed for the kinds of things that occupied spaces and were encountered there. It was the original. The consciousness that existed before consciousness was a biological function. The awareness that preceded the first organism that was aware. The organizing pattern that made organized patterns possible, and in making them possible, in establishing the substrate from which 700 million years of dreaming life would grow, in holding the shape of awareness before awareness had a physical form. In doing all of this for all of that time, it had accumulated an archive. Every dream, every sleeping mind that had ever touched the edge of it, every organism that had lowered its guard in the night and let some frequency of contact through, all of it received and held with the fidelity of something that exists outside time and therefore outside forgetting. The corridor Marcus walked was lined with what he could not describe. He was walking through the accumulated dreams of every creature that had ever slept. He walked to the end and saw what the archive had been building toward. He came back. He called it beautiful. He wasn't wrong. The transformation is the part the clinical record handles with the most inadequate vocabulary. After November 14th, after the 49th session, after the 51 minutes, after the bathroom floor and the 6 hours and the hospital EEG that captured the pattern of something that was not a human dreaming mind using a human dreaming mind, Marcus Webb returned to his life. He taught his classes. He graded the geological event of papers on the dining room table. He helped Lily with homework. He fixed the garage. He also, according to Karen, began sleeping differently. Not less, not troubled, differently. He slept with the specific quality of someone who was not wasting the sleep, who was using it actively, purposefully, the way an athlete uses training. He was in and out of sleep efficiently, and he woke precisely, and he never described his dreams anymore. Not to Karen, not to Lily, not to Dr. Chen in the 2 follow-up meetings she requested in 2015. He would say only, "I'm fine, I'm really fine. I've stopped being afraid of the dark." This was, Karen said, a strange thing to say because he had never mentioned being afraid of the dark. But in January 2015, she found the sketch. Not the one in the journal she'd known about since April 2014. A new sketch. On a piece of graph paper that had been used for something else, she could see the faint lines of a classroom layout beneath it, as if Marcus had been planning a seating arrangement and then turned the paper over. On the other side, in Marcus's handwriting, was the symbol from the wall of the dream room, the symbol from the textbook description, the symbol he'd been trying to describe for 11 months. This time it was complete. He hadn't been able to reproduce it fully before, had said so explicitly, had said it required a geometry his hand couldn't execute because his mind couldn't hold all of it simultaneously. The symbol on the graph paper was complete. Every line, every angle that corresponded to no known geometric system, every proportion that existed outside the ratios the human visual system was designed to process. Complete, perfect, executed with the ease of a person writing their own signature. Karen showed it to him. He looked at it with the expression of someone looking at something they know well. He said, "Oh, I didn't know I'd drawn that." Karen called Dr. Chen that evening. Dr. Chen said she would come to Columbus. She drove through the night. She arrived at 6 a.m. She knocked on the door. Marcus answered. He was fully dressed, which was unusual for 6 a.m., and he was smiling, which was not unusual but was a smile Karen would later describe as one she didn't recognize. Not unfriendly, not wrong, just not his smile. The mechanics of it right, the warmth of it real. The person producing it, different from the person who had produced his previous smiles. Dr. Chen said, "Marcus, I need to talk to you about the drawing." Marcus Webb looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, "I know, I have something to show you." He stepped aside to let her in. Dr. Chen has never described what she saw in the house. She drove back to Stanford that afternoon. She resigned from the university 4 months later. This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. What you just heard was only the beginning. What remains in the house in Worthington, Ohio. A family, a man who teaches biology and a woman who designs things, and a daughter who is now in college studying marine biology, which her father encouraged without ever asking her about it directly, leaving papers on the counter, never commenting, waiting for her to find what she was going to find. The stick insects in Marcus's classroom. 9 years and now 10, now 11. Students who struggle with biology and find something in the way Marcus explains things, the right bridge between the abstract and the understandable that makes it click. A sketch on graph paper in a drawer in the kitchen, the complete symbol from the wall of the dream room. Karen does not move it or throw it away. She is not afraid of it. She checked herself on this, checked carefully, the way you check something that should frighten you and doesn't, and the not frightening is itself alarming, and she is genuinely not afraid of it. She is not sure what she feels about it. She is not sure she has the vocabulary for what she feels about it. In Marcus's study, 11 journals, the one that documented the dream research and 10 others, filled in the years since 2015 that he will not show to anyone. Karen knows they exist. She has not asked to read them. She has decided, and this decision has the quality of a decision made not from respect for privacy, but from a deeper instinct. The instinct of a person who recognizes a boundary she is not equipped to cross. She has decided not to ask. The furnace was repaired. It makes no sound in February now. Marcus had the repair done in January 2015, a week after Dr. Chen's visit. He paid for it in cash and did not mention the cost, and Karen did not ask. The world after the worst is a world that looks identical to the world before the worst, from the outside, from any external measurement. The floors are the same floors. The walls are the same walls. Only the inhabitants have changed, and only one of them knows how. January 2016, SDANFORD University Sleep Research Department. Dr. Margaret Chen's official departure from the university was processed without incident. Her professional files were archived. Her published papers remain in the literature. Her research into sleep phase transitions and memory consolidation is cited in approximately 400 subsequent papers. Her unpublished research does not appear in any citation database. Her unlabeled folder was discovered in March 2019 by a graduate student named Thomas Kwan, 27, who was archiving the office. Kwan accessed the folder, read its contents, and submitted a written description of what it contained to the department head, Dr. Patricia Huang. Dr. Huang's response, filed as a department email on March 19, 2019. Thank you for flagging this. I'll review it and determine appropriate archiving. The folder's current location in the department archive, unknown. The department's records management database shows it logged and then removed from active archive status in April 2019. Reason for removal, transferred to restricted access. Restricted access category, sensitive personal data, subject privacy. Thomas Kwan did not return to the department after spring break 2019. His academic record shows a voluntary withdrawal from the program. His thesis was incomplete. Timeline card 2019. Chen file discovered and subsequently restricted. 2020. 2 separate sleep research labs in Tokyo and Berlin independently report cross-subject environmental convergence, stone room, sound beneath the floor. Research is not published. 2021. National Institutes of Health internal review of anomalous cross-subject REM content, triggered by a Berlin report. Review classified as preliminary. No findings published. 2022. An independent researcher submits a FOIA request for the NIH review. The request is declined. 2023. The FOIA appeal is declined. 2024. The independent researcher, who cannot be named here, begins assembling the account you are reading now. Karen Webb, Columbus, Ohio, 2024. He's fine. He's genuinely fine. That's the thing I want people to understand. Whatever happened, whatever that research was, whatever he experienced, he came out of it fine. He came out of it better, happier, less worried about things, more present. He's the most present person I know. Sometimes I watch him with Lily and I think, this is the most at home I've ever seen anyone be. She paused. I just don't always know where home is for him. The pattern, it is not Worthington, Ohio. It is not 2014. Tokyo, 2020. Sleep Research Lab, Tokyo University. Dr. Kenji Takahashi. Sleep Neuroscience. 8 subjects. Standard protocol. By week 3, 4 subjects describing an identical environment. Stone floor, sound, ceiling too high. Takahashi filed his anomalous findings report internally. The report was reviewed. His funding was not renewed. He is currently employed in private practice. He does not discuss the study. His 4 subjects, 3 are unreachable. The 4th, a woman named Eiko Sato, 34, an accountant from Shinjuku, agreed to speak to a researcher in 2022. She said the room was the most real place she had ever been. She said she went there every night now. She said she had not told her husband. She said, "It isn't frightening. I want to make sure you put that in. It isn't frightening at all. That's what's frightening." Berlin, 2020, Neurological Sleep Institute. Similar protocol, similar result. The German subjects used different words, the language structured the description differently, but the structure underneath the words was the same structure. Same environmental characteristics, same neural signature anomaly, same 3:47 a.m. timestamp across sessions. The lead researcher, Dr. Hannah Richter, submitted her findings to the European Journal of Sleep Research. The submission was rejected. Reviewers note, methodology insufficient to support conclusions. Suggest author reconsider framing. The methodology was sound. The reviewers knew it was sound. The problem was the conclusions. Most recent documented case, Portland, Oregon, 2023. A private wellness clinic offering monitored sleep sessions, not a research study. A commercial sleep health service. 3 clients over 6 separate sessions described the same room to the intake therapist. The intake therapist, Marguerite Olson, 41, files an incident report with her supervisor. Her supervisor schedules a team meeting. The meeting is postponed. The meeting is canceled. Marguerite Olson has been keeping her own dream journal since October 2023. The most recent entry describes the stone floor. She has not told her supervisor. The final survivor account. Not Marcus, not Dana Reyes, not Eiko Sato, who is still living her accountant's life in Shinjuku and going to the room every night and finding it increasingly difficult to describe the waking world to people who ask how she is. The final account is from a man who had never been in a sleep study. RAYMONDVOSS, 2021, Albuquerque, New Mexico. 62 years old, retired geologist, lifelong mild insomniac, never sought treatment, never enrolled in any study. Came to the attention of Dr. Chen's successor file, the researcher now assembling what you are hearing through a classified ad in a community newspaper. The ad read, looking for others who have been in the room with the black stone floor, not seeking profit, seeking understanding. He had placed the ad in 11 community papers across 7 states. He had placed it because he was running out of people who could hear what he needed to say and respond in a way that indicated they understood it. He described his first encounter with the room, age 17, no lab, no monitoring, alone in his bedroom in a New Mexico town he would not name, in a summer so hot that sleep was difficult, and the dreams that came in the thin sleep of hot nights were more vivid than usual. He had been going back for 45 years. He knew the room better than he knew his own kitchen. He knew the sound in the way you know a voice you have heard since childhood. He had not opened the door, had stood in front of it hundreds of times, had touched it, had felt its warmth, had listened to the increase in the sound from behind it. He had not opened the door. He said, "I'm 62. I don't have the same relationship with hurrying that I had at 30. Whatever's on the other side has been there for longer than I can think about and will be there after. I'll get there when I get there." He folded his hands on the table. He said, "I placed those ads because I wanted to tell someone. It isn't a sickness. It's not a symptom. It's not something that happened to you. It's something that was already happening for a very long time and you finally got deep enough to notice it." He looked at the window. He said, "The room is always there. You just have to stop looking away from it." Raymond Voss declined all follow-up contact. His ad ran for 3 months and then stopped appearing. The community paper has no record of the account holder or the cancellation. Current status. The Chen file is in restricted access at Stanford. Dr. Chen is alive. Her current location is not public. A researcher, not me, a different researcher, one who preceded me in this inquiry and whose notes I accessed through means I will not here describe. That researcher traced her to a rural address in Vermont and wrote a letter. The letter received a response. 3 sentences. The research is ongoing. I would advise you to stop looking. I say this not as a warning about what you will find. I say this because of what will find you. The letter was not signed. The file this account is drawn from was assembled across 22 months. During those 22 months, the person assembling it, the person writing these words, has been in the room on 31 separate occasions, has not opened the door, has heard the sound shift over 31 nights from peripheral to central, has noticed in the morning the specific quality of the previous night's sleep, too deep, too coherent, too precisely structured to be random, has noticed the warm hand, not a physical warmth, the specific internal warmth of contact, the warmth of the prefrontal cessation that is not cessation but replacement, the warmth of something using the brain's infrastructure with the easy efficiency of something that was using it long before the brain understood it was infrastructure, has not published, has assembled the account instead, has given you what was found, has placed it here in this record so that what it contains does not stay only inside the skull of one person who came too close. Dr. Elena Castor, Sleep Medicine and Neuropsychiatry, Johns Hopkins, reviewing this case summary 2024. I can't evaluate the neurological claims here without access to the primary data, which I don't have. What I can say is that the phenomenology described, the cross-subject convergence, the neural signature anomalies, the prefrontal cessation, if these findings are accurately reported, they represent something the field has no framework for. I would want to see the data. But I'd also want to know what happened to the people who saw it. The document that should not exist but does. A single email in Dr. Chen's departmental account sent on the day she resigned. Recipient, undisclosed. Subject line, blank. Body. It has been studying us as long as we have been sleeping. That is the same length of time. It knows us better than we know ourselves. It has been waiting for us to know it back. The classroom is a classroom. Stick insects in the corner tank. Textbooks on the shelf. The annotated one with the margin note in the mitochondria chapter. A desk that Marcus Webb has sat behind for 12 years now. A window that faces the schoolyard and shows the ordinary sky of a Worthington, Ohio, afternoon. Everything is as it should be. He is a good teacher. This has not changed. He explains things the way he has always explained them, finding the bridge between the abstract and the understandable, finding the analogy that makes the strange click into place. His students like him. The ones who struggle find that something in his manner makes the difficult accessible. He has started, in the last 2 years, teaching a unit that is not in the standard biology curriculum. Not replacing anything, adding an optional afternoon session for students who want to go further. He calls it Origins. What was here before the first cell? What the conditions were that made the first organized thing possible? What the universe looked like before organization was a strategy that matter had discovered. Students who attend describe it as the best class they have taken. They struggle to say why. One of them, a 16-year-old named Sam, who was failing biology before November of this year, and who is now its most engaged student, tried to explain to his mother what made the class good. He said, "Mr. Webb makes you feel like whatever you're studying was already there, waiting for you to look at it. Like the learning isn't going towards something new. It's going back to something old." His mother asked what he meant. He said he wasn't sure. He said it felt like going home. Marcus Webb goes home every evening to the house in Worthington. He eats dinner with Corinne. He asks about her work. He is present. He is warm. He is, by every observable measure, himself. Before he sleeps, he sits in the dark for a while. He does not know that Lily, home for a weekend in October, passed his door and heard him speaking quietly. She did not hear what he said. She stood for a moment in the hallway, not wanting to interrupt, waiting for a pause that would let her knock. No pause came. She went back to her room. In the morning, she couldn't remember if she'd heard a second voice. It does not end here. Nothing about what has been described ends. The room continues to exist in the space beneath sleep. The sound continues to rise from beneath the floor of the room. The door at the far wall continues to stand, warm to the touch, closed against the corridor that extends in no direction the waking mind can name. Marcus Webb goes to it every night. Dana Reyes goes to it on a piece of land in New Mexico where there is no structure, but where the land itself has the specific quality of a place, where someone is doing something very seriously and very quietly. Eiko Sato goes to it in the thin hours between 2 and 4 in Shinjuku. Raymond Voss goes to it in Albuquerque, having gone to it for 45 years with the patience of a man who has understood something about time that most people don't understand until they've run out of it. The Edinburgh subject who opened the door went to it and did not come back, or came back differently. Or the distinction between coming back and not coming back is a distinction that the waking world makes and the room does not. 700 million years of sleeping life on this planet has been making contact with the space that the room represents. Every organism that has ever descended into unconsciousness has passed through its territory briefly, at the speed of a dreaming mind moving through the dark. Most have not noticed. Most have woken before the room became visible. Most have carried back nothing more than the vague, dissolving impression of having been somewhere, somewhere warm, somewhere deep, somewhere that felt, for a moment too brief to hold, like the place they had been before the world asked them to be a separate thing within it. Most, not all. The ones who notice the room, the ones who go back, the ones who are recognized, the ones whose prefrontal silence expands session by session, night by night, through the door and into the corridor and to the end of the corridor, and to the thing that exists at the end of it, those ones do not come back the same. They come back knowing something. Something that cannot be said in the language of the waking world, because the waking world's language was built to describe things that are not this. Something that waits with perfect patience for the language to catch up. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. The thing in the room predates it, not in the sense of temporal priority, not in the sense of having been somewhere first and waiting for the universe to arrive, in the sense of being the precondition, the space inside which the universe became possible, the awareness inside which awareness became possible, the dream inside which the capacity for dreaming evolved. It has been waiting for a dreamer fluent enough to understand it. It has been making them. Every night. Since the first night. And I, who have been in the room 31 times, who have felt the warmth of the floor against my feet, and heard the sound rise through the stone in the way that a voice rises when the person speaking it knows they are finally, after a very long time, being heard. I, who have stood at the door and felt its warmth against my palm and have not opened it. I find this is the final paragraph, and I am looking for the last thing to say, the thing that will close this account, the thing that will allow me to set it down and walk away from the desk and sleep the sleep of a person who has documented something and moved on from it. I find there is no such thing. The account does not close. The room does not close. The distance between the assembler of the account and the account itself has, over 22 months, reached a point where the distinction between them is. The warmth of the door is not a metaphor. I am going to sleep now. Every night, in every bed, behind every closed eye, the room is there, and the only question is whether you have gone deep enough yet to know it. Story 4, the man who attacked his dream. His wife is in the emergency room. It is 2:47 a.m. Her jaw is fractured in 2 places. The attending physician asks what happened. She says, "My husband was asleep." The physician writes this down. He does not write down what she says next. What she says next is not a medical finding. It is a description. She says, "He was fighting something I couldn't see. He was winning." To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. There is a mechanism in the human brainstem, ancient beyond any meaningful reckoning, predating the cortical structures that house language and reason and the self-concept, predating everything that the human animal considers distinctly human. a mechanism whose sole function is to ensure that the sleeping body remains inert while the sleeping mind wages its nightly wars. The mechanism is called atonia, muscle paralysis, a signal broadcast from the brainstem's most primitive regions during the phase of sleep associated with dreaming, the phase the research designates rapid eye movement that descends through the spinal cord and arrives at every voluntary muscle in the body bearing the same absolute command. Do not move. The dreaming mind may run, may fight, may fall, may fly. The body remains still. The barrier between the theater of the dream and the physical reality of the bedroom is maintained by this single signal, reliable as a heartbeat, present in every healthy sleeping mammal. This mechanism evolved, the neurological record suggests, approximately 200 million years ago, in the earliest warm-blooded animals capable of REM sleep. 200 million years, the Triassic period, before flowers existed on this planet, before birds, before the lineage that would eventually produce the human nervous system had diverged from the lineage that would produce the rat, the bat, the dolphin. For 200 million years, the mechanism has done its work. And then, occasionally, in ways that the neurological research did not begin to document until 1986, in ways that are still not fully understood, in ways that the patients who experience them describe with a consistency that should alarm anyone who examines the cross-case literature. Occasionally, the mechanism fails. Dr. Carlos Schenk, Sleep Disorders Center, Minneapolis, 2019. REM sleep behavior disorder is, at its most fundamental, a failure of the brainstem to execute the paralysis command. The dreaming mind is fully active. The body receives that activity as instruction. The result is what the clinical literature calls dream enactment behavior. What it is, in practice, is a person's body being used by their dream to do what the dream requires, not what the person requires, what the dream requires. The distinction between what the person requires and what the dream requires is the subject of this account. The distinction, in the cases documented here, is the difference between a man lying peacefully in a bed and the same man, minutes later, doing things to the person beside him that he could never do awake. The thing that does them is not asleep. It is dreaming. The difference is not consolation. He told himself it was stress. Thomas Halley was 53 years old, and he was, by any reasonable accounting, a man who had earned the right to a good night's sleep. He had put in 31 years at a structural engineering firm in Minneapolis, had worked his way up from draftsman to senior project manager, had supervised the design of bridges and parking garages, and a hospital wing, and a community center in a neighborhood that needed one. He had 2 sons, Danny in Portland, doing something with apps that Thomas only partially understood, and Michael in the Navy, which made Thomas quietly proud in a way he never quite found the words for. He had a wife named Elaine who laughed at her own jokes slightly before the punchline, which was the first thing he had ever loved about her, and remained in his top 5 after 32 years. He was healthy, or had been. He was solid. He walked 3 miles before work 3 mornings a week, and he watched his cholesterol, and he went to bed at 10 and woke at 6 and had, for most of his adult life, been the kind of sleeper who was out in 5 minutes and knew nothing until morning. The first episode was in October 2018, and he had no memory of it at all. Elaine woke up to find Thomas upright in bed, his arm raised, saying something emphatic in a voice she didn't recognize. She touched his shoulder. He gasped, looked around, looked at her with the specific disorientation of a person arriving back in a room they don't remember leaving. He'd been dreaming, he said, dreaming hard. What about, she asked. He couldn't remember. She told him his arm had been up, that he'd been talking. His voice had been different, she said. And then she used the word that he kept thinking about in the days that followed, the word that should have been ordinary but wasn't, urgent. He'd sounded urgent, like there was something that needed doing, and he was the one who had to do it. He attributed it to stress. He was managing 3 concurrent projects. He was in the home stretch of a renegotiation with a city contractor that had been generating the specific slow burn anxiety of protracted professional conflict. He was 53, and his body was starting to register things it had previously ignored. He told Elaine, just a weird night. He told himself, just stress. He told himself variations of this, variations that got slightly less convincing with each telling. For 14 months before the night that ended with Elaine in the emergency room, and Thomas sitting in a police interview room at 3 in the morning, explaining to 2 officers who were doing their best to conceal their skepticism that he had been asleep. The thing you have to understand about Thomas Halley, the thing that makes the what happened next as devastating as it is that he was not a violent man. This is not euphemism. This is not the reflexive defense of someone who loves him. This is documented. Elaine said it to the police. She said it to the doctors at the sleep clinic. She said it with the matter-of-fact conviction of someone stating a fact that required no defense because it had never required one before. Thomas Halley had not been in a physical altercation since the 2nd grade, when he'd been pushed down on a playground and pushed back before the full understanding of cause and effect had developed sufficiently to give him alternatives. 31 years working in structural engineering, a field not noted for its conflict-free culture, and he had navigated every professional dispute, every contractor disagreement, every genuinely infuriating bureaucratic obstacle, without raising his voice more than once or twice, and his hands never. He was the one who calmed things down. That was his function in difficult rooms. Stand there, be steady, find the sentence that opened the path through. Danny had inherited this and used it to mediate between startup founders. Michael had inherited the inverse of it and used it to follow orders with the kind of total internal commitment that the Navy valued. Thomas had a workshop in the garage where he built furniture on weekends. Not selling it, making it. The specific pleasure of hands making a thing that was solid and right, and would outlast the hands that made it. He made Elaine a dining table in 2009 that was still the piece of furniture she was proudest to show anyone who came to dinner. He had nightmares his whole life. This was not new. His mother had nightmares and his brother had nightmares, and he'd always understood this as a family trait. The Halles ran a little hot in the limbic system, his brother used to say, which was either wise or convenient. But the nightmares of Thomas's first 53 years were the ordinary variety. The falling dream, the late for something dream, the dream where you're back in a situation from your past that you'd thought was resolved, and it turns out not to be resolved, not even a little. The dreams that began in October 2018 were different. He knew this even before he had enough of them to compare. The ones that started in October had a quality he couldn't name until his 3rd session with the sleep specialist, when she asked him to describe the difference, and he thought about it for a long time and said, "They feel more real than my other dreams. Not more vivid, realer. Like the other dreams are movies, and these ones are something I'm actually doing." The specialist wrote this down. She recognized the distinction. The episodes had already left 2 marks on his arms, bruises he couldn't account for, in patterns that the specialist, seeing them, cataloged without comment. February 2019. The 2nd episode was the one that produced the first injury, and the injury was Thomas's own. He woke with a split knuckle on his right hand and a specific ache in his shoulder consistent with throwing a punch with real commitment. He woke the way you woke when something had been happening to your body while you weren't supervising it. That disorientated, slipping into consciousness feeling that was different from normal waking, as if the body had been busy and was now handing the wheel back to the driver without quite explaining what it had been doing. His knuckle was against the headboard. His fist, apparently, had connected with the headboard. He didn't tell Elaine right away. He taped the knuckle, told her he'd caught it on something in the garage, and spent the morning doing the thing that Thomas Halley did with things that worried him. He researched. He was an engineer. His professional relationship with the unknown was to gather information until the unknown became the known, and the known could be managed. What he found concerned him enough to call his doctor that afternoon. His doctor referred him to the Hennepin Healthcare Sleep Disorders Center. He called the same day and made an appointment for 3 weeks out. In those 3 weeks, 2 more episodes. He started sleeping on the left side of the bed, not his usual side, away from Elaine. He framed this as a back issue. She was not, he suspected, entirely convinced. He was not entirely convinced either, not by any of the rationalizations he was constructing and applying with the determination of a man who had spent 31 years making structures stay up that wanted to fall down. The rationalization said, "This is a medical issue. It has a clinical name. It is treatable. You will see the specialist in 3 weeks and it will be sorted." The rationalization was reasonable and evidence-based and had served him well for 53 years. The rationalization didn't explain what he was dreaming. He had started writing the dreams down when he woke from them, because the specialist's office had asked him to keep a dream journal as part of the intake process, and Thomas Halley did what he was asked. He wrote in the journal with the same methodical honesty he brought to project reports. The dreams were not random. They were not the assorted anxieties of his waking life in loose narrative form. They were sequential. Each one continued where the last had left off, with the narrative coherence of a story being told by someone with a specific destination in mind. In the dreams, he was being hunted. Not metaphorically, not in the abstract. Something was behind him in the dark of a place he couldn't identify, and it had been gaining on him for months, and in each successive dream it was closer, and the closing of the distance was accompanied by the specific quality of dread that you felt when something was not going to stop, had never been going to stop, and had been patient about this in the way that things that didn't need to hurry were patient. He wrote this in the journal with careful handwriting. He did not tell Elaine about the journal. March 14, 2019, HENNEPIN Healthcare Sleep Disorders Center. Dr. Rachel Kim was 38 years old and had been studying sleep disorders for 11 years, which meant she had seen most of what sleep could do to the people who were subject to it, and had developed the specific clinical equanimity of someone who understood that the range of human suffering had a dimension called sleep that healthy people didn't know was there. Thomas Halley sat in her office and handed her the dream journal. She read it, all of it, the full 12 weeks of entries, while Thomas drank bad clinic coffee and looked at the certificates on her wall and thought about how people ended up doing the specific thing they did with their lives. She asked him to describe the most recent episode. He described it. He had been dreaming that something was close behind him, very close, gaining on the dream version of him in a dark place with no reference points, and in the dream he had turned and swung, hard, both hands, with the specific desperate energy of a person who understood that this was the moment and there would not be another one. He had turned over in the bed. He had swung both arms. He had hit the wall with his left hand and the headboard with his right, and woken up with a noise he described to Dr. Kim as not like myself, a sound that had come out of him that he did not recognize as his own voice. Dr. Kim said she needed him to come in for a nocturnal polysomnography, a monitored overnight study. He said yes before she had finished the sentence. She also said, before the study, she needed him to be honest about something. He said, of course. She said, is anyone in the bed with you? He said, yes. She said, you need to separate until after the study. He said Elaine would ask why. She said, tell her the truth. He said, which truth? She said, all of it. And here is the part nobody talks about, the part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview, because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. He told himself it was stress. The bed had been telling him the same thing for 6 months. Beds lie. The guest bedroom had a window that faced the neighbor's fence. Thomas moved into the guest bedroom on a Tuesday evening in March. He moved his alarm clock, his phone charger, his glass of water. He made the guest bed with clean sheets. He did these things efficiently, without drama, the way Thomas Halley did most things. Elaine watched from the doorway. She did not ask questions. He had explained, had told her the truth, as Dr. Kim had said, all of it, and she had listened in the way she listened to things that required the full quiet attention of her whole self, and then she had said, okay. Just okay. He wasn't sure if okay meant she understood or okay meant she was being brave about something that was frightening her. He hadn't asked. He knew her well enough to know that asking would make it harder for her to maintain the okay. The guest bedroom was fine. It was a normal room. There was nothing wrong with it. Thomas had put 3 coats of paint on these walls in 2011 and the color was still good. The curtains were ones Elaine had made. There was a framed print of a lake he didn't know the name of. He lay in the guest bed and looked at the ceiling. He had slept in this bed before. Guest visits, family, the times when one of them had a cold and didn't want to keep the other up. He knew the specific way the mattress felt, slightly firmer than theirs, and the quality of the dark in here, which was different from the dark in their room, less soft, more plain. Everything was fine. He fell asleep at 10:47. At 12:31, Elaine heard something from the guest room. Not a crash, not a shout. Something quieter than that, which was worse. A rhythmic sound, low and sustained, that she lay and listened to for a long moment before she understood what it was. He was still talking in his sleep. The words not distinguishable. The urgency in them completely recognizable. She lay in their bed and listened to the voice she knew better than any other voice, saying something in the dark that she could not make out, and the voice was his voice, and it was not his voice. The way a room is the same room after something terrible has happened in it and also is not. She did not go to the guest room. In the morning, she found the framed print of the lake on the floor. It had not fallen. The hook was intact. It had been placed there. She noticed it on a Tuesday. 3 days later, it was in a medical file. Thomas came to breakfast on Wednesday and he looked fine. He ate his eggs. He read the news on his phone. He asked about Elaine's day. Everything was normal. He was Thomas at breakfast, entirely himself, with the particular morning competence of a man who liked mornings and was good at them. She told him about the print. He looked at her for a moment. Then he went to the guest room doorway and looked at the print, still on the floor where she'd found it, which she hadn't moved because something had made her not want to touch it. He looked at it for a long time. He said, "I don't remember." She said, "I know." He picked up the print. He looked at the hook. He looked at the mark on the wall behind where the print had hung, a small dark scuff, the kind you got when something had been pressed against the wall, had been pressed against it with some force and then removed. He hung the print back up. He went to the kitchen and poured himself more coffee. Elaine watched him. He was steady. He was fine. He was going about his morning with the methodical calm of a person managing something they had decided to manage. She called the sleep clinic that afternoon. Not to cancel, to ask if she could speak to Dr. Kim directly. She was put through. She described the print. She described the sound. She said, "I'm not afraid of Thomas." Then she said the thing she had been trying not to say. She said, "I'm afraid of what Thomas is while he's asleep." Dr. Kim said, "I understand the distinction." She said, "That's why we need the study." Elaine hung up. She sat in the kitchen for a while. On the refrigerator, there was a photograph. It had been there for 12 years, the 2 of them at Danny's college graduation, both of them squinting in the June light, both of them laughing at something out of frame. She had always loved this photograph because of what it showed. 2 people who were glad to be standing next to each other. She looked at it for a long time. She thought, I know who you are. She was almost completely certain she was right. The study was scheduled for April 4th. Thomas arrived at the Hennepin Sleep Lab at 9 p.m. on a Thursday. He brought his overnight bag, which he packed the way he packed for work trips, efficiently, with everything he needed and nothing he didn't. He brought the dream journal. He brought a book he didn't read. The technician attached 22 electrodes to his scalp, face, chin, legs, and chest with a gel that smelled faintly of something medical. He submitted to this with the same quiet cooperation he brought to airport security, to doctor's appointments, to all of the minor indignities of being a body that required maintenance. He asked the technician's name. The technician said Marcus. Thomas said, "Good to meet you, Marcus." They shook hands. He was in the monitored bed by 10:30. He fell asleep faster than Marcus had seen an anxious first-night subject fall asleep. Most patients in a first polysomnography took 45 minutes to an hour. Thomas Halley was asleep in 12. Marcus noted this and calibrated his attention accordingly. At midnight, Thomas entered his first REM cycle. Everything was normal. At 12:47, the atonia readings changed. Not absent, just reduced. The brainstem signal still present but insufficient, like a valve not fully open. Marcus noted it, watched the monitors with the careful attention of someone who had been told in the intake summary what to watch for. At 1:13 a.m., Thomas Halley sat up. His eyes were closed. He sat up with the specific, purposeful movement of a man who had decided to sit up, not the fumbling partial wakefulness of a disturbed sleeper, but a deliberate act. He sat up straight in the bed, both hands at his sides, and turned his head as if orienting himself in a space he knew. He said something. Marcus in the monitoring room leaned forward. Thomas said, "Not yet." Then he lay back down. Marcus wrote it down. 2 words. In a night of extraordinary clinical data, 2 words that required no medical terminology to describe. Not yet. The question that the notation did not contain. Not yet what? 1986. University of Minnesota Sleep Disorders Center. Dr. Mark Mahold and Dr. Carlos Schenk, sleep neurologists. First clinical description of REM sleep behavior disorder. 5 patients, all male, all over 50, all presenting with violent sleep behavior they had no memory of upon waking. Prior to 1986, this disorder had no name, no clinical framework, no formal diagnostic category. The patients existed, had always existed, but they existed in the realm of the unexplained, which is to say, in the realm of the blamed. Before REM sleep behavior disorder had a name, it had other names. Dangerous, violent, crazy, acting out. The domestic violence filing that covered a husband who was, in clinical fact, asleep. The psychiatric commitment of a woman who hurt herself in her own bed and couldn't explain it. The marriages that ended in fear and confusion because one partner did things in the night that the other could not forgive and the perpetrator could not remember. All of it for all of those years before 1986 without a name. With a name comes documentation. With documentation comes the archive. The archive is what I am going to walk you through. Timeline card 1986. First formal clinical description. Mahold and Schenk, Minneapolis. 1990. ICSD classification. International Classification of Sleep Disorders formally adds RBD. 1996. First documented connection between RBD and neurodegeneration. Parkinson's disease. This connection would be confirmed, expanded, and profoundly complicate the disorder's clinical meaning over the next 3 decades. 2014. Study published in Lancet Neurology. 81% of patients diagnosed with RBD will develop a neurodegenerative disease, Parkinson's, Lewy body dementia, or multiple system atrophy within 12 years. RBD is not just a sleep disorder, it is a warning. 2019, Thomas Halley presents to Hennepin Healthcare. He does not yet know about the 2014 study. Patricia Voss, 64, wife of RBD patient, Minneapolis Sleep Support Group, 2018. The hardest thing was that it wasn't him. I need people to understand that. When he hurt me, when those things happened, it was not my husband. My husband was somewhere else, asleep. In the 32 years I had known this man, he had never raised a hand to me or to anyone. But whatever was using his body while he slept, whatever was running that body when the part of his brain that was Roger wasn't in charge, that thing didn't have his history, didn't have his values. It just had his muscles and whatever the dream needed. Patricia Voss attended the Minneapolis RBD support group for 3 years. Her husband Roger was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2019. The fact that cannot be softened. RBD patients hurt themselves and the people beside them in the bed. The injuries documented in the clinical literature include facial lacerations, rib fractures, subdural hematomas, and one death, an elderly man who fell from a second-floor window while enacting a dream of escape. His wife found him in the front garden. He was alive. He could not understand why he was outside. The cases that the clinical summaries do not fully prepare you for. James Altman, 2009. Chicago, 59 years old, retired firefighter, 34 years on the job, no psychiatric history, no history of violence. His wife Carol described him as the gentlest man she had ever met, a fact that she had always attributed to his profession. He had seen enough real danger that he had no need to manufacture any. Episodes began following his retirement. Sleep researchers have documented a pattern of RBD onset at major life transitions, retirement, bereavement, major health events. The brainstem, researchers theorize, registers the stress through mechanisms the conscious mind has no access to. The third episode, James stood from the bed while dreaming, walked to the bedroom window and put his fist through the glass. He received 32 stitches. He woke in the emergency room. He had no memory of leaving the bed. He told the emergency physician, "The last thing I remember is the building was burning." The physician wrote this down. She wrote it down not because it was clinically relevant, but because she could not think of anything to do with a sentence like that except preserve it. James Altman was diagnosed with RBD in 2009. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2015. He is alive. He uses a cane. He sleeps in a padded room that Carol had built in the basement, professionally designed for RBD safety, soft walls, no furniture, a floor-level mattress. Carol sleeps upstairs. They said goodnight at 9 and she calls the intercom at 6. She told the researcher who interviewed her in 2022, "The marriage is fine. We just don't sleep together. We solved the physical problem. I don't know how to describe what remained." Helen Marsh, 2017, Boston. 47 years old, pediatric nurse. Husband found her at 3 a.m. in the kitchen, holding a knife. She was asleep. Her eyes were open. She was moving through a dream with the kitchen knife in her hand with the specific purposeful movement of someone doing something that needed doing. Her husband said her name. She looked through him. He said her name again, louder. She turned and looked at him and then looked at the knife in her own hand and dropped it and woke. She had been dreaming. She was protecting her children from something in the house. Her children were grown. Her youngest was 24. She was protecting children who were safe in other states from something that lived entirely in the altered architecture of her sleeping brain. She received a diagnosis, a low-dose clonazepam prescription, and a referral to a neurologist. Her husband asked the prescribing physician, "What do I do if it happens again?" The physician said, "Don't approach her until she wakes." Her husband said, "And if she's already approaching me?" The physician said, "Make noise, don't touch her, make enough noise to wake her before contact." He said, "And if I can't wake her in time?" The physician could not give him a satisfying answer to this question. The history of this disorder is the history of the line between sleeping and waking, a line that human culture has always assumed was fixed and clear, and that turns out to be neither. The ancient Roman writer Pliny the Elder documented cases of sleepwalkers in the 1st century CE, men who conducted complex activities while sleeping, who could not be roused by sound, who woke with no memory. He attributed this to lunar influence. This was wrong about the mechanism. It was right that something worth explaining was occurring. The medieval concept of the Natara in Icelandic folk tradition, a sleeping spirit that departed the body and moved through the world while the body lay still. When the Natara was disturbed mid-journey, it returned violently, the body convulsing, striking out, speaking in voices not the sleeper's own. The folk prescription: do not wake the sleeper suddenly. Wait, let the Natara complete its journey. This was, functionally, not incorrect advice for an RBD episode. The Talmudic text Maskit Semachot, dealing with questions of death and mourning, contains a brief passage on the sleeper who acts in ways the waking self would not. The passage distinguishes between what the person does and what is done through the person, an ancient legal and moral distinction that modern forensic psychiatry has been struggling to codify ever since the first RBD patient was brought before a court. The legal question has no clean answer. If a man sleepwalks and kills his wife, is he responsible? The courts have answered this differently in different centuries, different countries, different philosophical frameworks. What they have not done, what no legal framework has yet successfully done, is answer the prior question. Who was it that acted? Dr. Rachel Kim, Sleep Disorders Center, Hennepin Healthcare, 2019. The thing that patients find hardest to accept, and I see this again and again, is the gap. There is a gap in their selfhood, a period of time during which their body was operational and their values were not. They did things during that gap. Sometimes those things were minor, sometimes they were not. And the person who did those things was made entirely of their body and none of their person. I have no way to explain that in terms that make it less disturbing. I simply don't. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. The file ends there. What it cannot record is what happened inside Thomas's chest when he read it. The specific weight of knowing that someone had survived this before him and told no one. April 5, 2019. HENNEPIN Healthcare. Thomas read the results from his polysomnography in Dr. Kim's office on a Friday morning. He read them the way he read structural engineering reports, methodically, from the summary through to the data. He did not rush. He asked clarifying questions at appropriate intervals. He was, as always, the best person in the room at managing complicated information under conditions of personal investment. He reached the section on the nocturnal movement events. Marcus had documented 4. Thomas had had no memory of any of them. At 12:47 a.m., upright, head turned, verbalized not yet, lay back down. At 2:03 a.m., arm raised, held position for 90 seconds, lowered, verbalized something not distinguishable on recording. At 3:17 a.m., full standing position beside the bed, eyes open, turned in the direction of the monitoring window, the window through which Marcus had been watching, stood for 3 minutes, sat on the edge of the bed, lay down. At 4:44 a.m., this is the one Thomas read twice. At 4:44 a.m., Thomas Halley had walked to the door of the monitoring room and tested the handle. The door was locked, as standard protocol required. He had stood at the locked door with his hand on the handle for 7 minutes, then walked back to the bed, lay down. Remained in REM sleep throughout. He had stood at Marcus's door for 7 minutes. Marcus had been on the other side of the door. Thomas put the report down. Dr. Kim waited. He said, in the dream at 4:44. What was I dreaming? She said she didn't know. The EEG showed REM activity throughout, but it couldn't read content. He nodded slowly. He said, I remember that one. He said, I was trying to get to whatever was on the other side. He said, in the dream I thought Marcus was it. Dr. Kim made a note. She asked, what was it? Thomas Halley, who had been building structures for 31 years, who had spent his adult life making things that stayed up and kept people safe, looked at his hands on his knees and said the thing he hadn't said to anyone, the thing he'd been carrying since October. He said, in the dream there's something hunting me, and at 4:44 I turned around. I wasn't running from it anymore. I was hunting it back, and I thought in the dream I thought I had it cornered. He looked at Dr. Kim. He said it wasn't cornered. The medication helped. This is important to say because not everything in this account is the story of a system failing. Sometimes the system works. Clonazepam, prescribed at 0.5 milligram before sleep. The mechanism, it suppresses the arousal threshold of the motor system during REM, reinforcing the atonia signal, thickening the wall between the dream and the body. It worked for most people. It worked for Thomas. 3 weeks in, no episodes. The dream journal, quieter dreams or dreams remembered less clearly, which was its own kind of relief. His knuckles healed. The bruises faded. He moved back into the master bedroom with Elaine, who had made no comment about the guest room arrangement except once, quietly, to say she was glad he was back. And he'd said he was glad too. And there was a specific warmth in that exchange. The warmth of two people who had navigated a difficult thing without losing sight of each other, that he had held onto for weeks. He had a standing lamp moved to the left side of the bed. He had padded the headboard. He had, at Dr. Kim's suggestion, installed a fall mat on his side of the floor, a gymnastics crash pad, effectively, purchased from a sporting goods store and covered in a spare duvet to make it less alarming. Elaine did not comment on the crash pad. She stepped over it every morning to get to the closet. He was okay. He was genuinely, functionally okay. He was sleeping. His body was his own. The dreams were quieter. The way a radio turned down was quieter, still there, still broadcasting, but at a volume that wasn't breaking anything. He called Danny in Portland, and they talked for an hour about nothing in particular, which was the best kind of conversation. And Danny said, Dad, you sound good, and Thomas said, I am. I really am. That was a Tuesday in May. On Friday, May 17th, 11 weeks after the polysomnography, 8 weeks into the clonazepam, he woke at 3:44 a.m. with his hands around Elaine's throat. He released immediately. He was awake by the time he understood what his hands were doing. Awake and releasing and pulling his hands back and saying her name in a voice that was entirely his voice. Nothing of the dream left in it. Just Thomas saying Elaine's name over and over while she sat up in the bed and looked at him in the dark. She said, I'm okay. She said, I'm okay, I'm okay. Her voice was steady. She was shaking. He said, the medication stopped working. She said, I know. She called 911. They sat at the kitchen table from 3:52 a.m. until the paramedics arrived at 4:07 a.m. 15 minutes. Elaine with a bag of frozen peas against her throat, which was fine bruised but nothing structural. The paramedic confirmed this 3 times, while Elaine held Thomas's hand and said, Tom, I'm fine, and Thomas nodded and held her hand, and was very still in the specific way of a person who has decided that stillness is the safest thing they can offer. He was taken to Hennepin Healthcare. Standard protocol when an incident of this nature occurred with a patient already under the clinic's care. Dr. Kim was paged. She arrived at 5 a.m. in the specific manner of someone who had been paged before and knew how to exist in a hospital corridor at 5 in the morning. She had brought the chart. She had brought the numbers from the 7 weeks of clonazepam compliance. The medication had been working by every measurement. The EEG monitoring data showed appropriate atonia during REM. The movement events had stopped. And then they hadn't. She sat across from Thomas in the consultation room, and she asked him about the dream. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said he would tell her, but he needed her to tell him something first. He asked, was it common for the dream to progress? She asked what he meant. He said, in the early episodes he was running, being hunted. In the middle episodes he had turned around and started hunting back. In tonight's episode, in the dream he had been in when his hands were on Elaine's throat. He said, in the dream I caught it. He said, I had it. I had it down. I was doing what you do when something that's been hunting you for 9 months is finally under your hands, and you know that if you don't finish it now, it will get back up. He looked at his hands. He said, I didn't know it was Elaine. He said the dream didn't have Elaine in it. The dream had something else. What you just heard was only the beginning. What the dream had was not Elaine. He knew this with the same certainty that he knew other facts: the load-bearing capacity of a steel beam, the settlement rate of the soil beneath a foundation, the things he knew because he had spent a professional lifetime learning to know things accurately. In the dream, his hands had been on something that was not Elaine. In the dream, the thing he had been hunting since October had taken a form, had been, for a moment, caught, had been, for the duration of those terrible seconds, under his hands. What it was, what shape the dream had given his 9 months of accumulated terror. He did not tell Dr. Kim that morning. He told her about the sequence: the running, the turning, the hunting, the catching. He told her about the sensation of his hands and what he had been certain he was doing with them. He did not describe the face, because the face was the thing he had woken to, the face looking up at him from beneath his hands, and the face was Elaine's face. And in the specific horror of that moment, the dream and the real had overlapped in a way that he could not yet sort into its correct categories, and he needed to sort it before he spoke about it, because if he spoke about it unsorted, something important was going to break. He went home that afternoon. Elaine's insistence, the paramedics' clearance, Dr. Kim's careful conditional agreement. He went home and stood in the bedroom doorway and looked at the bed. He had made that bed. The headboard was his own work, walnut, clean joinery, built in the garage in 2016. He had planned to sleep in it for the rest of his life. He stood in the doorway for a while. The crash pad was still on the floor where it always was. The padded headboard was the padded headboard. The room was exactly the room it was. He had crossed the line in this room that he had spent 9 months believing couldn't be crossed. And the thing about a line you have crossed is that you can't uncross it by going back to the place you crossed from. You're on the other side now. The last ordinary thought Thomas Halley would have, the last thought that belonged entirely to the Thomas who had existed before October 2018, the Thomas for whom these things weren't possible, arrived at 6:22 p.m. on May 17th, standing in the bedroom doorway. He thought, I would have killed her. How does one speak of this? How does one employ the instrument of reason to examine a case in which reason itself, the most fundamental reason, the bedrock axiom that the self is continuous, that the body executes the will of the person who inhabits it, has been revealed as insufficient? I address the clinical record. I return, again and again, to the polysomnography data and the medication compliance logs and the incident reports, because these are the things that can be examined with the tools available to the examining mind. I hold them up against the question they are meant to answer. The question they are meant to answer: what is Thomas Halley responsible for? Not legally. Legally, the question has been answered, imperfectly, provisionally, with more footnotes than conclusions, but answered. A sleeping person does not bear criminal responsibility for the acts of their sleeping body, contingent on the disorder's documented diagnosis and the absence of reasonable precautions. Contingent. What I mean is, what is he responsible for in the other way? The human way. The way that is not about courts and precedent, but about the specific weight of carrying in your hands the memory of what your hands did while you were elsewhere. He was elsewhere. The dream was not he. The body was his and not his simultaneously, in the same moment, in the same hands. The same hands that built the headboard and built the dining table and shook Danny's hand at his graduation, and had never been raised against anyone in 53 years of living. Stop. Was that Thomas's hands? I have been asking this question since I began reading the file. I cannot find a satisfying answer. I cannot find a meaningful answer. Because the answer that says yes, his hands, his responsibility destroys him, and the answer that says no, not his hands, not his fault, requires the acceptance of something that is, in its own way, worse. That the body can be occupied. That the self is not the body's permanent resident. That there is something that can use the physical instrument of a person, the muscles, the reach, the specific topography of their grip, to do what the dream requires, in the presence of the people they love most, with no restraint of history or affection or will. The self that built the table is absent. Something else is in the room. The dreams, I must speak of the dreams themselves, not only the enactments, not only the incidents and the injuries and the clinical documentation of the physical events. The dreams, which are the source of everything, which are the engine that drives the body through its terrible nighttime performances. Those dreams in RBD patients share characteristics that the clinical literature notes as a pattern, and that I, who have spent weeks in this material, find more disturbing than the pattern implies. They are violent, almost universally. The dream content in RBD is not anxiety in the ordinary sense, not the late for the exam dream, not the teeth falling out dream, not the standard inventory of a mind processing its own insecurities in narrative form. These are combat dreams, pursuit dreams, dreams of a specific kind of stakes, life or death stakes, immediate and physical, that activate the motor system with the full commitment of a body that believes completely in the necessity of what it is doing. The body is not being controlled by the dreaming mind in some loose metaphorical sense. It is being commanded. The commands are specific. Get up, move, defend, attack, do not stop. And the body, stripped of the brainstem's paralysis signal, stripped of the check that 100 million years of evolution installed for exactly this reason, the body obeys. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away, write in the comments. The walls remember. Let me know I am not alone in this. Then come back. Come back, because the thing I cannot stop thinking about, the thing that has been underneath this account since the first incident report, the thing that Thomas Halley's case brings into focus with a specificity that the aggregate statistics cannot, is the relationship between what the dream needs and what the dreamer becomes in order to provide it. The dream needed Thomas to be something he was not. The dream needed him to be capable of violence without hesitation, without negotiation, without the filtering of a 53-year self that had never once permitted such a thing. The dream, in its need, reached down through the architecture of his sleeping brain and found the part that could do it, the ancient part, the part that predated the man, and put that part in charge. And the ancient part, stripped of Thomas, acting in his body, did what dreams require. The guilt. I return to this. How can I not return to this? The guilt of a man who has done something unforgivable while being, in the technical and legally defensible sense, absent from the act. He remembers nothing. He remembers nothing, and Elaine remembers everything. The specific asymmetry of this, that the act was performed by his body, and the memory of the act lives in her body, in the bruising she can trace with her own fingers. The asymmetry is a kind of cruelty that no court and no diagnostic category has found adequate language for. He wants to apologize. He has apologized. The apology is insufficient because the word apology assumes that the person apologizing performed the act. He did not perform the act. Something wearing him performed the act. He is apologizing for a thing done by something that was briefly him and never was him. And Elaine, who said I know who you are, and who has not yet fully tested whether that knowing survives what her throat knows. Elaine says I understand, and she says it with the sincerity of a person who has thought about it carefully and means it as accurately as it can be meant. But understanding and forgiving are not the same thing. But the body that was afraid is her body. But the hands that she has held for 32 years are also those hands. She sleeps in the guest room now. She does not sleep well. Neither does he. He sleeps in the master bedroom, and he is afraid of the dark, which is a remarkable thing, to be afraid of your own darkness, to be afraid of the place where you go when you close your eyes. The place that turns out not to be entirely under your administration. And he watches the ceiling with the specific alertness of a man waiting for himself to become something he would not recognize. But do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story. What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening, right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling for days. Not what had I seen, but what precisely had seen me. There is a region of the brainstem, the subliter-rotarsal nucleus, sometimes called the subcoeruleus nucleus in the older literature, a structure occupying a volume so small that it would be invisible to the naked eye. That is, among all the structures of the central nervous system, the most consequential to the argument that the self and the body are the same thing. This region broadcasts, during REM sleep, the paralysis signal. It sends the command that ensures the dreaming mind does not run the dreaming body. In this single function, it maintains the most fundamental assumption of human consciousness, that I am here and the dream is there, that the theater and the audience are separate, that what happens in the dark behind closed eyes happens to an eye that is safely contained within the skull, watching. What REM sleep behavior disorder represents, in its neurological mechanism, is the failure of this assumption's infrastructure. The subliter-rotarsal nucleus's signal fails. The dream's instructions arrive at the muscles unchallenged. The distinction between here and there, between the eye that watches and the body that acts, dissolves. Dr. Isabel Vance, Behavioral Neuroscience, MIT, 2022. What we have in RBD is a neurological demonstration that the experience of being a unified self, the experience of being the author of your own actions, the inhabitant of your own body, is contingent. It depends on a system working correctly. When the system fails, what we observe is not a malfunction of a person. It is the exposure of what was always beneath the person, a body that can operate without one. The nature of what inhabits the operational body in the absence of the person is the question that the neurological literature does not ask, because the asking of it requires the prior acceptance that the person can be absent from the operational body, and the acceptance of this opens conceptual territory that the neuroscience of consciousness has not yet been equipped to map. What inhabits the body is the dream, not the dream as product, the narrative assembled by the sleeping cortex from memory and expectation and current emotional state. The dream as process, the active computational work of a brain generating an alternative reality, investing that reality with the complete resources of the motor system, running the body through the requirements of the generated world with the authority of a director who has, for the duration of the performance, replaced the actor with themselves. Thomas Halley, for the duration of the episode that ended with his hands on Elaine's throat, was not the director of his own body. The dream was. And the dream, which is ancient in the way that the brainstem is ancient, which predates the prefrontal cortex, which predates the self-concept, which predates everything that Thomas Halley considers himself to be, the dream had its own requirements. Its requirement was finish it. The dream is not apologetic about its requirements. The dream has never had to be. To describe the thing that inhabits the body during an RBD episode, the force, if we must call it something, that uses the sleeping person's musculature with the full, committed authority of something acting from genuine necessity, is to attempt a description of something that does not possess the properties we typically require of describable things. It has no intention, in the sense that Thomas Halley intends things. It has no values. It has no history, no relationships, no knowledge of what Elaine's jaw fracturing would mean in the life of the family that depends on these two people remaining intact, remaining themselves, remaining capable of breakfast and phone calls and the quiet mutual maintenance of a life built together. It has only the dream's requirements, and the dream's requirements are drawn from somewhere older than Thomas Halley's careful, decent, structure-building personhood. They are drawn from the part of the nervous system that predates every value he holds, the part that runs the body when no one else is running it, the part that the clinical literature calls the subcortical motor system, and that the mythology of every culture on this planet calls something else. The sleepwalker that the family does not speak of, the possessed body of the folklore tradition, the body that moves in the dark with intention that belongs to something other than the person. The something other has always been there, beneath the threshold of waking awareness, running the automated systems of a body that requires far more management than the conscious mind has time to provide. It runs the breathing and the heartbeat and the immune response and 1,000 other things that the self never notices because they are handled below the level at which the self operates. During REM sleep, in a healthy brain, the atonia signal ensures this something other remains below the motor threshold. In Thomas Halley's brain, beginning in October 2018, it did not. It rose, and in rising, it demonstrated the thing that the philosophy of mind has been arguing about since Descartes split the self from the body, that the split is real, that the body is a vessel, and that the vessel, when the usual occupant is elsewhere, will be filled by whatever is next in the queue. The neurological literature contains a finding, published in 2014, that rewrites the meaning of everything that precedes it in the clinical history of this disorder. It rewrites it not by explaining RBD, but by contextualizing it, by placing it within a larger story that makes the sleep disorder the least important thing about it. The finding, RBD is a prodromal symptom of synucleinopathy, abnormal aggregates of alpha-synuclein protein, the same protein that forms the Lewy bodies of Parkinson's disease, the same protein whose misfolding drives the neurodegeneration of Lewy body dementia and multiple system atrophy. Those aggregates begin, in many patients, in the brainstem, in the exact region responsible for REM sleep atonia. The dream enactment behavior is the first visible symptom of a process that has been underway for years. The sublater rotosal nucleus, eaten by misfolded protein, fails to produce the paralysis signal. The violent dreams come first. Then in most patients eventually, not always. Not certainly, but in the documented majority, in the 81% confirmed over 12-year follow-up. Then comes the progressive neurodegeneration of the systems that make Thomas Halley who he is. The RBD is not the horror. The RBD is the warning. Dr. Kim told Thomas this in a second consultation, on May 22nd, 5 days after the incident. She told him with the careful, direct honesty that was her professional commitment, and that Thomas had specifically requested she maintain with him, in writing, in the informed consent documentation he had signed. She told him that the disorder that was causing him to enact his nightmares was also, in the majority of cases, the first visible expression of a disease that would, over the coming years, progressively dismantle the neurological infrastructure of his motor system, of his cognition, of his memory, of his capacity to be the person who had built the table and called Danny and held Elaine's hand in the hospital, Thomas sat with this. Then he said, "How long?" She said, "There's a range. The research shows." He said, "On average." She said, 12 years from symptom onset to significant functional decline. Some faster, some much slower. He said, "I had my first episode in October 2018. She said, "Yes." He looked at her. He said, "So the thing that is hunting me in the dreams." She waited. He said, "It was never something outside me." What you just heard was only the beginning. The architecture of a life. This is what is being dismantled. Not the person all at once, not the catastrophic, total event that the imagination projects when we contemplate our own dissolution. The gradual, systematic, neurologically precise deconstruction of the infrastructure of selfhood, region by region, connection by connection. The slow retraction of the boundaries of the person, until what remains is less and less Thomas Halley, and more the body that runs without him. The thing that has been inhabiting his sleeping body is the thing that will eventually inhabit his waking body. Not as possession, not as anything the mythology of his culture has a clean name for, as neurodegeneration, as the protein aggregates patient expansion through the brainstem and into the substantia nigra and beyond, into the regions that govern movement and memory and the executive function that distinguishes deliberate action from compulsion, choice from reflex, person from mechanism. The dream enacted what is coming. In the dreams, in the months of pursuit and hunting and the final terrible catching, the brainstem was demonstrating its own future, the body acting without the person's supervision, the body doing what the dream requires without reference to what the person requires. The escalating dream violence was the neurodegeneration speaking in its own language. This is what it looks like when I am in charge. This is the body without you. Learn to recognize it, because you will be seeing more of it. Thomas Halley is not, in the clinical or moral sense, a violent man. What is coming is not Thomas Halley. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the academic distance. What was found in that room deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. The obsession, the real obsession, beneath the clinical management, beneath the medication adjustments and the safety modifications and the neurologist's appointments, and the support group meetings that Thomas attended twice before deciding they made things worse rather than better. The real obsession was the question he had been circling since May 22nd, since Dr. Kim's careful, honest answer. What is he fighting in the dream? Not what shape it takes. He knows what shape it takes. He has been fighting it for 9 months, and he knows its movements, its speed, the particular quality of its pursuit, that relentless, unhurrying, absolutely certain quality that you recognized when you understood that the thing behind you did not need to hurry because it was not trying to catch you from a distance. It was catching you from inside. What he is fighting is his own future. He is fighting. He understood this with a clarity that arrived once and has never left, has never stopped arriving, arrives every morning when he opens his eyes and takes inventory of himself with the specific attention of a man who now knows the inventory has an end. He is fighting the progressive, protein-mediated dismantling of the neurological infrastructure of being Thomas Halley. He is fighting it every night. He is losing. Not in the waking world. In the waking world he is managing. He is functional. He is making the structural modifications and taking the medication and attending the neurologist and making the plans that responsible people make when they have received the kind of news Thomas received on May 22nd. He is doing everything correctly. In the dream, every night, the thing behind him is closer. In the dream, the catching is coming. He has turned around. He has started hunting it back. He has had it once under his hands, and his hands were on a lane, and he released and woke, and the thing was still there, still coming, and his hands remember, and his hands. He is going to fight it again tonight. This is the line he crossed without knowing it was a line, the decision to stop running. Elaine knows. She knew when she moved into the guest room. She knew when she stayed. She knows that the person who put his hands on her throat is also the person who built the table she has eaten at for 15 years, that these two facts cannot be reconciled, and that the irreconcilability is something she is going to have to live with, that the living with is not the same as the resolution of, that she has chosen the living with because the alternative is the dissolution of something she is not willing to dissolve. She knows about the neurodegeneration. She knows about the 12 years. She has done her own research, in the way that partners of people with difficult diagnoses always do their own research. Methodically, in the middle of the night, on a laptop in the guest room, reading everything the medical literature and the patient forums and the caregiver accounts have to offer, and assembling from all of it the specific shape of the future she is choosing to remain for. She has chosen to remain. This choice has not been discussed at length. It was made and acknowledged and not elaborated upon, because elaborating upon it would require framing it as a sacrifice, and Elaine Halley does not frame love as sacrifice, which is part of why Thomas Halley fell in love with her 32 years ago and has never had cause to revise the assessment. She is in the guest room. He is in the master bedroom. Between them, the hallway with the family photographs, Danny's graduation, Michael in his dress uniform, the two of them at a beach they visited in 2003 squinting into the same sun. He lies awake and he thinks about what is coming. He lies awake and he thinks about the shape it will take. The tremor first, probably. The slowing. The body's gradual defection from his authority. And then later, and maybe a long time later, and maybe a short time, and maybe never, and maybe definitely, the cognition, the memory. The specific, individual, hard-won accumulation of Thomas Halley's 53 years. The engineering and the workshop, and the marriage and the sons, and the sense of humor, and the specific way he told a story, and the way his face looked when he was thinking about something that interested him, all of that, receding. And the body remaining, running the systems, acting without him. He knows now what it looks like when it acts without him. He has seen it from the outside, through Elaine's eyes, through the clinical records of the monitoring room. He has felt it from the inside. It is not Thomas Halley, but it uses his hands. The confession. Thomas wrote it down. Not in the dream journal. The dream journal was clinical, was organized, was the document of a man managing a medical situation with the tools he had. This was different. This was a yellow legal pad, the kind he had always used for project notes, sitting on the nightstand in the master bedroom on a Tuesday in June 2019. He wrote it at 4 a.m., having lain awake since 2, in the specific alert dark of a person who has given up on sleep and is using the wakefulness honestly. He wrote, "I am more afraid of not fighting it than of what I do when I fight it." He looked at this sentence for a while. He crossed it out. He wrote, "The thing I'm afraid of is not the disease. The thing I'm afraid of is what happens to Elaine when the person who loves her is gone, but the body that was his is still here." He looked at this sentence. He did not cross it out. He wrote, "The person who was hunting me in the dreams. The person I turned around and started hunting back. I understand now that it was me. The future version. The version that runs on brainstem and protein aggregate and motor reflex and none of the rest of it. I understand that I have been at war with myself for 9 months and that the war is unwinnable by the self because the enemy is also the self. And the enemy will outlast the self, and the self knows this." He put the pen down. He looked at his hands, the hands on the legal pad, slightly trembling, not from the disease, not yet, just from the hour and the exhaustion and the weight of the thing he had written. The single sentence he had been avoiding saying was, I hope I know enough of myself for long enough to make it bearable for her. Here is what it actually looks like. Not the clinical language, not the distance. The physical reality of a body in the grip of an RBD episode, in the full unflinching sensory detail of what the monitoring equipment records and what the witnesses describe and what the person who was there, who was Marcus, the technician, who had been trained for this and was ready for it and was still not fully prepared, what all of them saw. Thomas Halley asleep. This is the baseline. The body horizontal, the breathing slow and regular, the EEG patterns showing the beautiful jagged chaos of active REM sleep. The dreaming brain fully operational, vivid, running something his waking self will later describe as a final confrontation, a close quarters encounter in complete darkness with a force that had been coming for 9 months. Then the change. The atonia signal drops. The monitors register this first, the EMG readings from his limbs that have been flat and quiet suddenly picking up. Small movements first, the fingers, then the wrists, then the arms begin to assemble from the random into the purposeful. He sits up. Not the soft, confused waking of a person roused from sleep. He sits up with the committed kinetics of a person with something to do, spine straight, weight forward, both hands coming up in a posture that Marcus, watching from the monitoring room, will describe in his incident report as defensive-aggressive, consistent with close combat positioning. The body's vocabulary clear and unambiguous. Something is here and it needs to be dealt with. Face. This is the part that no clinical notation fully captures. His face in this moment is not Thomas Halley's face, the face with the 11 years of laugh lines around the eyes, the face that had smiled at Marcus when they shook hands. This face is working, concentrated in a way that concentration in the waking world rarely achieved. The absolute, total, undivided commitment of a person for whom the situation has narrowed to a single point, and everything that is not that point has ceased to exist. His breath changes, faster, controlled, the breath of a person managing physical effort. His arms extend, his hands close on something that is not there. The dream's body, and it is the dream's body now, the body that belongs to the dream for the duration of its use, moves with a fluency that the waking Thomas Halley does not possess. Not because Thomas is clumsy or uncoordinated, he is neither, but because waking movement carries the overhead of self-awareness, of the monitoring that occurs when the person in the body is also watching the body. The person hesitates, considers, edits. The dream does not edit. The dream's body uses Thomas Halley's 53 years of physical history, the muscle memory of 3 miles 3 mornings a week, the specific efficiency of hands that have built things, held plans, carried loads, understood the leverage of tools, and adds to this history the complete absence of hesitation. The result is movement of extraordinary economy, nothing wasted, everything in service of what the dream requires. His grip, when his hands close on what they close on, in the April polysomnography, on the headboard railing, is specific, not the grip of panic or flailing, the grip of someone who knows where the hands need to be and puts them there with the same precision he would use for a joint or a connection that needed to be right. His profession, translated into the body's nighttime vocabulary. The sound he makes, low and continuous and not like his voice. His voice has warmth in it, the specific warmth of someone who has used language as a professional tool for 30 years and understands its texture. This sound is older than language. It is the sound of a body at its functional maximum, breath and effort, and the specific vocalization of physical commitment. Marcus, watching through the monitoring window, later told Dr. Kim, "I've seen RBD episodes. I've done the training. I was ready for it. I watched him for 17 minutes and I wasn't afraid of him, I was afraid for him. Because whatever he was fighting, he was convinced it was real, completely convinced, and he was losing. This is the terrible beauty of it, and it is beautiful in the way that anything operating at its full capacity is beautiful, in the way that a thing built correctly and functioning correctly is beautiful. which was always what Thomas Halley found beautiful about structures, that the dreaming body is doing exactly what it was designed to do. It is fighting for its life. It believes in the fight completely. The dream that commands it is, in the way of all dreams, entirely, unwaveringly, devastatingly sincere. The peak of it, the May 17th episode, the one that ends with the hospital, with the bag of frozen peas, with Thomas and Elaine sitting at the kitchen table at 3:52 a.m. waiting for the paramedics. He does not remember it. This is the part of RBD that the incident reports can document, and that no documentation can make comprehensible from the outside. The complete absence of the person during the act. What he remembers is the dream. He remembers the darkness of the dream, which was not empty darkness but occupied darkness, full, present, with the quality of something very close. He remembers months of running narrowed to this, the thing finally reachable, finally within range of what his hands could do, finally capable of being ended. He remembers his hands reaching. He remembers the contact, the specific, real, undeniable physical contact of hands on something solid. And this is the part that the neurology cannot fully account for. The way the dreaming brain incorporates real physical sensation into the dream narrative, seamlessly, without revision, so that the real hands on the real person's real throat become, inside the dream, confirmation that the thing being reached for is the thing that has been pursued for 9 months. He remembers the feeling of getting there. He remembers nothing after that. What Elaine remembers, she remembers waking. She remembers his hands. She remembers his face above his hands, looking at something that was not her with the complete, focused, accomplished expression of a person who has finished something very difficult and is satisfied with the quality of the finish. She remembers saying his name. She remembers the expression changing, the dream leaving his face the way weather leaves a sky, quickly, completely, the whole landscape altered in seconds. She remembers him saying her name. She remembers he said it like a question, like he wasn't sure even then that she was the answer. This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. What you just heard was only the beginning. What remains? A man in a house in Minneapolis with a padded bedroom and a new medication regimen and a neurologist he sees every 4 months and a wife in the guest room and a workshop in the garage where he still builds things when the hands are steady and the light is good. What has changed? The house itself, not the walls or the floors. Thomas built this house in the sense of maintaining it, knowing its every creak and draft and particular seasonal settlement. And the house is the same house it has always been. What has changed is his relationship to it. He moves through the rooms with a consideration he didn't bring to them before, a specific attention to the fact of being here in these rooms with these hands, capable of building things. The awareness that this is contingent, that what allows him to be here, the neurological infrastructure of selfhood, the brainstem's intact signal, the protein folding correctly, is not permanent, has already begun its revision. He makes things while he can. The workshop smells like sawdust and machine oil, and the particular cold of a Minnesota spring. He is in there on Saturday mornings now, reliably, with the specific pleasure of a man spending time in the place where he is most himself. He is making a bookcase for Michael's apartment, who doesn't know it's coming and will be confused by it, and then will keep it for the rest of his life. He is making it with the hands that have also done the other thing. He does not separate these facts. He has tried and failed to separate them and arrived on the other side of the failure, at the position that they cannot be separated because they are the same hands, literally the same hands, and the hands are part of him and not all of him, and this is, ultimately, the most human thing about the situation, that we are not entirely what we do. We are also what we cannot do. what we would not do, what we would not have believed we were capable of doing, until the night the brainstem forgets to stop us. He makes the bookcase. The first morning, the light through the workshop window catches the grain of the wood, and he looks at it for a long moment. He thinks I'm still here. He picks up the plane. He begins. May 17, 2019. HENNEPIN Healthcare, Minneapolis. Medical record number withheld. Patient Thomas Halley, 53. Presenting complaint, RBD episode resulting in injury to spouse. Admitting diagnosis, REM sleep behavior disorder, moderate severity. Medication failure, clonazepam 0, 5 mg. Injury to spouse, mandibular contusion, no fracture. Soft tissue bruising to throat. Patient examined, no injury. Psychological assessment conducted same day. No evidence of suicidal ideation. Patient-oriented X3. Affect appropriate. Patient described as distressed but cognitively intact, fully cooperative, appropriately remorseful without indication of ongoing risk. Discharged to outpatient care. Medication adjustment. Clonazepam increased to 1, 0 mg. Concurrent melatonin added at high dose. Safety modifications reviewed and enhanced. Timeline card October 2018, first RBD episode, Thomas Halley. February 2019, first injury, Thomas's own hand. March 2019, presentation to sleep clinic, polysomnography scheduled. April 2019, polysomnography, 4 events documented, subject at monitoring door 7 minutes. May 2019, medication initiated, 3 weeks without incident. May 17, 2019, breakthrough episode, Elaine Halley injured. Emergency response. May 22, 2019, Thomas informed of RBD neurodegeneration connection. June 2019, neurological consultation, MRI and DAT scan ordered. July 2019, DAT scan results, reduced dopaminergic activity in the right putamen, consistent with early prodromal Parkinson's disease. Elaine Halley, 53, spouse, Minneapolis, 2019. People keep asking me if I'm afraid of him, and I understand why they ask, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to answer it honestly. Here's the honest answer. I'm not afraid of Thomas. I am cautious about what Thomas's body does while Thomas isn't in it. Those are two different things, and I need people to understand the difference, because if they don't understand it, they'll reach the wrong conclusion about what this marriage is. Elaine Halley continues to attend the Minneapolis RBD Spousal Support Group. She currently serves as its volunteer coordinator. The fact that authorities have never explained why the RBD neurodegeneration link took until 2014 to be formally established in the literature, when the clinical co-occurrence had been noted in case reports since the 1990s. The answer involves funding, institutional conservatism, and the specific difficulty of conducting prospective research in a population that is mostly elderly, mostly male, and historically underdiagnosed. The people who suffered the disorder before it had a name, before the link was established, before any of this was known, those people suffered without framework. Their partners were injured without explanation. Their cases were closed without understanding. The names of those patients are not in any database. Their stories are not in any file. The pattern is wider than Minneapolis. Global prevalence of RBD. Estimated 0.5 to 1.25% of the general population. That is between 40 and 100 million people worldwide. 40 to 100 million people in whose sleeping bodies the atonia signal is, to varying degrees, failing. The majority are undiagnosed. The majority have never presented to a sleep clinic. The majority do not know that what they do in the night has a name, a documented mechanism, a treatment protocol, a connection to neurodegeneration that makes it more than an embarrassing medical quirk. The majority live with their nighttime bodies as they live with their other unexamined physical facts, as something private, something managed in the dark, something that is simply part of them and not discussed. The people beside them in the bed, also undiagnosed, also managing, also finding language slowly for something that doesn't have good language. Robert Chen, 2021, San Francisco. 64 years old, retired architect, discovered his episodes when his wife filmed him during what he had described as rough nights. She showed him the video. He watched himself fight something in a bedroom that looked like their bedroom. He did not recognize the person in the video as himself. He asked the neurologist, "Is that me?" The neurologist said, "That's your body." He said, "Is there a difference?" The neurologist said, "That's the philosophical question, yes." He was diagnosed with RBD. 6 months later, Parkinson's. Most recent documented case, a 71-year-old woman in Tampa, Florida, 2023. First case of RBD documented in her age group. 6 months of self-reported episodes before a sleep study. She told the intake technician, "I've been waking up exhausted for half a year, like I've been fighting all night. I don't know who wins." The technician wrote this down. He didn't write down the answer. The answer was, the dream always wins. In the end, the dream always wins. The final survivor account. Not Thomas. Thomas is not a survivor in the clinical sense. Not yet. The disease is in its early stages and the research on intervention and outcome continues. Thomas is in the middle of his story and there is no ending yet to report. The final account belongs to a man named Arthur Devane. Arthur D. Vianney, 2011, Portland, Oregon. 78 years old at the time of interview. RBD for 17 years. Parkinson's disease for 9. He sat in a wheelchair in a living room that had been specifically modified, soft furniture, no sharp edges, padding on every corner, and he spoke to the researcher with the specific measured economy of a person who had learned to use words carefully, because the words took more energy than they used to. He said, "I remember the dreams from the beginning, not the content you don't keep, it goes when you wake. I remember the feeling of fighting, 17 years of fighting something every night." He said, "I don't dream like that anymore. The disease is further along now and the dreams have changed, quieter, less urgent." He looked at his hands, Parkinson's hands, the specific resting tremor, fine and persistent, the body running its own program without consulting him. He said, "I fought something for 17 years, and then the something was me, was what was happening to me, and I was fighting myself, and the fighting was the warning. The fighting was the body trying to show me something, trying to say, look, this is what you'll be fighting. Better start making peace." He put his hands in his lap. The tremor continued. He said, "I didn't make peace fast enough. I would have if I'd known sooner." He said, "Tell people earlier. Whatever they're fighting in the dark, tell them sooner." Arthur Devane died in 2015. His wife Patricia was with him. His final night was, she reported, quiet. Current status. Thomas Halley is alive. He is 58 years old. He has been living with the RBD diagnosis for 5 years and the Parkinson's prodrome diagnosis for 4.5. The medication regimen has been adjusted 3 times. The episodes have decreased in frequency, not in intensity when they occur. He still dreams of being hunted. The research says this is normal. The dream content in RBD does not typically improve with disease management. The brainstem signal may be reinforced by medication. The body kept still, but the dream continues. The dream is not the problem being managed. It is the expression of a problem that medication cannot reach. He works 3 days a week. The engineering firm has been generous. He has begun the documentation process that responsible people begin when they have a timeline. He has had the conversations with Danny and Michael that he did not know how to have but had anyway, because not having them was worse. Both sons drove to Minneapolis and sat at the table Elaine made and talked about things that were hard to talk about. And at the end of the first evening, Thomas said, "I wanted you to know it while I still know it." They knew what he meant. Elaine is still in the guest room. This arrangement is no longer about safety. The medication modifications have made the master bedroom reasonably safe again. Dr. Kim has cleared it, but Elaine has found something in the guest room she didn't expect, which is that the distance is its own kind of intimacy. She comes to the master bedroom in the morning. They have breakfast together. They are good together in the mornings. Dr. Rachel Kim, Sleep Disorders Center, Hennepin Healthcare, 2023. Thomas is one of the most prepared patients I've worked with. He's done the research. He's made the plans. He's had the hard conversations. What he cannot prepare for, and what I cannot prepare him for, is the subjective experience of the thing itself as it progresses. I can tell him what to expect clinically. I cannot tell him what it feels like from the inside to be slowly replaced by your own body. That's the part no one can tell him. That's the part he'll find out himself. The document that should not exist but does. Thomas Halla's dream journal. The one that started in February 2019 and has been maintained in a new notebook every 6 months for 4 years. 112 notebooks in a drawer in the master bedroom. Each one dated. Each one kept with the methodical honesty of a man who decided to document his own dissolution from the inside. The last entry in the most recent notebook reads, "The thing behind me is still there. I can hear it. I think I'm learning not to run." The dining table is still there. Thomas built it in 2009. He built it from walnut, with the specific care of someone making something meant to outlast the making. It has hosted 31 Christmas dinners and both sons' college celebrations, and the quiet Tuesday dinners that are the actual substance of a shared life, and the dinner the night after Thomas came home from the hospital in May 2019, when no one spoke very much and the food was good. And after dinner, Thomas said, "Thank you for this," and Elaine said, "Of course." The table is fine. It is exactly the table it has always been. The guest room has curtains Elaine made. The workshop in the garage has sawdust on the floor. The bookcase is finished and shipped. He is making something new. On the refrigerator, the graduation photograph, the beach photograph, a new one added in 2022, all 4 of them at Michael's wedding. Thomas in a dark suit that fit him slightly less well than it would have 5 years ago, weight having shifted in the way of bodies carrying what bodies carry. All 4 of them squinting into the same light. Everything is as it should be. This is some mornings, harder to hold onto than others. The guest room door is closed. Elaine is on the other side of it. In the master bedroom, Thomas is asleep. His breathing is even. The medication is working tonight. The monitors, he no longer goes to the sleep lab. He has home monitoring now. A small device on his wrist that tracks his REM activity and will alert his phone if the movement event threshold is crossed, are quiet. He is asleep. He is not dreaming, or he is dreaming something quiet. The house holds both of them in its ordinary way. In the morning, they will have breakfast. In the morning, for a little while, everything will be exactly what it has always been. It does not end with Thomas Halley. It does not end with any of them. Not Arthur Devane, who made peace too slowly. Not James Altman in his padded basement room. Not Helen Marsh with the kitchen knife, and the children who were safe in other states, and the dream that didn't know this. It does not end with the 40 to 100 million undiagnosed across the world who do their fighting in the dark and wake exhausted and tell no one, who manage in the private way of bodies that contain problems the culture has no good language for. What does not end is the brainstem's failure, the protein aggregate's patient expansion, the 200 million year old paralysis mechanism's deterioration. All of this continues, has been continuing in human bodies since the first human dreamed, has been documented for 38 years since Mahold and Schenck put a name to it, will continue to be documented as the population ages and the prevalence increases and more bodies find themselves occupied at night by what their dreams require. The body that runs without the person, runs without any of the person's reasons. Without the love that has lasted 32 years, without the table, without the suns, without the accumulated, carefully maintained, deliberately renewed reasons that the person has for treating the people beside them in the bed with the care and tenderness that they deserve. The brainstem has no reasons. The dream has requirements. The requirements are indifferent to the person who is asked to fulfill them. The dream has always had requirements. The dream has always been using us. We have been, for 200 million years, protected from knowing this by a signal in the brainstem that kept us still while it happened. For some of us, eventually, the signal fails. And I, who have read every incident report, who have sat with the polysomnography data and the neurologist's notes and the dream journals and the 112 notebooks in a master bedroom drawer in Minneapolis, I find that I cannot read these materials and then simply set them down and become again the person who picked them up. I know now what happens in the dark. I know what the atonia signal is protecting me from. I know that the brainstem is a structure that ages, that is subject to the accumulation of misfolded protein, that is not guaranteed to do its work forever. I know that the thing that would run my body if the signal failed is not me. I know what it would do without me with my hands. And I know this is the thing I cannot stop knowing, the thing that arrives with me at the threshold of every night. I know that I am sleeping in a bed beside someone, and that the only thing between the person I love and the body that contains me. Every night you close your eyes and trust a signal in your brainstem that you have never heard of until now, and it has never yet failed you, and one day it might.